Chapter 17 of Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Form, color, drama, and divers other advantages are necessary to the creation of an object of interest. Presenting to the world none of these assets, Miss Alicia had slipped through life a scarcely remarked unit. No little ghost of prettiness had attracted the wandering eye, no suggestion of agreeable or disagreeable power of self-assertion had arrested attention. There had been no hour in her life when she had expected to count as being of the slightest consequence. When she had knocked at the door of the study at Rowcroft Vicarage, and dear papa had exclaimed irritably, "Who is that? Who is that?" she had always replied, "It is only Alicia." This being the case, her gradual awakening to the singularity of her new situation was mentally a process full of doubts, and sometimes of alarmed bewilderments. If in her girlhood a curate, even a curate with prominent eyes and a receding chin, had proposed to her that she should face with him a future enriched by the prospect of being called upon to bring up a probable family of 12 on £150 a year, with both parish and rectory barking and snapping at her worn-down heels, she would have been sure to assert tenderly that she was afraid she was not worthy. This was a natural habit of her mind, and in the weeks which followed the foggy afternoon when Tembarom staked out his claim, she dwelt often upon her unworthiness of the benefits bestowed upon her. First the world below stairs, then the village, and then the country itself awoke to the fact that the new Temple Barhome had taken her up. The first tendency of the world below stairs was to resent the unwarranted uplifting of a person whom there had been a certain luxury in regarding with disdain and treating with scarcely veiled lack of consideration. To be able to do this with a person who, after all was said and done, was not one of the servant class, but a sort of lady of birth, was not unstimulating. And below stairs the sense of personal rancor against a hanger-on is strong. The meals served in Miss Alicia's remote sitting-room had been served at leisure. Her tea had rarely been hot, and her modestly tinkled bell irregularly answered. Often her far from liberally supplied fire had gone out on chilly days, and she had been afraid to insist on its being relighted. Her sole defense against inattention would have been to complain to Mr. Temple Barhome, and when on one occasion a too obvious neglect had obliged her to gather her quaking being together in mere self-respect and say, "If this continues to occur, William, I shall be obliged to speak to Mr. Temple Barhome," William had so looked at her and so ill hid a secret smile that it had been almost tantamount to his saying, "I'd jolly well like to see you." And now, sitting at the end of the table opposite him, if you please, walking here and walking there with him, sitting in the library or wherever he was, with him talking and laughing and making as much of her as though she were an aunt with a fortune to leave, and with her making as free in talk as though at liberty to say anything that came into her head, while the beggar that had found himself on horseback was setting another one galloping alongside of him. In the midst of his natural resentment, it was a bit upsetting, as Burrell said, to find it dawning upon one that absolute exactness of ceremony was as much to be required for her as for him. Miss Alicia had long felt secretly that she was spoken of as her in the servants' hall. That business-like sharpness which Palford had observed in his client aided Tembarom always to see things without illusions. He knew that there was no particular reason why his army of servants should regard him for the present as much more than an intruder, but he also knew that if men and women had employment, which was not made hard for them, and were well paid for doing, they were not anxious to lose it, and the man who paid their wages might give orders with some certainty of finding them obeyed. He was sharp in more ways than one. He observed shades that he might have been expected to overlook. He observed a certain shade in the demeanor of the domestics when attending Miss Alicia, and it was a shade which marked a difference between service done for her and service done for himself. This was only at the outset, of course, when the secret resentment was felt, but he observed it, mere shade though it was. He walked out into the hall after bureau one morning, not having yet adjusted himself to the rule that when one wished to speak to a man, One rang a bell and called him back 50 times if necessary. He walked after Beryl and stopped him. "This is a pretty good place for servants, ain't it?" he said. "Yes, sir." "Good pay, good food, not too much to do?" "Certainly, sir," Beryl replied, somewhat disturbed by a casualness which yet suggested a method of getting at something or other. "You and the rest of them don't want to change, do you?" "No, sir. There is no complaint whatever as far as I have heard." "That's all right." Mr. Temple Barholm had put his hands into his pockets and stood looking non-committal in a steady sort of way. "There's something I want the lot of you to get on to, right away. Miss Temple Barholm is going to stay here. She's got to have everything just as she wants it. She's got to be pleased. She's the lady of the house, see?" "I hope, sir," Beryl said with professional dignity, "that Miss Temple Barholm has not had reason to express any dissatisfaction." "I'm the one who would express it, quick," said Tembarom. "She wouldn't have time to get in first. I just wanted to make sure I shouldn't have to do it. The other fellows are under you. You've got a head on your shoulders, I guess. It's up to you to put 'em to it. That's all." "Thank you, sir," said Beryl. His master went back into the library, smiling genially, and Beryl stood still a moment or so, gazing at the door he closed behind him. Be sure the village, and finally circles not made up of cottagers, heard of this, howsoever mysteriously. Miss Alicia was not aware that the incident had occurred. She could not help observing, however, that the manners of the servants of the household curiously improved. Also, when she passed through the village, that foreheads were touched without omission, and the curtsies of playing children were prompt. When she dropped into a cottage, housewives polished off the seats of chairs vigorously before offering them, and symptoms and needs were explained with respectful fluency, which at times almost suggested that she might be relied on to use influence. "I'm afraid I've done the village people injustice," she said leniently to Tembarom. "I used to think them so disrespectful and unappreciative. I dare say it was because I was so troubled myself. I'm afraid one's own troubles do sometimes make one unfair." "Well, yours are over," said Tembarom, "and so are mine as long as you stay by me." Never had Miss Alicia been to London. She had remained, as was demanded of her by her duty to her dear papa, at Rowcroft, which was in Somersetshire. She had only dreamed of London, and had had 55 years of dreaming. She had read of great functions and seen pictures of some of them in the illustrated papers. She had loyally endeavored to follow at a distance the doings of Her Majesty. She always spoke of Queen Victoria reverentially as Her Majesty. She rejoiced when a prince or princess was born or christened or married, and believed that a drawing-room was the most awe-inspiring, brilliant, and important function in the civilized world, scarcely second to Parliament. London, no one but herself or an elderly gentlewoman of her type could have told anyone the nature of her thoughts of London. Let therefore those of vivid imagination make an effort to depict to themselves the effect produced upon her mind by Tembarom's casually suggesting at breakfast one morning that he thought it might be rather a good stunt for them to run up to London. By mere good fortune she escaped dropping the eggs she had just taken from the egg-stand. "London," she said. "Oh, Pearson thinks it would be a first-rate idea," he explained. "I guess he thinks that if he can get me into the swell clothing stores, he can fix me up as I ought to be fixed if I'm not going to disgrace him. I should hate to disgrace Pearson. Then he can see his girl, too, and I want him to see his girl." "Is Pearson engaged?" she asked, but the thought which was repeating itself aloud to her was, "London, London." "He calls it keeping company or walking out," Tembarom answered. "She's a nice girl, and he's dead stuck on her. Will you go with me, Miss Alicia?" "Dear Mr. Temple Barholm," she fluttered, "to visit London would be a privilege I never dreamed it would be my great fortune to enjoy. Never." "Good business," he ejaculated delightedly. "That's luck for me. It gave me the blues, what I saw of it. But if you are with me, I'll bet it'll be as different as afternoon tea was after I got hold of you. When shall we start? Tomorrow?" Her 16-year-old blush repeated itself. "I feel so sorry. It seems almost undignified to mention it, but I fear I should not look smart enough for London. My wardrobe is so very limited. I mustn't," she added with a sweet effect of humor, do the new Temple Bar Home discredit by looking unfashionable." He was more delighted than before. "Say," he broke out, "I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go together and buy everything suitable in sight. The pair of us will come back here as suitable as Burrell and Pearson. We'll paint the town red." He actually meant it. He was like a boy with a new game. His sense of the dreariness of London had disappeared. He knew what it would be like with Miss Alicia as a companion. He had really seen nothing of the place himself, and he would find out every darn thing worth looking at, and take her to see it. Theaters, shops, every show in town. When they left the breakfast table, it was agreed upon that they would make the journey the following day. He did not openly refer to the fact that among the plans for their round of festivities, he had laid out for himself the attending of 1 or 2 practical points. He was going to see Palford, and he had made an appointment with a celebrated nerve specialist. He did not discuss this for several reasons. One of them was that his summing up of Miss Alicia was that she had had trouble enough to think over all her little life, and the thing for a fellow to do for her, if he liked her, was to give her a good time and make her feel as if she was at a picnic right straight along. Not let her even hear a darn thing that might worry her. He had said comparatively little to her about strange ways. His first mention of his condition had obviously made her somewhat nervous, though she had been full of kindly interest. She was in private not sorry that it was felt better that she should not disturb the patient by a visit to his room. The abnormality of his condition seemed just slightly alarming to her. "But oh, how good, how charitable you are," she had murmured. "Good," he answered, the devout admiration of her tone rather puzzling him. "It ain't good. I just want to see the thing through. I dropped into it by accident, and then I dropped into this by accident, and that made it as easy as falling off a log. I believe he's going to get well sometime. I guess I kind of like him because he holds on to me so and believes I'm just it. Maybe it's because I'm stuck on myself." His visit to Strangeways was longer than usual that afternoon. He explained the situation to him so that he understood it sufficiently not to seem alarmed by it. This was one of the advances Tembarom had noticed recently, that he was less easily terrified, and seemed occasionally to see facts in their proper relation to one another. Sometimes the experiments tried on him were successful. Sometimes they were not. But he never resented them. "You are trying to help me to remember," he said once. "I think you will sometime." "Sure I will," said Tembarom. "You're better every day." Pearson was to remain in charge of him until toward the end of the London visit. Then he was to run up for a couple of days, leaving in his place a young footman to whom the invalid had become accustomed. The visit to London was to Miss Alicia a period of enraptured delirium. The beautiful hotel in which she was established, the afternoons at the Tower, the National Gallery, the British Museum, the evenings at the play, during which one saw the most brilliant and distinguished actors, the mornings in the shops, attended as though one were a person of fortune, what could be said of them? And the sacred day on which she saw Her Majesty drive slowly by, glittering helmets, splendid uniforms, waving plumes, and clanking swords accompanying and guarding her, and gentlemen standing still with their hats off, and everybody looking after her with that natural touch of awe which royalty properly inspires. Miss Alicia's heart beat rapidly in her breast, and she involuntarily made a curtsy as the great lady in mourning drove by. She lost no shade of any flavor of ecstatic pleasure in anything, and was to Tembarom, who knew nothing about her shades and flavors, indeed a touching and endearing thing. He had never got so much out of anything. If Anne had just been there, well, that would have been the limit. Anne was on her way to America now, and she wouldn't write to him or let him write to her. He had to make a fair trial of it. He could find out only in that way, she said. It was not to be denied that the youth and longing in him gave him some half-hours to face which made him shut himself up in his room and stare hard at the wall, folding his arms tightly as he tilted his chair. There arrived a day when one of the most exalted shops in Bond Street was invaded by an American young man, of a bearing the peculiarities of which were subtly combined with a remotely suggested air of knowing that if he could find what he wanted, there was no doubt as to his power to get it. What he wanted was not usual, and was explained with a frankness which might have seemed unsophisticated, but singularly did not. He wanted to have a private talk with some feminine power in charge, and she must be someone who knew exactly what ladies ought to have. Being shown into a room, such a feminine power was brought to him and placed at his service. She was a middle-aged person, wearing beautifully fitted garments, and having an observant eye and a dignified suavity of manner. She looked the young American over with a swift inclusion of all possibilities. He was by this time wearing extremely well-fitting garments himself, but she was at once aware that his tailored perfection was a new thing to him. He went to his point without apologetic explanation. "You know all the things any kind of lady ought to have," he said. "All the things that would make anyone feel comfortable, and as if they've got plenty, useful things as well as ornamental ones." "Yes, sir," she replied with rising interest. "I have been in the establishment 30 years. "Good business," Tembarom replied. Already he felt relieved. "I've got a relation, a little old lady, and I want her to fix herself out just as she ought to be fixed. Now, what I'm afraid of is that she won't get everything she ought to unless I manage it for her somehow beforehand. She's got into a habit of, economizing. Now the time's past for that, and I want her to get everything a woman like you would know she really wants, so that she could look her best, living in a big country house with a relation that thinks a lot of her." He paused a second or so, and then went on further, fixing a clear and astonishingly shrewd eye upon the head of the department listening to him. "I found out this was a high-class place," he explained. "I made sure of that before I came in. In a place that was second or third class, there might be people who would think they caught a sucker that would take anything that was unloaded on him, because he didn't know. The things are for Miss Temple Barham, and she does know. I shall ask her to come here herself tomorrow morning, and I want you to take care of her and show her the best you've got that's suitable." He seemed to like the word. He repeated it, "suitable," and quickly restrained a sudden, inexplicable, wide smile. The attending lady's name was Mrs. Mellish. 30 years' experience had taught her many lessons. She was a hard woman and a sharp one, but beneath her sharp hardness lay a suppressed sense of the perfect and taste. To have a customer with unchecked resources put into her hands to do her best by was an inspiring incident. A quiver of enlightenment had crossed her countenance when she had heard the name of Temple Barham. She had a newspaper knowledge of the odd Temple Barham story. This is the next of kin who had blacked boots in New York, and the obvious probability that he was a fool, if it had taken the form of a hope, had been promptly nipped in the bud. The type from which he was furthest removed was that of the fortune-intoxicated young man who could be obsequiously flattered into buying anything which cost money enough. "Not a thing's to be unloaded on her she doesn't like," he added. "And she's not a girl that goes to pink teas. She's a lady, and not young, and used to quiet ways." The evidently New York word, unload, revealed him to his hearer as by a flash, though she had never heard it before. "We have exactly the things that will be suitable for her," she said. "I think I quite understand." Tembarom smiled again, and thanking her went away still smiling, because he knew Miss Alicia was safe. There were, of course, difficulties in the way of persuading Miss Alicia that her duty lay in the direction of spending mornings in the most sumptuous of Bond Street shops, ordering for herself an entire wardrobe on a basis of unlimited resources. Tembarom was called upon to employ the most adroitly subtle reasoning, entirely founded on his claim and her affectionate willingness to give him pleasure. He really made love to her in the way that a joyful young fellow can make love to his mother or the nicest aunt. He made her feel that she counted for so much in his scheme of enjoyment, that to do as he asked would be to add a glow to it. "And they won't spoil you," he said. "The Mellish woman that's the boss has promised that. I wouldn't have you spoiled for a farm," he added heartily. And he spoke the truth. If he had been told that he was cherishing her type as though it were a priceless bit of old Saxe, he would have stared blankly and made a jocular remark, but it was exactly this which he actually clung to and adored. He even had a second private interview with Mrs. Mellish, and asked her to keep her as much like she was as possible. Stimulated by the suppressed touch of artistic fervor, Mrs. Mellish guessed at something even before her client arrived. But the moment she entered the showroom, all was revealed to her at once. The very hint of flush and tremor in Miss Alicia's manner was an assistance. surrounded by a small and extremely select court composed of Mrs. Mellish and 2 low-voiced, deft-handed assistants, it was with a fine little effort that Miss Alicia restrained herself from exterior suggestion of her feeling that there was something almost impious in thinking of possessing the exquisite stuffs and shades displayed to her in flowing beauty on every side. Such linens and batiste and laces, such delicate faint grays and lavenders and soft falling blacks. If she had been capable of approaching the thought, such luxury might even have hinted at guilty splendor. Mrs. Mellish became possessed of an idea to create the costume of an exquisite early Victorian old lady in a play done for the most fashionable and popular actor-manager of the most drawing-room of West End theatres, where one saw royalty in the royal box, with bouquets on every side, the orchestra breaking off in the middle of a strain to play God Save the Queen, and the audience standing up as the royal party came in. That was her idea. She carried it out, steering Miss Alicia with finished tact through the shoals and rapids of her timidities, and the result was wonderful. Color, or rather shades, textures, and forms were made subservient by real genius. Miss Alicia, as she was turned out when the wardrobe was complete, might have been an elderly little duchess of sweet and modest good taste in the dress of 40 years earlier. It took time, but some of the things were prepared as though by magic, and the night the first boxes were delivered at the hotel, Miss Alicia, on going to bed, in kneeling down to her devotions, prayed fervently that she might not be led astray by fleshly desires, and that her gratitude might be acceptable, and not stained by too great joy in the things which corrupt. The very next day occurred Rose. She was a young person to whom Pearson was engaged, and it appeared that if Miss Alicia would make up her mind to oblige Mr. Temple Barholm by allowing the girl to come to her as lady's maid, even if only temporarily, she would be doing a most kind and charitable thing. She was a very nice, well-behaved girl, and unfortunately she had felt herself forced to leave her place because her mistress's husband was not at all a nice man. He had shown himself so far from nice that Pearson had been most unhappy, and Rose had been compelled to give notice, though she had no other situation in prospect and her mother was dependent on her. This was without doubt not Mr. Temple Barholm's exact phrasing of the story, but it was what Miss Alicia gathered, and what moved her deeply. It was so cruel and so sad. That wicked man! That poor girl! She had never had a lady's maid, and might be rather at a loss at first. But it was only like Mr. Temple Barholm's kind heart to suggest such a way of helping the girl and poor Pearson. So occurred Rose, a pretty creature whose blue eyes suppressed grateful tears as she took Miss Alicia's instructions during their first interview. And Pearson arrived the same night, and waiting upon Tembarom, stood before him, and with perfect respect choked, "I might thank you if you please, sir," he began, recovering himself. "I might thank you and say how grateful, Rose and me, sir," he choked again. "I told you it would be all right," answered Tembarom. "It is all right. I wish I was fixed like you are, Pearson." When the Countess of Mallow called, Rose had just dressed Miss Alicia for the afternoon in one of the most perfect of the evolutions of Mrs. Mellish's idea. It was a definite creation, as even Lady Mallow detected the moment her eyes fell upon it. Its hue was dull, soft gray, and how it managed to concede points and elude suggestions of modes interred, and yet remain what it did remain, and accord perfectly with the side ringlets and lace cap of Mechlin, only dressmaking genius could have explained. The mere wearing of it gave Miss Alicia a support and courage which she could scarcely believe to be her own. When the cards of Lady Mallow and Lady Joan Fair were brought up to her, she was absolutely not really frightened, a little nervous for a moment perhaps, but frightened? No. A few weeks of relief and ease, of cheery consideration, of perfectly good treatment and good food and good clothes had begun a rebuilding of the actual cells of her. Lady Mallow entered alone. She was a handsome person, and astonishingly young when considered as the mother of a daughter of 27. She wore a white veil, and looked pink through it. She swept into the room and shook hands with Miss Alicia with delicate warmth. "We do not really know each other at all," she said. "It is disgraceful how little relatives see of one another." The disgrace, if measured by the extent of the relationship, was not immense. Perhaps this thought flickered across Miss Alicia's mind among a number of other things. She had heard "dear papa" on Lady Mallow, and howsoever lacking in graces, the Vicar of Rowcroft had not lacked in acrid shrewdness. Miss Alicia's sensitively self-accusing soul shrank before a hasty realization of the fact that if he had been present when the cards were brought up, he would, on glancing over them through his spectacles, have jerked out immediately, "What does the woman want? She's come to get something." Miss Alicia wished she had not been so immediately beset by this mental vision. Lady Mallow had come for something. She had come to be amiable to Miss Temple Barham and to establish relations with her. "Joan should have been here to meet me," she explained. "Her dressmaker is keeping her, of course. She will be so annoyed. She wanted very much to come with me." It was further revealed that she might arrive at any moment, which gave Miss Alicia an opportunity to express with pretty grace the hope that she would, and her trust that she was quite well. "She is always well," Lady Mallow returned, "and she is of course as interested as we all are of this romantic thing. It is perfectly delicious, like a 3-volume novel." "It is romantic," said Miss Alicia, wondering how much her visitor knew or thought she knew, and what circumstances would present themselves to her as delicious. "Of course, one has heard only the usual talk one always hears when everybody is chattering about a thing," Lady Mallow replied with a propitiating smile. "No one really knows what is true and what isn't. But it is nice to notice that all the gossip speaks so well of him. No one seems to pretend that he is anything but extremely nice himself, notwithstanding his disadvantages." She kept a fine hazel eye surrounded by a line which artistically represented itself as black lashes, steadily resting on Miss Alicia as she said the last words. "He is," said Miss Alicia with gentle firmness, "nicer than I had ever imagined any young man could be. Far nicer." Lady Mallow's glance round the luxurious private sitting-room and over the perfect idea of Mrs. Mellish was so swift as to be almost imperceptible. "How delightful," she said. "He must be unusually agreeable, or you would not have consented to stay and take care of him." "I cannot tell you how happy I am to have been asked to stay with him, Lady Mallow," Miss Alicia replied, the gentle firmness becoming a soft dignity. "Which, of course, shows all the more how attractive he must be, and, in view of the past lack of advantages, what a help you can be to him. It is quite wonderful for him to have a relative at hand who is an Englishwoman and familiar with things he will feel he must learn." A perhaps singular truth is that but for the unmistakable nature of the surroundings she quickly took in the significance of, and but for the perfection of the carrying out of Mrs. Mellish's delightful idea, it is more than probable that her ladyship's manner of approaching Miss Alicia and certain subjects on which she desired enlightenment would have been much more direct and much less propitiatory. Extraordinary as it was, the creature, she thought of Tembarom as the creature, had plainly been so pleased with the chance of being properly coached that he had put everything, so to speak, in the little woman's hands. She had got a hold upon him. It was quite likely that to regard her as a definite factor would only be the part of the merest discretion. She was evidently quite in love with him, in her early Victorian spinster way. One had to be prudent with women like that, who had got a hold of a male creature for the first time in their lives, and were almost unaware of their own power. Their very unconsciousness made them a dangerous influence. With a masterly review of these facts in her mind, Lady Mallow went on with her fluent and pleasant talk, through the medium of which she managed to convey a large number of things Miss Alicia was far from being clever enough to realize she was talking about. She lightly waved wings of suggestion across the scene, and dropped infinitesimal seeds in passing. She left faint echoes behind her, the kind of echoes one would find oneself listening to and trying to hear as definitely formed sounds. She had been balancing herself on a precarious platform of rank and title, unsupported by any sordid foundation of a solid nature. Through a lifetime spent in London, she had learned to catch fiercely at straws of chance, and bitterly to regret the floating past of the slightest which had made of her a finished product of her kind. She talked lightly, and was sometimes almost witty. To her hearers she seemed to know every brilliant personage, and to be familiar with every dazzling thing. She knew well what social habits and customs meant, and what their value or lack of value was. There were customs, she implied skilfully, so established by time that it was impossible to ignore them. Relationships, for instance, stood for so much that was fine in England that one was sometimes quite touched by the far-reachingness of family loyalty. The head of the house of a great estate represented a certain power in the matter of upholding the dignity of his possessions, of caring for his tenantry, of standing for proper hospitality and friendly family feeling. It was quite beautiful, as one often saw it. Throughout the talk there were several references to Joan, who really must come in shortly, which were very interesting to Miss Alicia. Lady Joan, Miss Alicia had heard casually, was a great beauty. Her perfection and her extreme cleverness had made her perhaps a trifle difficile. She had not done, Lady Mallow put it with a lightness of phrasing which was delicacy itself, what she might have done, with every exalted advantage, so many times. She had a profound nature. Here Lady Mallow waved away, as it were, a ghost of a sigh. Since Miss Temple Barholm was a relative, she had no doubt heard of the unfortunate, the very sad incident which her mother sometimes feared prejudiced the girl even yet. "You mean poor Jem?" broke forth involuntarily from Miss Alicia's lips. Lady Mallow stared a little. "Do you call him that?" she asked. "Did you know him, then?" "I loved him," answered Miss Alicia, winking her eye to keep back the moisture in them, "though it was only when he was a little boy." "Oh," said Lady Mallow with a sudden singular softness, "I must tell Joan that." Lady Joan had not appeared even after they had had tea, and her mother went away. But somehow Miss Alicia had reached a vaguely yearning feeling for her, and wished very much the dressmaker had released her. She was quite stirred when it revealed itself almost at the last moment that in a few weeks both she and Lady Mallow were to pay a visit at no great distance from Temple Barholm itself, and that her ladyship would certainly arrange to drive over to continue their delightful acquaintance, and to see the beautiful old place again. "In any case, one must, even if he lived in lonely estate, pay one's respects to the head of the house. The truth is, of course, one is extremely anxious to meet him, and it is charming to know that one is not merely invading the party of a bachelor," Lady Mallow put it. "She will come for you," little Anne had soberly remarked. Tembarom remembered the look in her quiet, unresentful blue eyes when he came in to dinner, and Miss Alicia related to him the events of the afternoon. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. The spring, when they traveled back to the north, was so perceptibly nearer that the fugitive soft days strayed in advance at intervals that were briefer. They chose one for their journey, and its clear sunshine and hints at fate greenness were so exhilarating to Miss Alicia that she was a companion to make any journey and affair to rank with holidays and adventures. The strange luxury of traveling in a reserved first-class carriage, of being made timid by no sense of unfitness of dress or luggage, would have filled her with grateful rapture. But Rose, journeying with Pearson a few coaches behind, appeared at the carriage window at every important station to say, "Is there anything I may do for you, ma'am?" And there really never was anything she could do, because Mr. Temple Barholm remembered everything which could make her comfort perfect. In the moods of one who searches the prospect for suggestions as to pleasure he can give to himself by delighting a dear child, he had found and bought for her a most elegant little dressing bag, with the neatest of plain gold fittings beautifully initialed. It reposed upon the cushioned seat near her. It made her heart beat every time she caught sight of it anew. How wonderful it would be if poor dear, darling mamma could look down and see everything, and really know what happiness had been vouchsafed to her unworthy child. Having a vivid recollection of the journey made with Mr. Palford, Tembarom felt that his whole world had changed for him. The landscape had altered its aspect. Miss Alicia pointed out bits of freshening grass, was sure of the breaking of brown leaf buds, and more than once breathlessly suspected a primrose in a sheltered hedge corner. Country-bred woman, with country-bred keenness of eye and a country-bred sense of the season's change. She saw so much that he had never known, that she began to make him see also. Bare trees would be thick-leaved nestling places, hedges would be white with hawthorn, and hold blue eggs and chirps and songs. Skylarks would spring out of the fields and soar into the sky, dropping crystal chains of joyous trills. The cottage gardens would be full of flowers. There would be poppies gleaming scarlet in the corn, and in buttercup time all the green grass would be a sheet of shining gold. When it all happens, I shall be like an East Sider, taken for a day in the country. I shall be asking questions at every step, Tembarom said. Temple Bar Home must be pretty fine, then. It is so lovely, said Miss Alicia, turning to him almost solemnly, that sometimes it makes one really lose one's breath. He looked out of the window with sudden wistfulness. I wish Anne, he began, and then, seeing the repressed question in her eyes, made up his mind. He told her about little Anne. He did not use very many words, but she knew a great deal when he had finished, and her spinster soul was thrilled. Neither she nor poor Emily had ever had an admirer, and it was not considered refined for unsought females to discuss such subjects. Domestic delirium over the joy of an engagement in families in which daughters were a drug she had seen. It was indeed inevitable that there should be more rejoicing over one Miss Timpson who had strayed from the fold into the haven of marriage than over the 99 Mrs. Timpson who remained behind. But she had never known intimately anyone who was in love, really in love. Mr. Temple Bar Home must be. When he spoke of little Anne, he flushed shyly, and his eyes looked so touching and nice. His voice sounded different, and though of course his odd New York expressions were always rather puzzling, she felt as though she saw things she had no previous knowledge of, things which thrilled her. She must be a very, very nice girl, she ventured at length. I'm afraid I have never been into old Mrs. Hutchinson's cottage. She is quite comfortably off in her way, and does not need parish care. I wish I had seen Miss Hutchinson. I wish she had seen you, was Tembarom's answer. Miss Alicia reflected. She must be very clever to have such sensible views, she remarked. If he had remained in New York, and there had been no question of his inheriting Temple Bar Home, the marriage would have been most suitable. But however superior she might be, a vision of old Mrs. Hutchinson's granddaughter as the wife of Mr. Temple Bar Home, and of noisy old Mr. Hutchinson as his father-in-law, was a staggering thing. You think they were sensible? Asked Tembarom. Well, she never did anything that wasn't, so I guess they were, and what she says goes. I wanted you to know, anyhow. I wouldn't like you not to know. I'm too fond of you, Miss Alicia. And he put his hand round her neat glove and squeezed it. The tears, of course, came into her tender eyes. Emotion of any sort always expressed itself in her in this early Victorian manner. This Lady Joan girl, he said suddenly not long afterward, isn't she the kind that I'm to get used to, the kind in the pictorial magazine Anne talked about? I bought one at the newsstand at the depot before we started. I wanted to get on to the pictures and see what they did to me. He found the paper among his belongings and regarded it with the expression of a serious explorer. It opened at a page of illustrations of slim goddesses in court dresses. By actual measurement, if regarded according to scale, each was about 10 feet high, but their long lines combining themselves with court trains, waving plumes and falling veils produced an awe-inspiring effect. Tembarom gazed at them in absorbed silence. Is she something like any of these? He inquired finally. Miss Alicia looked through her glasses. Far more beautiful, I believe, she answered. These are only fashion plates, and I have heard that she is a most striking girl. A beaut from Buttesville, he said. So that's what I'm up against. I wonder how much use that girl would have for me. He gave a good deal of attention to the paper before he laid it aside. As she watched him, Miss Alicia became gradually aware of the existence of a certain hint of determined squareness in his boyish jaw. It was perhaps not much more than a hint, but it really was there, though she had not noticed it before. In fact, it usually hid itself behind his slangly youthfulness and his readiness for any good cheer. One may well admit that it sustained him during his novitiate, and aided him to pass through it without ignominy or disaster. He was strengthened also by a private resolve to bear himself in such a manner as would at least do decent credit to little Anne and her superior knowledge. With the curious eyes of servants, villagers, and secretly outraged neighborhood upon him, he was shrewd enough to know that he might easily become a perennial fount of grotesque anecdote, to be used as a legitimate source of entertainment in cottages over the consumption of beans and bacon, as well as great houses when the dinner-table talk threatened to become dull if not enlivened by some spice. He would not have thought of this or been disturbed by it but for little Anne. She knew, and he was not going to let her be met on her return from America with what he called a lot of funny dope about him. No girl would like it, he said to himself, and the way she said she cared too much. Just put it up to me to see that the fellow she cares for doesn't let himself get laughed at. Though he still continued to be jocular on subjects which to his valet seemed almost sacred, Pearson was relieved to find that his employer gradually gave himself into his hands in a manner quite amiable, in that touching way in which 9 out of 10 nice, domesticated American males obey the behests of the women they are fond of. He had followed Anne's directions to the letter. Guided by the adept Pearson, he had gone to the best places in London and purchased the correct things, returning to Temple Bar home with a wardrobe to which any gentleman might turn at any moment without a question. "He's got good shoulders, though he does slouch a bit," Pearson said to Rose, "and a gentleman's shoulders are more than half the battle." What Tembarom himself felt cheered by was the certainty that if Anne saw him walking about the park or the village, or driving out with Miss Alicia in the big landau, or taking her in to dinner every evening, or even going to church with her, she would not have occasion to flush at the sight of him. The going to church was one of the duties of his position, he found out. Miss Alicia put him on to that. It seemed that he had to present himself to the villagers as an example. If the Temple Bar home pews were empty, the villagers, not being incited to devotional exercise by his exalted presence, would feel at liberty to remain at home, and in the irreligious undress of shirt-sleeves sit and smoke their pipes, or, worse still, gather at the Hare and Hounds and drink beer. Also, it would not be at all proper not to go to church. Pearson produced a special cut of costume for this ceremony, and Tembarom walked with Miss Alicia across the park to the square-towered Norman church. In a position of dignity, the Temple Bar home pews overlooked the congregation. There was the great square pew for the family, with 2 others for servants. Footmen and housemaids gazed reverentially at prayer books. Pearson, making every preparation respectfully to declare himself a miserable sinner when the proper moment arrived, could scarcely restrain a rapid side-glance as the correctly cut and fitted and entirely suitable work of his hands opened the pew door for Miss Alicia, followed her in, and took his place. Let not the fact that he had never been to church before be counted against him. There was nothing very extraordinary in the fact. He had felt no antipathy to church-going, but he had not by chance fallen under proselyting influence, and it had certainly never occurred to him that he had any place among the well-dressed, comfortable-looking people he had seen flocking into places of worship in New York. As far as religious observances were concerned, he was an unadulterated heathen, and was all the more to be congratulated on being a heathen of genial tendencies. The very large pew, under the stone floor of which his ancestors had slept undisturbedly for centuries, interested him greatly. A recumbent marble crusader in armor, with feet crossed in the customary manner, fitted into a sort of niche on one side of the wall. There were carved tablets and many inscriptions in Latin wheresoever one glanced. The place was like a room. A heavy, round table, on which lay prayer books, Bibles, and hymn books, occupied the middle. About it were arranged beautiful old chairs with hassocks to kneel on. Toward a specially imposing chair with arms, Miss Alicia directed him with a glance. It was apparently his place. He was going to sit down when he saw Miss Alicia gently push forward a hassock with her foot and kneel on it, covering her face with her hands as she bent her head. He hastily drew forth his hassock and followed her example. That was it, was it? It wasn't only a matter of listening to a sermon. You had to do things. He had better watch out and see that he didn't miss anything. She didn't know it was his first time, and it might worry her to the limit if he didn't put it over all right. One of the things he had noticed in her was her fear of attracting attention by failing to do exactly the proper thing. If he made a fool of himself by kneeling down when he ought to stand up or lying down when he ought to sit, she'd get hot all over, thinking what the villagers or the other people would say. Well, Anne hadn't wanted him to look different from the other fellows or to make breaks. He'd look out from start to finish. He directed a watchful eye of Miss Alicia through his fingers. She remained kneeling a few moments, and then very quietly got up. He rose with her, and took his big chair when she sat down. He breathed more freely when they had got that far. That was the first round. It was not a large church, but a gray and solemn impression of dignity brooded over it. It was dim with light, which fell through stained-glass memorial windows set deep in the thick stone walls. The silence which reigned throughout its spaces seemed to Tembarom of a new kind, different from the silence of the big house. The occasional subdued rustle of turned prayer-book leaves seemed to accentuate it. The most careful movement could not conceal itself. A slight cough was a startling thing. The way, Tembarom thought, they could get things dead still in English places. The chimes which had been ringing the last summons to the tardy slackened their final warning notes, became still slower, stopped. There was a slight stir in the benches occupied by the infant school. It suggested that something new was going to happen. From some unseen place came the sound of singing voices, boyish voices and the voices of men. Tembarom involuntarily turned his head. Out of the unseen place came a procession in white robes. Great Scott! Everyone was standing up. He must stand up, too. The boys and men in white garments filed into their seats. An elderly man, also in white robes, separated himself from them, and, going into his special place, kneeled down. Then he rose and began to read. "When the wicked man turneth away from his wickedness." Tembarom took the open book which Miss Alicia had very delicately pushed toward him. He read the first words. That was plain sailing. Then he seemed to lose his place. Miss Alicia turned a leaf. He turned one also. "Dearly beloved brethren." There you were. This was once more plain sailing. He could follow it. What was the matter with Miss Alicia? She was kneeling again. Everybody was kneeling. Where was the hassock? He went down upon his knees, hoping Miss Alicia had not seen that he wasn't going to kneel at all. Then, when the minister said Amen, the congregation said it too, and he came in too late, so that his voice sounded out alone. He must watch that. Then the minister knelt, and all the people prayed aloud with him. With the book before him, he managed to get in after the first few words, but he was not ready with the responses, and in the middle of them everybody stood up again, and then the organ played, and everyone sang. He couldn't sing, anyhow, and he knew he couldn't catch on to the kind of thing that they were doing. He hoped Miss Alicia wouldn't mind his standing up and holding his book and doing nothing. He could not help seeing that eyes continually turned toward him. They'd notice every darn break he made, and Miss Alicia would know they did. He felt quite hot more than once. He watched Miss Alicia like a hawk. He sat down and listened to reading. He stood up and listened to singing. He kneeled. He tried to chime in with amens, and to keep up with Miss Alicia's bending of head and knee. But the creed, with its sudden turn toward the altar, caught him unawares. He lost himself wholly in the psalms. The collects left him in deep water, hopeless of ever finding his place again, and the litany baffled him. When he was beginning to feel safe by changing from miserable sinners to spare us, good Lord, and we beseech thee to hear us, if he could just have found the place, he would have been all right. But an honest anxiety to be right excited him, and the fear of embarrassing Miss Alicia by going wrong made the morning a strenuous thing. He was so relieved to find he might sit still when the sermon began that he gave the minister an attention which might have marked him to the chance beholder as a religious enthusiast. By the time the service had come to an end, the stately peace of the place had seemed to sink into his being and become part of himself. The voice of the minister bestowing his blessing, the voices of the white-clothed choir floating up into the vaulted roof, stirred him to a remote pleasure. He liked it, or he knew he would like it when he knew what to do. The filing out of the choristers, the silent final prayer, the soft rustle of people rising gently from their knees, somehow actually moved him by its suggestion of something before unknown. He was a heathen still, but a heathen vaguely stirred. He was very quiet as he walked home across the park with Miss Alicia. "How did you enjoy the sermon?" she asked with much sweetness. "I'm not used to sermons, but it seemed all right to me," he answered. "What I've got to get on to is knowing when to stand up and when to sit down. I wasn't much of a winner at it this morning. I guess you noticed that." But his outward bearing had been much more composed than his inward anxiety had allowed him to believe. His hesitations had not produced the noticeable effect he had feared. "Do you mean you're not quite familiar with the service?" she said. Poor dear boy. He had perhaps not been able to go to church regularly at all. "I'm not familiar with any service," he answered without prejudice. "I never went to church before." She slightly started, and then smiled. "Oh, you mean you have never been to the Church of England?" she said. Then he saw that, if he told her the exact truth, she would be frightened and shocked. She would not know what to say or what to think. To her unsophisticated mind, only murderers and thieves and criminals never went to church. She just didn't know. Why should she? So he smiled also. "No, I've never been to the Church of England," he said. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. The country was discreetly conservative in its social attitude. The gulf between it and the new owner of Tembarom was too wide and deep to be crossed without effort combined with immense mental agility. It was, on the whole, much easier not to begin a thing at all than to begin it and find one must hastily search about for not too noticeable methods of ending it. A few unimportant tentative calls were made, and several ladies, who had remained unaware of Miss Alicia during her first benefactor's time, drove over to see what she was like and perhaps by chance hear something of interest. One or two of them, who saw Tembarom, went away puzzled and amazed. He did not drop his H's, which they had of course expected, and he was well dressed and not bad looking, but it was frequently impossible to understand what he was talking about. He used such odd phrases. He seemed good-natured enough, and his way with little old Miss Tembarom was really quite nice, queer as it was. It was queer because he was attentive to her in a manner in which young men were not usually attentive to totally insignificant elderly dependents. Tembarom derived an extremely diluted pleasure from the visits. The few persons he saw reminded him in varying degrees of Mr. Palford. They had not before seen anything like his species, and they did not know what to do with him. He also did not know what to do with them. A certain inelasticity frustrated him at the outset. When, in obedience to Miss Alicia's instructions, he had returned the visits, he felt he had not gone far. Serious application enabled him to find a way through the church service, and he accompanied Miss Alicia to church with great regularity. He began to take down the books from the library shelves and look them over gravely. The days gradually ceased to appear so long, but he had a great deal of time on his hands, and he tried to find ways of filling it. He wondered if Anne would be pleased if he learned things out of books. When he tentatively approached the subject of literature with Miss Alicia, she glowed at the delightful prospect of his reading aloud to her in the evenings. "Reading and proving things like history and the poets. Let's take a hack at it some night," he said pleasantly. The more a fellow knew, the better it was for him, he supposed. But he wondered, if anything happened and he went back to New York, how much improving things and poetry would help a man in doing business. The first evening they began with Gray's Elegy, and Miss Alicia felt that it did not exhilarate him. She was also obliged to admit that he did not read it very well, but she felt sure he would improve. Personally, she was touchingly happy. The sweetly domestic picture of the situation, she sitting by the fire with her knitting and he reading aloud, moved and delighted her. The next evening she suggested Tennyson's Maud. He was not as much stirred by it as she had hoped. He took a somewhat humorous view of it. "He had it pretty bad, hadn't he?" said of the desperate lover. "Oh, if only you could have heard Sims Reeves sing 'Come into the Garden, Maud,'" she sighed. "A kind of friend once took me to hear him, and I have never forgotten it." But Mr. Temple Barholm notably did not belong to the atmosphere of impassioned tenors. On still another evening they tried Shakespeare. Miss Alicia felt that a foundation of Shakespeare would be improving indeed. They began with Hamlet. He found play reading difficult and Shakespearean language baffling, but he made his way with determination until he reached a point where he suddenly grew quite red and stopped. "Say, have you read this?" he inquired after his hesitation. "The plays of Shakespeare are part of every young lady's education," she answered, "but I am afraid I am not at all a Shakespearean scholar." "A young lady's education?" he repeated. "Gee whiz," he added softly after a pause. He glanced over a page so hastily, and then laid the book down. "Say," he suggested with an evasive air, "let's go over that Maud one again. It's easier to read aloud." The crude awkwardness of his manner suddenly made Miss Alicia herself flush and drop a stitch in her knitting. How dreadful of her not to have thought of that! The Elizabethan age was, I fear, a rather coarse one in some respects. Even history acknowledges that Queen Elizabeth herself used profane language. She faltered and coughed a little apologetic cough as she picked up her stitch again. "I bet Anne's never seen inside Shakespeare," said Tembarom. Before reading aloud in the future, he gave some previous personal attention to the poem or subject decided upon. It may be at once frankly admitted that when he read aloud, it was more for Miss Alicia's delectation than for his own. He saw how much she enjoyed the situation. His effect of frankness and constant boyish talk was so inseparable from her idea of him that she found it a puzzling thing to realize that she gradually began to feel aware of a certain remote reserve in him, or what might perhaps be better described as a habit of silence upon certain subjects. She felt it marked in the case of Strangeways. She surmised that he saw Strangeways often and spent a good deal of time with him, but he spoke of him rarely, and she never knew exactly what hours were given to him. Sometimes she imagined he found him a greater responsibility than he had expected. Several times when she believed that he had spent part of a morning or afternoon in his room, he was more silent than usual and looked puzzled and thoughtful. She observed, as Mr. Palford had, that the picture gallery with its portraits of his ancestors had an attraction. A certain rainy day he asked her to go with him and look them over. It was inevitable that she should soon wander to the portrait of Miles Hugo and remain standing before it. Tembarom followed, and stood by her side in silence until her sadness broke its bounds with a pathetic sigh. "Was he very like him?" he asked. She made an unconscious, startled movement. For the moment she had forgotten his presence, and she had not really expected him to remember. "I mean Jem," he answered her surprised look. "How was he like him? Was there—" He hesitated and looked really interested. "Was he like him in any particular thing?" "Yes," she said, turning to the portrait of Miles Hugo again. "They both had those handsome, drooping eyes, with the lashes coming together at the corners. There is something very fascinating about them, isn't there? I used to notice it much in dear little Jem. You see how marked they are in Miles Hugo?" "Yes," Tembarom answered. "A fellow who looked that way at a girl when he made love to her would get a stranglehold. She wouldn't forget him soon." "It strikes you in that way, too," said Miss Alicia shyly. "I used to wonder if it was not quite nice of me to think of it, but it did seem that if anyone did look at one like that—" Maidenly shyness overcame her. "Poor Lady Joan," she sighed. "There's a sort of cleft in his chin, though it's a good square chin," he suggested. "And that smile of his. Were Jem's?" "Yes, they were. The likeness is quite odd sometimes. Quite." "Those are the things that wouldn't be likely to change much when he grew up," Tembarom said, drawing a little closer to the picture. "Poor Jem. He was up against it hard and plenty. He had it hardest. This chap only died." There was no mistaking his sympathy. He asked so many questions that they sat down and talked instead of going through the gallery. He was interested in the detail of all that occurred after the ghastly moment when Jem had risen from the card table and stood looking round, like some baited dying animal, at the circle of cruel faces drawing in about him. How soon had he left London? Where had he gone first? How had he been killed? He had been buried with others beneath a fall of earth and stones. Having heard this much, Tembarom saw he could not ask more questions. Miss Alicia became pale, and her hands trembled. She could not bear to discuss details so harrowing. "Say, I oughtn't let you to talk about that," he broke out, and he patted her hand and made her get up and finish their walk about the gallery. He held her elbow in his own odd, nice way as he guided her, and the things he said, the things he pretended to think or not to understand, were so amusing that in a short time he made her laugh. She knew him well enough by this time to be aware that he was intentionally obliging her to forget what it only did her harm to remember. That was his practical way of looking at it. "Getting a grouch on or being sorry for what you can't help cuts no ice," he sometimes said. "When it does, me for getting up at daybreak and keeping at it. But it doesn't, you bet your life on that." She could see that he had really wanted to hear about Jem, but he knew that it was bad for her to recall things, and he would not allow her to dwell on them, just as she knew he would not allow himself to dwell on little Miss Hutchinson, remotely placed among the joys of his beloved New York. 2 other incidents besides the visit to Miles Hugo afterward marked that day when Miss Alicia looked back on it. The first was his unfolding to her his plans for the house party, which was characteristic of his habit of thinking things over and deciding them before he talked about them. "If I'm going to try the thing out, as Anne says I must," he began when they had gone back to the library after lunch, "I've got to get going. I'm not seeing any of those pictorial girls, and I guess I've got to see some." "You will be invited to dine at places," said Miss Alicia. "Presently," she added bravely, in fact, with an air of greater conviction than she felt. "If it's not the law that they've got to invite me or go to jail," said Tembarom, "I don't blame 'em for not doing it if they're not stuck on me. And they're not, and it's natural. But I've got to get in my fine work, or my year'll be over before I've found out for myself, as Anne called it. There's where I'm at, Miss Alicia. I've been thinking of Lady Joan and her mother. You said you thought they'd come and stay here if they were properly asked." "I think they would," answered Miss Alicia in her usual delicacy. "I thought I gathered from Lady Marlowe that, as she was to be in the neighborhood, she would like to see you in Temple Barham, which she greatly admires. If you'll tell me what to do, I'll get her here to stay a while," he said, "and Lady Joan with her. You'd have to show me how to write to ask them, but perhaps you'd write yourself?" "They will be at Shaw Holt next week," said Miss Alicia, "and we could go and call on them together. We might write to them in London before they leave." "We'll do it," answered Tembarom. His manner was that of a practical young man attacking matter-of-fact detail. "From what I hear, Lady Joan would satisfy even Anne. They say she's the best looker on the slate. If I see her every day, I shall have seen the blue ribbon winner. Then if she's here, perhaps another of her sort will come too, and they'll have to see me whether they like it or not. And I shall see them. Good Lord," he added seriously, "I'd let 'em swarm all over me and bite me all summer if it would fix Anne." He stood up with his hands thrust deep in his pockets and looked down at the floor. "I wish she knew T.T. like T.T. knows himself," he said. It was quite wistful. It was so wistful and so boyish that Miss Alicia was thrilled as he often thrilled her. "She ought to be a very happy girl," she exclaimed. "She's going to be," he answered, "sure as you're alive. But whatever she does is right, and this is as right as everything else. So it just goes." They wrote their letters at once and sent them off by the afternoon post. The letter Miss Alicia composed, and which Tembarom copied, he read and reread, with visions of Jim Bowles and Julius looking over his shoulder. If they picked it up on Broadway, with his name signed to it, and read it, they'd throw a fit over it, laughing, but he supposed she knew what you ought to write. It had not, indeed, the masculine touch when Lady Mallow read it. She laughed several times. She knew quite well that he had not known what to say, and, allowing Miss Alicia to instruct him, had followed her instructions to the letter. But she did not show the letter to Joan, who was difficult enough to manage without being given such material to comment upon. The letters had just been sent to the post when a visitor was announced, Captain Palliser. Tembarom remembered the name, and recalled also certain points connected with him. He was the one who was a promoter of schemes, one of the smooth, clever ones that get up companies. little Anne had said. In a well-bred and not too pronounced way he looked smooth, and clever might be admitted. His effect was that of height, finished slenderness of build, and extremely well-cut garments. He was no longer young, and he had smooth, thin hair and a languidly observant gray eye. "I have been staying at Duckworth Grange," he explained, when he had shaken hands with the new Temple Bar Home and Miss Alicia. "It gave me an excellent opportunity to come and pay my respects." There was a hint of uncertainty in the observant gray eye, the fact that he realized in the space of 5 minutes that he knew his ground even less than he had supposed he did. He had not spent his week at Duckworth Grange without making many quiet investigations, but he had found out nothing whatever. The new man was an ignoramus, but no one had yet seemed to think him exactly a fool. He was not excited by the new grandeurs of his position, and he was not ashamed of himself. Captain Palliser wondered if he was perhaps sharp, one of those New Yorkers shrewd even to light-fingeredness and clever scheming. Stories of a newly created method of business dealing, involving an air of candor and almost primitive good nature, an American method, had attracted Captain Palliser's attention for some time. A certain Yankee rawness of manner played a part as a factor, a crudity which would throw a man off guard if he did not recognize it. The person who employed the method was of philosophical non-combativeness. The New York phrase was that he jollied a man along. Immense schemes have been carried through in that way. Men in London and England were not sufficiently light of touch in their jocularity. He wondered if perhaps this young fellow, with his ready laugh and rather loose-jointed, casual way of carrying himself, was of the dangerous new school. What, however, could he scheme for, being the owner of Temple Bar Home money? It may be mentioned at once that Captain Palliser's past had been such as had fixed him in the belief that everyone was scheming for something. People with money wanted more, or were privately arranging schemes to prevent other schemers from getting any shade the better of them. Debutantes with shy eyes and slim figures had their little plans to engineer delicately. Sometimes they were larger plans than the uninitiated would have suspected, as existing in the brains of creatures in their teens. Sometimes there were more fantastic little ideas connected with dashing young men or innocent dances, which must be secured, or lovely young rivals who must be evaded. Young men also had deft things to do, people to see or not to see, reasons for themselves being seen or avoiding observation. As years increased, reasons for schemes became more numerous and amazingly more varied. Women with daughters, with sons, with husbands found in each relationship a necessity for active, if quiet, maneuvering. Women like Lady Marlowe, good heaven! By what schemes did not that woman live and have her being, and her daughters, from day to day? Without money, without a friend who was an atom more to be relied on than she would have been herself if an acquaintance had needed her aid, her outwardly well-to-do and fashionable existence was a hand-to-hand fight. No wonder she had turned a still rather brilliant eye upon Sir Moses Monaldini, the great Israelite financier. All of these types passed rapidly before his mental vision as he talked to the American Temple Bar Home. What could he want, by chance? He must want something, and it would be discreet to find out what it chanced to be. If it was social success, he would be better off in London, where in these days you could get a good run for your money and could swing yourself up from one rung of the ladder to another if you paid someone to show you how. He himself could show him how. A youngster who had lived the beastly hard life he had lived would be likely to find exhilaration in many things not difficult to purchase. It was an odd thing, by the way, the fancy he had taken to the little early Victorian spinster. It was not quite natural. It perhaps denoted tendencies or lack of tendencies. It would also be well to consider. Palliser was a sufficiently finished product himself to be struck greatly by the artistic perfection of Miss Alicia, and to wonder how much the new man understood it. He did not talk to him about schemes. He talked to him of New York, which he had never seen and hoped sometime shortly to visit. The information he gained was not of the kind he most desired, but it edified him. Tembarom's knowledge of high finance was a street lad's knowledge of it, and he himself knew its limitations and probable unreliability. Such of his facts as rested upon the foundation of experience did not include multimillionaires and their resources. Captain Palliser passed lightly to Temple Bar Home and its neighborhood. He knew places and names, and had been to Detchworth more than once. He had never visited Temple Bar Home, and his interest suggested he would like to walk through the gardens. Tembarom took him out, and they strolled about for some time. Even an alert observer would not have suspected the fact that as they strolled, Tembarom slouching a trifle with his hands in his pockets, Captain Palliser bearing himself with languid distinction. Each man was summing up the other and considering seriously how far and in what manner he could be counted on as an asset. "You haven't been to Detchworth yet?" Palliser inquired. "No, not yet," answered Tembarom. The Granthams were of those who had not yet called. "It's an agreeable house. The Granthams are agreeable people." "Are there any young people in the family?" Tembarom asked. "Young people? Male or female?" Palliser smilingly put it. Suddenly it occurred to him that this might give him a sort of lead. "Girls," said Tembarom crudely. "Just plain girls." Palliser laughed. Here it was, perhaps. "They are not exactly plain girls, though they are not beauties. There are 4 Mrs. Grantham. Lucy is the prettiest. Amabel is quite tremendous at tennis." "Are they ladies?" inquired Tembarom. Captain Palliser turned and involuntarily stared at him. What was the fellow getting at? "I'm afraid I don't quite understand," he said. The new Temple Bar Home looked quite serious. He did not, amazing to relate, look like a fool even when he gave forth his extraordinary question. It was his almost business-like seriousness which saved him. "I mean, do you call them Lady Lucy and Lady Amabel?" he answered. If he had been younger, less hardened, or less finished, Captain Palliser would have laughed outright, but he had answered without self-revelation. "Oh, I see. You are asking whether the family is a titled one." "No, it is a good old name, quite old, in fact, but no title goes with the estate." "Who are the titled people about here?" Tembarom asked, quite unabashed. "The Earl of Pevensey, at Pevensey Park, the Duke of Stone at Stonehover, Lord Hamborough at Doune. Doune is the next county, just over the border." "Have they all got daughters?" Captain Palliser found it expedient to clear his throat before speaking. "Lord Pevensey has daughters. So has the Duke. Lord Hamborough has 3 sons." "How many daughters are there, in a bunch?" Mr. Temple Bar Home suggested liberally. There Captain Palliser felt it safe to allow himself to smile, as though taking it with a sense of humor. "In a bunch is an awfully good way of putting it. It happens to apply, perhaps rather unfortunately well. Both families are much poorer than they should be, and daughters must be provided for. Each has 4. In a bunch they are 8. Lady Alice, Lady Edith, Lady Ethel, and Lady Celia of Stonehover, Lady Beatrice, Lady Gwynedd, Lady Honora, and Lady Gwendolen at Pevensey Park, and not a fortune among them, poor girls." "It's not the money that matters so much," said the astounding foreigner. "It's the titles." Captain Palliser stopped short on the garden path for a moment. He could scarcely believe his ears. The crude grotesqueness of it so far had got the better of him, that if he had not coughed he would have betrayed himself. "I've had a confounded cold lately," he said. "Excuse me, I must get it over." He turned a little aside and coughed energetically. After watching him a few seconds, Tembarom slipped 2 fingers into his waistcoat pocket and produced a small tube of tablets. "Take 2 of these," he said as soon as the cough stopped. "I always carry it about with me. It's a New York thing called G Destroyer. G stands for grip." Palliser took it. "Thanks. With water?" "No, just dissolve in the mouth." "Thanks awfully." And he took 2, with tears still standing in his eyes. "Don't taste bad, do they?" Mr. Temple Bar Home remarked encouragingly. "Not at all. I think I shall be all right now. I just needed the relief. I have been trying to restrain it." "That's a mistake," said Tembarom. They strolled on a pace or 2, and he began again, as though he did not mean to let the subject drop. "It's the titles," he said, "and the kind. How many of them are good lookers?" Palliser reflected a moment, as though making mental choice. "Lady Alice and Lady Celia are rather plain," he said, "and both of them are invalidish. Lady Ethel is tall and has handsome eyes, but Lady Edith is really the beauty of the family. She rides and dances well, and has a charming color." "And the other ones?" Tembarom suggested as he paused. Lady Beatrice and Lady Gwynedd and Lady Honora and Lady Gwendolen." "You remember their names well," Palliser remarked with a half-laugh. "Oh, I shall remember them all right," Tembarom answered. "I earned 25 per in New York by getting names down fine. The Talchesters are really all rather taking. Talchester is Lord Pevensy's family name," Palliser explained. "They are girls who have pretty little noses and bright complexions and eyes. Lady Gwynedd and Lady Honora both have quite fascinating dimples." "Dimples?" exclaimed his companion. "Good business. You like dimples particularly?" Palliser inquired with an impartial air. "I'd always make a bee-line for a dimple," replied Mr. Temple Barham. "Clear the way when I start." It was New York phrasing, and he was plainly humorous. But there was something more than humor in his eye and smile, something hinting distantly at recollection. "You'll find them at Pevensey Park," said Palliser. "What about Lady Joan Fair?" was the next inquiry. Palliser's side glance at him was observant indeed. He asked himself how much the man could know. Taking the past into consideration, Lady Joan might turn out to be a subject requiring delicate handling. It was not the easiest thing in the world to talk at all freely to a person with whom one desired to keep on good terms, about a young woman supposed still to cherish a tragic passion for the dead man who ought to stand at the present moment in the person's, figuratively speaking, extremely ill-fitting shoes. "Lady Joan has been from her first season an undeniable beauty," he replied. "She and the old lady are going to stay at the place called Ashaw Holt. I think they're going next week," Tembarom said. "The old lady?" repeated Captain Palliser. "I mean her mother, the one that's the Countess of Mallow." "Have you met Lady Mallow?" Palliser inquired with not a wholly repressed smile. A vision of Lady Mallow overhearing their conversation arose before him. "No, I haven't. What's she like?" "She is not the early or mid-Victorian old lady," was Palliser's reply. "She wears Gainsborough hats and looks quite possible 38. She is a handsome person herself." He was not aware that the term old lady was, among Americans, of the class of Mrs. Bowes's boarders, a sort of generic term signifying almost anything maternal which had passed 30. Tembarom proceeded. "After they get through at the Ashaw Holt place, I've asked them to come here." "Indeed," said Palliser with an inward start. The man evidently did not know what other people did. After all, why should he? He had been selling something or other in the streets of New York when the thing happened, and he knew nothing of London. "The Countess called on Miss Alicia when we were in London," he heard next. "She said we were relations." "You are, as we are. The connection is rather distant, but is near enough to form a sort of link." "I've wanted to see Lady Joan," explained Tembarom. "From what I've heard, I should say that she was one of the ladies' pictorial kind." "I'm afraid," Palliser's voice was slightly unsteady for the moment, "I have not studied the type sufficiently to know. The Pictorial is so exclusively a women's periodical." His companion laughed. "Well, I've only looked through it once myself, just to find out. Some way I always think of Lady Joan as if she were one of those beauts from Beautsville, with trains as long as parlor cars and feathers in their heads, dressed to go see the Queen. I guess she's been presented at court," he added. "Yes, she has been presented." "Do they let 'em go more than once?" he asked with casual curiosity. "Confound this cough!" exclaimed Captain Palliser, and he broke forth again. "Take another G," said Tembarom, producing his tube. "Say, just take the bottle and keep it in your pocket." When the brief paroxysm was over and they moved on again, Palliser was looking an odd thing or so in the face. "I always think of Lady Joan," was one of them. Always seemed to go rather far. How often and why had he always thought? The fellow was incredible. Did his sharp, boyish face and his slouch conceal a colossal, vulgar young ambition? There was not much concealment about it, heaven knew, and as he so evidently was not aware of the facts, how could they affect him when he discovered them? And though Lady Mallow was a woman not in the least distressed or hampered by shades of delicacy and scruple, she certainly was astute enough to realize that even this bounder's dullness might be awakened to realize that there was more than a touch of obvious indecency in bringing the girl to the house of the man she had tragically loved, and maneuvering to work her into it as the wife of the man who, monstrously unfit as he was, had taken his place. Captain Palliser knew well that the pressing of the relationship had meant only one thing, and how, in the name of the Furies, had she dragged Lady Joan into the scheme with her. It was as unbelievable as was the new Temple Barholm himself, and how unconcerned the fellow looked. Perhaps the man he had supplanted was no more to him than a scarcely remembered name, if he was as much as that. Then Tembarom, pacing slowly by his side, hands in pockets, eyes on the walk, spoke. "Did you ever see Jem Temple Barholm?" he asked. It was like a thunderbolt. He said it as though he were merely carrying his previous remarks on to their natural conclusion. But Palliser felt himself so suddenly unadjusted, so to speak, that he palpably hesitated. "Did you?" his companion repeated. "I knew him well," was the answer made as soon as readjustment was possible. "Remember just how he looked?" "Perfectly. He was a striking fellow. Women always said he had fascinating eyes, sort of slant downward on the outside corners, and black eyelashes sort of sweeping together." Palliser turned with a movement of surprise. "How did you know? It was just that odd sort of thing." "Miss Alicia told me, and there's a picture in the gallery that's like him." Captain Palliser felt as embarrassed as Miss Alicia had felt, but it was for a different reason. She had felt awkward because she had feared she had touched on a delicate subject. Palliser was embarrassed because he was entirely thrown out of all his calculations. He felt for the moment that there was no calculating at all, no security in preparing paths. You never know where they would lead. Here he had been actually alarmed in secret, and the oaf stood before him undisturbedly, opening up the subject himself. For a fellow like that, to lose a girl as he lost Lady Joan was pretty tough, the oaf said. By gee, it was tough. He knew it all. The whole thing, scandal, tragically broken marriage, everything. And knowing it, he was laying his Yankee plans for getting the girl to Temple Barholm to look her over. It was of a grossness one sometimes heard of in men of his kind, and yet it seemed in its casualness to outleap any little scheme of the sort he had so far looked on at. Lady Joan felt it immensely, he said. A footman was to be seen moving toward them, evidently bearing a message. Tea was served in the drawing-room, and he had come to announce the fact. They went back to the house, and Miss Alicia filled cups for them and presided over the splendid tray with a persuasive suggestion in the manner of hot or cold things which made it easy to lead up to any subject. She was the best of unobtrusive hostesses. Palliser talked of his visit to Duckworth, which had been shortened because he had gone to fit in and remain until a large but uncertain party turned up. It had turned up earlier than had been anticipated, and of course he could only delicately slip away. "I'm sorry it has happened, however," he said, "not only because one does not wish to leave Duckworth, but because I shall miss Lady Mallow and Lady Joan, who are to be at a Shaw Holt next week. I particularly wanted to see them." Miss Alicia glanced at Tembarom to see what he would do. He spoke before he could catch her glance. "Say," he suggested, "why don't you bring your grip over here and stay?" "I wish you would." "A grip means a Gladstone bag," Miss Alicia murmured in a rapid undertone. Palliser replied with appreciative courtesy. Things were going extremely well. "That's awfully kind of you," he answered. "I should like it tremendously. Nothing better. You are giving me a delightful opportunity. Thank you, thank you. If I may turn up on Thursday, I shall be delighted." There was satisfaction in this, at least in the observant gray eye, when he went away. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Dinner at Dentworth Grange was most amusing that evening. One of the chief reasons, in fact, it would not be too venturesome to say the chief reason, for Captain Palliser's frequent presence in very good country houses, was that he had a way of making things amusing. His relation of anecdotes, of people and things, was distinguished by a manner which suddenly declined to range itself on the side of vulgar gossip. Quietly and with a fine casualness he conveyed the whole picture of the new order at Temple Barholm. He did it with wonderfully light touches, and yet the whole thing was to be seen. The little old maid in her exquisite clothes, her unmistakable stamp of timid good breeding, her protecting adoration combined with bewilderment, The long, lean, not altogether ill-looking New York bounder, with his slight slouch, his dangerously unsophisticated-looking face, and his American jocularity of slang phrase. "He's of a class I know nothing about. I own he puzzled me a trifle at first," Palliser said with his cool smile. "I'm not sure I've got on to him altogether yet. That's an expressive New York phrase of his own. But when we were strolling about together, he made revelations apparently without being in the least aware that they were revelations. He was unbelievable. My fear was that he would not go on." "But did he go on?" asked Amabel. "One must hear something of the revelations." Then was given in the possible form the little drama of the talk in the garden. No shade of Mr. Temple Barholm's characteristic was lost. Palliser gave occasionally an English attempt at the reproduction of his nasal twang, but it was only a touch and not sufficiently persisted in to become undignified. "I can't do it," he said. "None of us can really do it. When English actors try it on the stage, it is not in the least the real thing. They only drawl through their noses, and it is more than that." The people of Detchworth Grange were not noisy people, but their laughter was unrestrained before the recital was finished. Nobody had gone so far as either to fear or to hope for anything as undiluted in its nature as this was. "Then he won't give us a chance, the least chance," cried Lucy and Amabel almost in unison. "We are out of the running." "You won't even get a look in, because you're not ladies," said their brother. "Poor Jem Temple Barholm! What a different thing it would have been if we had had him for a neighbour," Mr. Grantham fretted. "We should have had Lady Joan Fair as well," said his wife. "At least she's a gentlewoman as well as a lady," Mr. Grantham said. "She would not become so bitter if that hideous thing had not occurred." They wondered if the new man knew anything about Jem. Palliser had not reached that part of his revelation when the laughter had broken into it. He told it forthwith, and the laughter was overcome by a sort of dismayed disgust. This did not accord with the rumours of an almost nice good nature. "There's a vulgar horridness about it," said Lucy. "What price, Lady Mallow?" said the son. "I'll bet a sovereign she began it." "She did," remarked Palliser. "But I think one may leave Mr. Temple Barholm safely to Lady Joan." Mr. Grantham laughed as one who knew something of Lady Joan. "There's an Americanism which I didn't learn from him," Palliser added, "and I remembered it when he was talking her over. It's this: when you dispose of a person finally and forever, you wipe up the earth with them. Lady Joan will wipe up the earth with your new neighbour." There was a little shout of laughter. "Wipe up the earth" was entirely new to everybody, though even the country in England was at this time by no means wholly ignorant of American slang. This led to so many other things, both mirth-provoking and serious, even sometimes very serious indeed, that the entire evening at Detchworth was filled with talk of Temple Barholm. Very naturally, the talk did not end by confining itself to one household. In due time, Captain Palliser's little sketches were known in divers places, and it became a habit to discuss what had happened, and what might possibly happen in the future. There were those who went to the length of calling on the new man because they wanted to see him face to face. People heard new things every few days, but no one realized that it was vaguely through Palliser that there developed a general idea that, crude and self-revealing as he was, there lurked behind the outward candor of the intruder a hint of over-sharpness of the American kind. There seemed no necessity for him to lay schemes beyond those he had betrayed in his inquiries about ladies, but somehow it became a fixed idea that he was capable of doing shady things if at any time the temptation arose. That was really what his boyish casualness meant. That, in truth, was Palliser's final secret conclusion, and he wanted very much to find out why exactly little old Miss Temple Barholm had been taken up. If the man wanted introductions, he could have contrived to pick up a smart and enterprising unprofessional chaperone in London who would have done for him what Miss Temple Barholm would never presume to attempt. And yet he seemed to have chosen her deliberately. He had set her literally at the head of his house, and Palliser, having heard a vague rumor that he had actually settled a decent income upon her, had made adroit inquiries and found it was true. It was. To arrange the matter had been one of his reasons for going to see Mr. Palford during their stay at London. "I want to fix you safe," he said when he told Miss Alicia about it. "I guess no one can take it away from you, whatever old thing happens." "What could happen, dear Mr. Tembarom?" said Miss Alicia in the midst of tears of gratitude and tremulous joy. "You are so young and strong and everything. Don't even speak of such a thing in jest. What could happen?" "Anything can happen," he answered. "Just anything. Happening's the one thing you can't bet on. If I was betting, I'd put my money on the thing I was sure couldn't happen. Look at this Tembarom song and dance. Look at T.T. as he was half strangling in the blizzard up at Harlem and thanking his stars little Munzburg didn't kick him out of his confectionery store less than a year ago. So long as I'm all right, you're all right. But I wanted you fixed anyhow." He paused and looked at her questioningly for a moment. He wanted to say something, and he was not sure he ought. His reverence for her little finesses and reserves increased instead of wearing away. He was always finding out new things about her. "Say," he broke forth almost impetuously after his hesitation, "I wish you wouldn't call me Mr. Tembarom." Do you?" she fluttered. "But what could I call you?" "Well," he answered, reddening a shade or so, "I'd give a house and a lot if you could just call me Tem." "But it would sound so unbecoming, so familiar," she protested. "That's just what I'm asking for," he said. "Someone to be familiar with. I'm the familiar kind. That's what's the matter with me. I'd be familiar with Pearson, but he wouldn't let me. I'd frighten him half to death. He'd think he wasn't doing his duty and earning his wages, and that somehow he'd get fired some day without a character." He drew nearer to her and coaxed. "Couldn't you do it?" he asked almost as though he were asking a favor of a girl. "Just Tem. I believe that would come easier to you than T.T. I get fonder and fonder of you every day, Miss Alicia, honest Injun, and I'd be so grateful to you if you could just be that unbecomingly familiar." He looked honestly and in earnest, and if he grew fonder and fonder of her, she without doubt had, in the face of everything, given her whole heart to him. "Might I call you Temple to begin with?" she asked. "It touches me so to think of your asking me. I will begin at once. Thank you, Temple," with a faint gasp. "I might try the other a little later." It was only a few evenings later that he told her about the flats in Harlem. He had sent to New York for a large bundle of newspapers, and when he opened them, he read aloud an advertisement and showed her a picture of a large building given up entirely to flats. He had realized from the first that New York had a singular attraction for her. The unrelieved dullness of her life, those few years of youth in which she had stifled vague longings for the joys experienced by other girls, the years of middle age, spent in the dreary effort to be submissive to the will of God, which, honestly translated, signified submission to the exactions and domestic tyrannies of dear Papa and others like him, had left her with her capacities for pleasure as freshly sensitive as a child's. The smallest change in the routine of existence thrilled her with excitement. Tembarom's casual reference to his strenuous boyhood caused her eyes to widen with eagerness to hear more. Having seen this, he found keen delight in telling her stories of New York life, stories of himself or of other lads who had been his companions. She would drop her work and gaze at him almost with bated breath. He was an excellent raconteur when he talked of the things that he knew well. He had an unconscious habit of springing from his seat and acting his scenes as he depicted them, laughing and using street boy phrasing. "It's just like a tale," Miss Alicia would breathe, enraptured as he jumped from one story to another. "It's exactly like a wonderful tale." She learned to know the New York streets when they blazed with heat, when they were hard with frozen snow, when they were sloppy with melting slush or bright with springtime sunshine and spring winds blowing, with pretty women hurrying about in beflowered spring hats and dresses and the exhilaration of the world-old springtime joy. She found herself hurrying with them. She sometimes hung with him and his companions on the railing outside dazzling restaurants where scores of gay people ate rich food in the sight of their boyish ravenousness. She darted in and out among horses and vehicles to find carriages after the theater or opera, where everybody was dressed dazzlingly and diamonds glittered. "Oh, how rich everybody must have seemed to you! How cruelly rich, poor little boy!" "They looked rich, right enough," he answered when she said it, "and there seemed a lot of good things to eat all corralled in a few places, and you wished you could be let loose inside, but I don't know as it seemed cruel. That was the way it was, you know, and you couldn't help it. And there were places where they'd give away some of what was left. I tell you we were in luck then. There was some spirit in his telling it all. a spirit which had surely been with him through his hardest days, a spirit of young mirth and rags, which made her feel subconsciously that the whole experience had, after all, been somehow of the nature of his life's adventure. He had never been ill or heartsick, and he laughed when he talked of it, as though the remembrance was not a recalling of disaster. "Clement or no Clement, I wish I'd lived the life tha's lived," Thomas Hibblethwaite had said. Her amazement would indeed have been great if she had been told that she secretly shared his feeling. "It seems as if somehow you had never been dull," was her method of expressing it. "Dull? Holy cats, no!" he grinned. "There wasn't any time for being anything. You just had to keep going." She became in time familiar with Mrs. Bowes' boarding-house and boarders. She knew Mrs. Peck and Mr. Jakes, and the young lady from the notion counter, those wonderful shops, Julius and Jem, and the hall bedroom and the tilted chairs and cloud of smoke she saw so often that she felt at home with them. "Poor Mrs. Bowes," she said, "must have been a most respectable, motherly, hard-working creature. Really a nice person of her class." She could not quite visualize the parlor, but it must have been warm and comfortable. And the pianola, a piano which you could play without even knowing your notes. What a clever invention! America seemed full of the most wonderfully clever things. Tembarom was actually uplifted in soul when he discovered that she laid transparent little plans for leading him into talk about New York. She wanted him to talk about it, and the Lord knows he wanted to talk about himself. He had been afraid at first. She might have hated it as Balfour did, and would have hurt him somehow if she hadn't understood. But she did. Without quite realizing the fact, she was beginning to love it, to wish he had seen it. Her Somerset Vicarage imagination did not allow of such leaps as would be implied by the daring wish that sometimes she might see it. But Tembarom's imagination was more athletic. Jinks, wouldn't it have been fine to take her there? The Lark in London wouldn't be ace-high to it. The Hutchinsons were not New Yorkers, but they had been part of the atmosphere of Mrs. Bowes's. Mr. Hutchinson would, of course, be rather a forward and pushing man to be obliged to meet, but little Anne. She did so like little Anne, and the dear boy did so want, in his heart of hearts, to talk about her at times. She did not know whether, in the circumstances, she ought to encourage him, but he was so dear, and looked so much dearer when he had said, "Little Anne," that she could not help occasionally leading him gently toward the subject. When he opened the newspapers and found the advertisements of the flats, she saw the engaging, half-awkward humorousness come to his eyes. "Here's one that would do all right," he said. 4 rooms and a bath, 11th floor, $35 a month. He spread the newspaper on the table and rested on his elbow, gazing at it for a few minutes, wholly absorbed. Then he looked up at her and smiled. "There's a plan of the rooms," he said. "Would you like to look at it? Shall I bring your chair up to the table while we go over it together?" He brought the chair, and side by side they went over it thoroughly. To Miss Alicia it had all been the interest of a new kind of puzzle. He explained it in every detail. One of his secrets had been that on several days when Galton's manner had made him hopeful, he had visited certain flat buildings and had gone into their intricacies. He could therefore describe with color their resources. The janitor, the elevator, the dumbwaiters to carry up domestic supplies and carry down ashes and refuse, the refrigerator, the unlimited supply of hot and cold water, the heating plan, the astonishing little kitchen with stationary washtubs, the telephone, if you could afford it, all the conveniences which, to Miss Alicia, accustomed to the habits of Rowcroft Vicarage, where you lugged cans of water upstairs and down if you took a bath, or even washed your face, seemed luxuries appertaining only to the rich and great. "How convenient! How wonderful! Dear me!" she said again and again, quite flushed with excitement. "It is like a fairy story. And it's not big at all, is it?" "You could get most of it into this," he answered, exulting. "You could get all of it into that big white and gold parlor." "The White Saloon?" He showed his teeth. "I guess I ought to remember to call it that," he said. "But it always makes me think of Kid McMurphy's on 4th Avenue. He kept what is called a saloon, and he had painted it white." "Did you know him?" Miss Alicia asked. "Know him? Gee, no. I didn't fly as high as that. He'd have thought me pretty fresh if I'd acted like I knew him. He thought he was one of the 400. He'd been a prize fighter. He was the fellow that knocked out Kid Wilkins in 4 rounds. He broke off and laughed at himself. "Hear me talk to you about a tough like that," he ended, and he gave her hand a little apologetic protective pat which always made her heart beat because it was so nice. He drew her back to the advertisements, and drew such interesting pictures of what the lives of two people, mother and son or father and daughter, or a young married couple who didn't want to put on style, might be in tiny compartments, that their excitement mounted again. This could be a bedroom, that could be a bedroom, that could be the living room, and if you put a bit of bright carpet on the hallway and hung up a picture or so, it would look first rate. He even went into the matter of measurements, which made it more like putting a puzzle together than ever. And their relief when they found they could fit a piece of furniture he called a lounge into a certain corner was a thing of flushing delight. The lounge, she found, was a sort of cot with springs. You could buy them for $3, and when you put on a mattress and covered it with a spread, you could sit on it in the daytime and sleep on it at night if you had to. From measurements he went into calculations about the cost of things. He had seen unpainted wooden tables you could put a mahogany stain on, and they'd look all you'd want. He'd seen a splendid little rocking chair in 2nd Avenue for $5, one of the padded kind that the ladies like. He had seen an armchair for a man that was only $7, but there mightn't be room for both, and you'd have to have the rocking chair. He once asked the price of a lot of plates and cups and saucers with roses on them, and you could get them for $6, and you didn't need a stove because there was a range. He had once heard little Ann talking to Mrs. Bowes about the price of frying pans and kettles, and they seemed to cost next to nothing. He looked into store windows and noticed the prices of groceries and vegetables and things like that. Sugar, for instance. 2 people wouldn't use much sugar in a week, and they wouldn't need a ton of tea or flour or coffee. If a fellow had a mother or sister or wife who had a head and knew about things, you could put it over on mighty little, and have a splendid time together, too. You'd even be able to work in a cheap seat in a theater every now and then. He laughed and flushed as he thought of it. Miss Alicia had never had a doll's house. Rowcroft Vicarage did not run to dolls and their belongings. Her thwarted longing for a doll's house had a sort of parallel in her similarly thwarted longing for a little boy. And here was her doll's house so long, unpossessed. It was like that, this absorbed contriving and fitting of furniture into corners. She also flushed and laughed. Her eyes were so brightly eager and her cheeks so pink that she looked quite girlish under her lace cap. "How pretty and cozy it might be made! How dear!" she exclaimed. "And one would be so high up on the 11th floor that one would feel like a bird in a nest." His face lighted. He seemed to like the idea tremendously. "Why, that's so," he laughed. "That idea suits me down to the ground. A bird in a nest. But there'd have to be 2. One would be lonely. Say, Miss Alicia, how would you like to live in a place like that?" "I'm sure anyone would like it, if they had some dear relative with them." He loved her dear relative, loved it. He knew how much it meant, of what had lain hidden unacknowledged, and even unknown to her, through a lifetime of her early Victorian spinster breast. "Let's go to New York and rent one and live in it together. Would you come?" he said, and though he laughed, he was not jocular in his usual way. "Would you, if we waked up and found this Temple Bar Home thing was a dream?" Something in his manner, she did not know what, puzzled her a little. "But if it were a dream, you would be quite poor again," she said, smiling. "No, I wouldn't. I'd get Galton to give me back the page. He'd do it quick, he said, still with a laugh. "Being poor is nothing anyhow. We'd have the time of our lives. We'd be 2 birds in a nest. You can look out those 11th-story windows way over to the Bronx and get bits of the river. And perhaps after a while Anne would do like she said, and we'd be 3 birds. "Oh," she sighed ecstatically, "how beautiful it would be. We should be a little family." "So we should," he exulted. "Think of T.T. with a family." He drew his paper of calculations toward him again. "Let's make believe we're going to do it, and work out what it would cost, for 3. You know about housekeeping, don't you? Let's write down a list." If he had warmed to his work before, he warmed still more after this. Miss Alicia was drawn into it again, and followed his fanciful plans with a new fervor. They were like 2 children who had played at make-believe until they had lost sight of commonplace realities. Miss Alicia had lived among small economies and could be of great assistance to him. They made lists and added up lines of figures until the fine, huge room and its thousands of volumes melted away. In the great hall, guarded by warriors in armor, the powdered heads of the waiting footmen drooped and nodded while the prices of pounds of butter and sugar and the value of potatoes and flour and nutmegs were balanced with a hectic joy, and the relative significance of dollars and cents and shillings and half-crowns and 5-cent pieces caused Miss Alicia a mild delirium. By the time that she had established the facts that a shilling was something like 25 cents, a dollar was 4 2 and $25 was something over 5 pounds, it was past midnight. They heard the clock strike the half-hour and stopped to stare at each other. Tembarom got up with yet another laugh. "Say, I mustn't keep you up all night," he said. "But haven't we had a fine time? Haven't we? I feel as if I'd been there." They had been there so entirely that Miss Alicia brought herself back with difficulty. "I can scarcely believe that we have not," she said. "I feel as if I didn't like to leave it. It was so delightful." She glanced about her. "The room looks huge," she said. "Almost too huge to live in." "Doesn't it?" he answered. "Now you know how I feel." He gathered his scraps of paper together with a feeling touch. "I don't want to come back myself. When I get a bit of a grouch, I shall jerk these out and go back there again." "Oh, do let me go with you," she said. "I have so enjoyed it." "You shall go whenever you like," he said. "We'll keep it up for some sort of game on rainy days." "How much is a dollar, Miss Alicia?" 4 2 and sugar is 6 cents a pound." "Go to the head," he answered. "Right again." The open roll of newspapers was lying on the table near her. They were copies of the Earth, and the date of one of them by merest chance caught her eye. "How odd," she said. "Those are old papers, did you notice? Is it a mistake? This one's dated—" She leaned forward, and her eye caught a word in a headline. "The Klondike," she read. "There's something in it about the Klondike." He put his hand out and drew the papers away. "Don't you read that," he said. "I don't want you to go to bed and dream about the Klondike. You've got to dream about the flat in Harlem." "Yes," she answered. "I mustn't think about sad things. The flat in Harlem is quite happy, but it startled me to see that word. I only sent for them because I happened to want to look something up," he explained. "How much is a pound, Miss Alicia?" $4.86, she replied, recovering herself. "Go up ahead again. You're going to stay there." When she gave him her hand on their parting for the night, he held it a moment. A subtle combination of things made him do it. The calculations, the measurements, the nest from which one could look out over the Bronx, were prevailing elements in its make-up. Anne had been in each room of the Harlem flat, and she always vaguely reminded him of Anne. "We are relations, aren't we?" he said. "I'm sure we often seem quite near relations, Temple." She added the name with very pretty kindness. "We're not distant ones any more, anyhow," he said. "We're near enough. Would you let me kiss you good night, Miss Alicia?" An emotional flush ran up to her cap ribbons. "Indeed, my dear boy. Indeed, yes." Holding her hand with a chivalric, if slightly awkward, courtesy, he bent and kissed her cheek. It was a hearty, affectionately grateful young kiss, which, while it was for herself, remotely included Anne. "It's the first time I've ever said good night to anyone like that," he said. "Thank you for letting me." He patted her hand again before releasing it. She went upstairs blushing and feeling rather as though she had been proposed to, and yet, spinster though she was, somehow quite understanding about the nest and Anne. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Lady Marlowe and her daughter did not pay their visit to Ashaw Holt, the absolute, though not openly referred to, fact being that they had not been invited. The visit in question had merely floated in the air as a delicate suggestion made by her ladyship in her letter to Mrs. Ashe Shaw, to the effect that she and Joan were going to stay at Temple Barholm. The visit to Ashaw they had partly arranged some time ago might now be fitted in. The partial arrangement itself, Mrs. Ashe Shaw remarked to her eldest daughter when she received the suggesting note, was so partial as to require slight consideration, since it had been made by the woman herself who would push herself and her daughter into any house in England if a back door were left open. In the civilly phrased letter she received in answer to her own, Lady Mallow read between the lines the point of view taken, and writhed secretly, as she had been made to writhe scores of times in the course of her career. It had happened so often, indeed, that it might have been imagined that she had become used to it. But the woman who acted as maid to herself and Joan always knew when she had tried to get in somewhere and failed. A note of explanation sent immediately to Miss Alicia was at once adroit and amiable. They had unfortunately been detained in London a day or two past the date fixed for their visit to Ashaw, and Lady Mallow would not allow Mrs. Ashe Shaw, who had so many guests, to be inconvenienced by their arriving late and perhaps disarranging her plans. So, if it were quite convenient, they would come to Temple Barholm a week earlier, but not, of course, if that would be the least upsetting. When they arrived, Tembarom himself was in London. He had suddenly found he was obliged to go. The business which called him was something which could not be put off. He expected to return at once. It was made very easy for him when he made his excuses to Palliser, who suggested that he might even find himself returning by the same train with his guests, which would give him opportunities. If he was detained, Miss Alicia could take charge of the situation. They would quite understand when she explained. Captain Palliser foresaw for himself some quiet entertainment in his own meeting with the visitors. Lady Mallow always provided a certain order of amusement for him, and no man alive objected to finding interest and even a certain excitement in the society of Lady Joan. It was her chief characteristic that she inspired in a man a vague, even if slightly irritated, desire to please her in some degree, to lead her on to talk in her sometimes brilliant, always heartlessly unsparing fashion. Perhaps the smile, her shade of a bitter smile, gave a man something to do, especially if he was bored. Palliser anticipated a possible chance of repeating the dialogue of the ladies, not, however, going into the Gem Temple Barholm part of it. When one finds a man whose idle life has generated in him the curiosity which is usually called feminine, it frequently occupies him more actively than he is aware or will admit. A fashionable male gossip is a curious development. Palliser was, upon the whole, not aware that he had an intense interest in finding out the exact reason why Lady Mallow had not failed utterly in any attempt to drag her daughter to this particular place, to be flung headlong, so to speak, at this special man. Lady Mallow one could run and read, but Lady Joan was in this instance unexplainable, and as she never deigned the slightest concealment, the story of the dialogue would no doubt cause her to show her hand. She must have a hand, and it must be one worth seeing. It was not he, however, who could either guess or understand. The following would have been his summing up of her: flaringly handsome girl, brought up by her mother to one end, bad temper to begin with, girl who might, if she lost her head, get into some frightful mess, meets a fascinating devil in the first season, a regular Romeo and Juliet passion blazes up, all for love and the world well lost. All London looking on. Lady Mallow frantic and furious. Suddenly, the fascinating devil ruined for life, done for. Bolts, gets killed. Lady Mallow triumphant. Girl dragged about afterward like a beautiful young demon in chains. Refuses all sorts of things. Behaves infernally. Nobody knows anything else. Nobody did know. Lady Mallow herself did not. From the first year in which Joan had looked at her with child consciousness, she had felt that there was an antagonism in the deeps of her eyes. No mother likes to recognize such a thing, and Lady Mallow was a particularly vain woman. The child was going to be an undeniable beauty, and she ought to adore the mother who was to arrange her future, instead of which she plainly disliked her. By the time she was 3 years old, the antagonism had become defiance and rebellion. Lady Mallow could not even indulge herself in the satisfaction of showing her embryo beauty off, and thus preparing a reputation for her. She was not cross or tearful, but she had the temper of a little devil. She would not be shown off. She hated it, and her bearing dangerously suggested that she hated her handsome young mother. No effects could be produced with her. Before she was 4, the antagonism was mutual, and it increased with years. The child was of a passionate nature, and had been born intensely all her mother was not, and intensely not all her mother was. A throwback to some high-spirited and fiercely honest ancestor created in her a fury at the sight of mean falsities and dishonors. Before she was old enough to know the exact cause of her rage, she was shaken by it. She thought she had a bad temper, and was bad enough to hate her own mother without being able to help it. As she grew older, she found out that she was not really so bad as she had thought, though she was obliged to concede that nothing palliative could be said about the temper. It had been violent from the first, and she had lived in an atmosphere which infuriated it. She did not suppose such a thing could be controlled. It sometimes frightened her. Had not the old Marquis of Norborough been celebrated through his entire life for his furies? Was there not a hushed-up rumor that he had once thrown a decanter at his wife, and so nearly killed her that people had been asking one another in whispers if a peer of the realm could be hanged? He had been born that way. So had she. Her schoolroom days had been a horror to her, and also a terror, because she had often flung ink bottles and heavy rulers at her silly, lying governesses, and once had dug a pair of scissors into one sneaking old maid-fool's arm when she had made her see red by her ignoble trickeries. Perhaps she would be hanged some day herself. She once prayed for a week that she might be made better-tempered. Not that she believed in prayer, and of course nothing came of it. Every year she lived, she raged more furiously at the tricks she saw played by her mother and everyone who surrounded her. The very servants were greater liars and pilferers than any other servants. Her mother was always trying to get things from people which they did not want to give her. She would carry off slights and snubs as though they were actual tributes, if she could gain her end. The girl knew what the meaning of her own future would be. Since she definitely disliked her daughter, Lady Mallow did not mince matters when they were alone. She had no money, she was extremely good-looking, she had a certain number of years in which to fight for her own hand among the new debutantes who were presented every season. Her first season over, the next season other girls would be fresher than she was, and newer to the men who were worth marrying, men like novelty. After her second season the debutantes would seem fresher still by contrast. Then people would begin to say she was presented 4 or 5 years ago. After that it would be all struggle. Every season it would be worse. It would become awful. Unmarried women over 35 would speak of her as though they had been in the nursery together. Married girls with a child or so would treat her as though she were a maiden aunt. She knew what was before her. Beggary stared them both in the face if she did not make the most of her looks and waste no time. And Joan knew it was all true, and that worse, far worse, things were true also. She would be obliged to spend a long life with her mother in cheap lodgings, a faded, penniless, unmarried woman, rallied at, taunted, sneered at, forced to be part of humiliating tricks played to enable them to get into debt, and then to avoid paying what they owed. Had she not been one horrible old woman of their own rank, who was an example of what poverty might bring to one, an old harpy who tried to queen it over her landlady in an actual back street, and was by turns fawned upon and disgustingly your ladyshiped or outrageously insulted by her landlady. Then that first season, dear, dear God, the first season when she met Jem. She was not 19, and the facile world pretended to be at her feet, and the sun shone as though London were in Italy, and the park was marvelous with flowers, and there were such dances and such laughter. And it was all so young, and she met Jem. It was at a garden party at a lovely old house on the river, a place with celebrated gardens which would always come back to her memory as a riot of roses. The frocks of the people on the lawn looked as though they were made of the petals of flowers, and the mad little haunting waltz was being played by the band, and there, under a great copper birch on the green velvet turf, near her stood Jem, looking at her with dark, liquid, slanting eyes. They were only a few feet from each other, and he looked, and she looked, and the haunting, mad little waltz played on, and it was as though they had been standing there since the world began, and nothing else was true. Afterward nothing mattered to either of them. Lady Marlowe herself ceased to count. Now and then the world stops for two people in this unearthly fashion. At such times, as far as such a pair are concerned, causes and effects cease. Her bad temper fled, and she knew she would never feel its furious lash again. With Jem looking at her with his glowing, drooping eyes, there would be no reason for rage and shame. She confessed the temper to him, and told of her terror of it. He confessed to her his fondness for high play, and they held each other's hands, not with sentimental youthful lightness, but with a strong clasp of sworn comrades, and promised on honor that they would stand by each other every hour of their lives against their worst selves. They would have kept the pack. Neither was a slight or dishonest creature. The phase of life through which they passed is not a new one, but it is not often so nearly an omnipotent power as was their 3 months' dream. It lasted only that length of time. Then came the end of the world. Joan did not look fresh in her second season, and before it was over men were rather afraid of her, because she was so young and the freshness returned to her cheek, but it never came back to her eyes. What exactly had happened, or what she thought, it was impossible to know. She had delicate black brows, and between them appeared 2 delicate, fierce lines. Her eyes were of a purplish gray, the color of thunder, a snubbed admirer had once said. Between their black lashes they were more deeply thunder-colored. Her life with her mother was a thing not to be spoken of. To the desperate girl's agony of rebellion against the horror of fate, Lady Marlowe's taunts and beratings were devilish. There was a certain boudoir in the house in Hill Street, which was to Joan like the question chamber of the Inquisition. Shut up in it together, the two went through scenes which in their cruelty would have done credit to the Middle Ages. Lady Marlowe always locked the door to prevent the unexpected entrance of a servant, but servants managed to hover about it, because her ladyship frequently forgot caution so far as to raise her voice at times, as ladies are not supposed to do. "We fight," Joan said with a short, horrible laugh one morning. "We fight like cats and dogs. No, like 2 cats. A cat and dog fight is more quickly over. Some day we shall scratch each other's eyes out. Have you no shame?" her mother cried. "I am burning with it. I am like St. Lawrence on his gridiron. Turn me over on the other side," she quoted. This is when she had behaved so abominably to the Duke of Merthshire that he had actually withdrawn his more than half-finished proposal. That which she hated more than all else was the God she had prayed to when she asked she might be helped to control her temper. She had not believed in him at the time, but because she was frightened after she had stuck the scissors into Fräulein, she had tried the appeal as an experiment. The night after she met Jem, when she went to her room in Hill Street for the night, she knelt down and prayed because she suddenly did believe. Since there was Jem in the world, there must be the other somewhere. As day followed day, her faith grew with her love. She told Jem about it, and they agreed to say a prayer together at the same hour every night. The big young man thought her piety beautiful, and his voice was unsteady as they talked, but she told him that she was not pious, but impious. "I want to be made good," she said. "I have been bad all my life. I was a bad child. I have been a bad girl, but now I must be good." On the night after the tragic card party, she went to her room and kneeled down in a new spirit. She knelt, but not to cover her face. She knelt with the throat strained and her fierce young face thrown back and upward. Her hands were clenched into fists and flung out and shaken at the ceiling. She said things so awful that her own blood shuddered as she uttered them, but she could not, in her mad helplessness, make them awful enough. She flung herself on the carpet at last, her arms outstretched like a creature crucified face downward on the cross. "I believed in you," she gasped. "The first moment you gave me a reason, I believed. I did. We both said our prayer to you every night like children. And you've done this. And she beat with her fists upon the floor. Several years had passed since that night, and no living being knew what she carried in her soul. If she had a soul, she said to herself, It was black. Black. But she had none. Neither had Jem had one. When the earth and stones had fallen upon him, it had been the end, as it would have been if he had been a beetle. This was the guest who was coming to the house where Miles Hugo smiled from his frame in the picture gallery, the house which would today have been Jem's if T. Tembarom had not inherited it. Tembarom returned some 24 hours after Miss Alicia had received his visitors for him. He had been going into, absorbing things in London. His thoughts during his northward journey were puzzled and discouraged ones. He sat in the corner of the railway carriage and stared out of the window without seeing the springtime changes in the flying landscape. The price he would have given for a talk with Anne would not have been easy to compute. Her head, her level little head, and her way of seeing into things and picking out facts without being rattled by what didn't really count, would have been worth anything. The day itself was a discouraging one, with heavy threatenings of rain which did not fall. The low clouds were piles of dark purple-gray, and when the sun tried to send lances of ominous yellow light through them, strange and lurid effects were produced, and the heavy purple-gray masses rolled together again. He wondered why he did not hear low rumblings of thunder. He went to his room at once when he reached home. He was late, and Pearson told him that the ladies were dressing for dinner. Pearson was in waiting with everything in readiness for the rapid performance of his duties. Tembarom had learned to allow himself to be waited upon. He had in fact done this for the satisfying of Pearson, whose respectful unhappiness would otherwise have been manifest, despite his efforts to conceal it. He dressed quickly and asked some questions about Strangeways. Otherwise, Pearson thought he seemed preoccupied. He only made one slight joke. "You be a first-rate dresser for a quick-change artist, Pearson," he remarked. On his way to the drawing-room, he deflected from the direct path, turning aside for a moment to the picture gallery, because for a reason of his own he wanted to take a look at Miles Hugo. He took a look at Miles Hugo oftener than Miss Alicia knew. The gallery was dim and gloomy enough, now closing in the purple-gray twilight. He walked through it without glancing at the pictures until he came to the tall boy in the satin and lace of Charles II period. He paused there only for a short time, but he stood quite near the portrait and looked hard at the handsome face. "Gee!" he exclaimed under his breath. "It's queer. Gee!" Then he turned suddenly round toward one of the big windows. He turned because he had been startled by a sound, a movement. Someone was standing before the window. For a second space, the figure seemed as though it was almost one with the purple-gray clouds that were its background. It was a tall young woman, and her dress was of a thin material of exactly their color, dark gray and purple at once. The wearer held her head high and haughtily. She had a beautiful, stormy face, and the slender black brows were drawn together by a frown. Tembarom had never seen a girl as handsome and disdainful. He had, indeed, never been looked at as she looked at him when she moved slightly forward. He knew who it was. It was a Lady Joan girl, and the sudden sight of her momentarily rattled him. "You quite gave me a jolt," he said awkwardly, and knowing that he had said it like a mutt. "I didn't know anyone was in the gallery. What are you doing here?" she asked. She spoke to him as though she were addressing an intruding servant. There was emphasis on the word "you." Her intention was so evident that it increased his feeling of being rattled. To find himself confronting deliberate ill nature of a superior and finished kind was like being spoken to in a foreign language. I'm T. Tembarom," he answered, not able to keep himself from staring because she was such a winner as to looks. "T. Tembarom," she repeated slowly, and her tone made him at once see what a fool he had been to say it. "I forgot," he half laughed. "I ought to have said, I'm Temple Barham." "Oh," was her sole comment. She actually stood still and looked him up and down. She knew perfectly well who he was, and she knew perfectly well that no palliative view could possibly be taken by any well-bred person of her bearing toward him. He was her host. She had come, a guest, to his house to eat his bread and salt, and the commonest decency demanded that she should conduct herself with civility. But she cared nothing for the commonness or the most uncommon decency. She was thinking of other things. As she had stood before the window, she had felt that her soul had never been so black as it was when she turned away from Miles Hugo's portrait. Never. Never. She wanted to hurt people. Perhaps Nero had felt as she did, and was not so hideous as he seemed. The man's tailor had put him into proper clothes, and his features were respectable enough, but nothing on earth could make him anything but what he so palpably was. She had seen that much across the gallery, as she had watched him staring at Miles Hugo. "I should think," she said, dropping the words slowly again, "that you would often forget that you are Temple Barholm." "You're right there," he answered. "I can't nail myself down to it. It seems like a sort of joke." She looked him over again. "It is a joke," she said. It was as though she had slapped him in the face. Though she said it so quietly, he knew he had received the slap, and that, as it was a woman, he could not slap back. It was a sort of surprise to her that he did not giggle nervously and turn red and shuffle his feet in an impotent misery. He kept quite still a moment or so and looked at her, though not as she had looked at him. She wondered if he was so thick-skinned that he did not feel anything at all. "That's so," he admitted. "That's so." Then he actually smiled at her. "I don't know how to behave myself, you see," he said. "You're Lady Joan Fair, ain't you? I'm mighty glad to see you. Happy to make your acquaintance, Lady Joan." He took her hand and shook it with friendly vigor before she knew what he was going to do. "I'll bet $1 dinner's ready," he added, "and Burrow's waiting. It scares me to death to keep Burrow waiting. He's got no use for me anyhow. Let's go and pacify him." He did not lead the way or drag her by the arm, as it seemed to her quite probable that he might, as costermongers do on Hampstead Heath. He knew enough to let her pass first through the door, and when Lady Mallow looked up to see her enter the drawing-room, he was behind her. To her ladyship's amazement and relief, they came in, so to speak, together. She had been spared the trying moment of assisting at the ceremony of their presentation to each other. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. In a certain sense, she had been dragged to the place by her mother. Lady Mallow had many resources, and above all she knew how to weary her into resistlessness, which was almost indifference. There had been several shameless little scenes in the locked boudoir, but though she had been dragged, she had come with an intention. She knew what she would find herself being forced to submit to if the intruder were not disposed of at the outset, and if the maneuvering began which would bring him to London. He would appear at her elbow here and there and at every corner, probably unaware that he was being made an offensive puppet by the astute cleverness against which she could not defend herself unless she made actual scenes in drawing-rooms, at dinner-tables, in the very streets themselves. Gifted as Lady Mallow was in fine, light-handed dealing of her cards in any game, her stakes at this special juncture were seriously high. Joan knew what they were, and that she was in a mood touched with desperation. The defenselessly new and ignorant Temple Barholm was to her mind direct intervention of Providence, and it was only Joan herself who could rob her of the benefits and reliefs he could provide. With regard to Lady Joan, though Palliser's quoted New Yorkism, "wipe up the earth," was unknown to her, the process she had in mind when she left London for Lancashire would have been well covered by it. As in feudal days she might have ordered the right hand of a creature such as this to be struck off, forgetting that he was a man, so was she capable today of inflicting upon him any hurt which might sweep him out of her way. She had not been a tender-hearted girl, and in these years she was absolutely callous. The fellow being what he was, she had not the resources she might have called upon if he had been a gentleman. He would not understand the chills and slights of good manners. In the country he would be easier to manage than in town, especially if attacked in his first timidity before his new grandeurs. His big house no doubt frightened him, his servants, the people who were of a class of which he knew nothing. When Palliser told his story, she saw new openings. He would stand in servile awe of her, and of others like her. He would be afraid of her, to begin with, and she could make him more so. But though she had come to alarm him so that he would be put to absolute flight, she had also come for another reason. She had never seen Tembarom, and she had discovered before they had known each other a week that it was Jem's secret passion. He had loved it with a slighted and lonely child's romantic longing. He had dreamed of it as a boy and man, knowing that it must sometime be his own, his home, and yet prevented by his uncle's attitude toward him from daring to act as though he remembered the fact. Old Mr. Tembarom's special humor had been that of a man guarding against presumption. Jem had not intended to presume, but he had been snubbed with relentless cruelty even for boyish expressions of admiration, and he hid his feeling in his heart until he poured it out to Joan. Today it would have been his. Together they would have lived in it and loved every stone of it, every leaf on every great tree, every wild daffodil nodding in the green grass. Most people, God be thanked, can forget. The wise ones train themselves beyond all else to forgetting. Joan had been a luckless, ill-brought-up, passionate child and girl. In her Mayfair nursery she had been as little trained as a young savage. Since her black hour she had forgotten nothing, allowed herself no palliating moments. Her brief dream of young joy had been the one real thing in her life. She absolutely had lain awake at night and reconstructed the horror of Jem's death, had lived it over again, writhing in agony on her bed, and madly feeling that by so doing she was holding her love close to her life. And the man who stood in the place Jem had longed for, the man who sat at the head of his table, was this thing. That was what she felt him to be, and every hurt she could do him, every humiliation she could write large before him, his presumption and grotesque unfitness, would be a blow struck for Jem, who would never strike a blow for himself again. It was all senseless, but she had not want to reason. Fate had not reasoned in her behalf. She watched Tembarom under her lids at the dinner table. He had not wriggled or shuffled when she spoke to him in the gallery. He did neither now, and made no obvious efforts to seem unembarrassed. He used his knife and fork in odd ways, and he was plainly not used to being waited upon. More than once she saw the servants restrain smiles. She addressed no remarks to him herself, and answered with chill indifference such things as he said to her. If conversation had flagged between him and Mr. Palford because the solicitor did not know how to talk to him, it did not even reach the point of flagging with her, because she would not talk and did not allow it to begin. Lady Mallow, sick with annoyance, was quite brilliant. She drew out Miss Alicia by detailed reminiscences of a visit paid to Ralton Hall years before. The vicar had dined at the hall while she had been there. She remembered perfectly his charm of manner and powerful originality of mind, she said sweetly. He had spoken with such affection of his little Alicia, who was such a help to him in his parish work. "I thought he was speaking of a little girl at first," she said smilingly, "but it soon revealed itself that little Alicia was only his caressing diminutive." A certain widening of Miss Alicia's fascinated eye, which could not remove itself from her face, caused her to quail slightly. "He was, of course, a man of great force of character and expression," she added. "I remember thinking at the time that his eloquent frankness of phrase might perhaps seem even severe to frivolous creatures like myself, a really remarkable personality." "His sermons," faltered Miss Alicia as a refuge, "were indeed remarkable. I am sure he must greatly have enjoyed his conversations with you. I am afraid there were very few clever women in the neighborhood of Ralton." Casting a bitter side glance at her silent daughter, Lady Mallow lightly seized upon New York as a subject. She knew so much of it from delightful New Yorkers. London was full of delightful New Yorkers. She would like beyond anything to spend a winter in New York. She understood that the season there was in the winter and that it was most brilliant. Mr. Tembarom must tell them about it. "Yes," said Lady Joan, looking at him through narrowed lids. "Mr. Tembarom ought to tell us about it." She wanted to hear what he would say, to see how he would try to get out of the difficulty or flounder staggeringly through it. Her mother knew in an instant that her own speech had been a stupid blunder. She had put the man into exactly the position Joan would enjoy seeing him in. But he wasn't in a position, it appeared. "What is a season, anyhow?" he said. "You've got one on me when you talk about seasons." "In London," Miss Alicia explained courageously, "it is the time when Her Majesty is at Buckingham Palace, and when the drawing-rooms are held, and Parliament sits, and people come up to town and give balls." She wished that Lady Mallow had not made her remark just at this time. She knew that the quietly moving servants were listening, and that their civilly averted eyes had seen Captain Palliser smile and Lady Joan's curious look, and that the whole incident would form entertainment for their supper table. "I guess they have it in the winter in New York, then, if that's it," he said. "There's no Buckingham Palace there, and no drawing-rooms, and Congress sits in Washington. But New York takes it out in suppers at Sherry's and Delmonico's, and theaters and receptions. Miss Alicia knows how I used to go to them when I was a little fellow. Don't you, Miss Alicia?" he added, smiling at her across the table. "You have told me," she answered. She noticed that Burrell and the footman stood at attention in their places. "I used to stand outside in the snow and look through the windows at the people having a good time," he said. "Us kids who were selling newspapers used to try to fill ourselves up with choosing whose plate we'd take if we could get at it. Beefsteak and French fried potatoes were the favorites, and hot oyster stews. We were so all fired hungry." "How pathetic!" exclaimed Lady Mallow. "And how interesting, now that it is all over." She knew that her manner was gushing, and Joan's slight side glance of subtle appreciation of the fact exasperated her almost beyond endurance. What could one do? What could one talk about without involving oneself in difficulties out of which one's hasty retreat would be effected only by gushing? Taking into consideration the awkwardness of the whole situation and seeing Joan's temper and attitude, if there had not been so much at stake, she would have received a summoning telegram from London the next day and taken flight. But she had been forced to hold her ground before in places she detested, or where she was not wanted, and she must hold it again until she had found out the worst or the best. And great heaven, how Joan was conducting herself, with that slow, quiet insultingness of tone and look, the wicked, silent insolence of bearing which no man was able to stand, however admiringly he began. The Duke of Merthshire had turned his back upon it even after all the world had known his intentions, even after the newspapers had prematurely announced the engagement, and she herself had been convinced that he could not possibly retreat. She had worked desperately that season. She had fawned on and petted newspaper people, and stooped to little things no one but herself could have invented, and which no one but herself knew of. And never had Joan been so superb. Her beauty had seemed at its most brilliant height. The match would have been magnificent, but he could not stand her, and would not. Why indeed should any man? She glanced at her across the table. A beauty, of course, but she was thinner, and her eyes had a hungry fierceness in them, and the two delicate straight lines between her black brows were deepening. And there were no dukes on the horizon. Merthshire had married almost at once, and all the others were too young or had wives already. If this man would take her, she might feel herself lucky. Temple Barholm and 70,000 a year were not to be trifled with by a girl who made herself unpopular and who was 26. And for her own luck, the moment had come just before it was too late. A second marriage, wealth, and the end of a hideous struggle. Joan was the obstacle in her path, and she must be forced out of it. She glanced quickly at Tembarom. He was trying to talk to Joan now. He was trying to please her. She evidently had a fascination for him. He looked at her in a curious way when she was not looking at him. It was a way different from that of other men whom she had watched as they furtively stared. It had struck her that he could not take his eyes away. That was because he had never before been on speaking terms with a woman of beauty and rank. Joan herself knew that he was trying to please her, and she was asking herself how long he would have the courage and presumption to keep it up. He could scarcely be enjoying it. He was not enjoying it, but he kept it up. He wanted to be friends with her for more reasons than one. No one had ever remained long at enmity with him. He had got over a good many people in the course of his career, as he had got over Joseph Hutchinson. This had always been accomplished because he presented no surface at which arrows could be thrown. She was the hardest proposition he had ever come up against, he was thinking, but he didn't let himself be fool enough to break loose and get mad. She'd not hate him so much after a while. She would begin to understand that it wasn't his fault. Then perhaps he could get her to make friends. In fact, if she had been able to read his thoughts, there is no certainty as to how far her temper might have carried her. But she could see only him as a sharp-faced, common American out-of-the-shop boy class, sitting at the head of Jem Temple Barholm's table, in his chair. As they passed through the hall to go to the drawing-room after the meal was over, she saw a neat, pale young man speaking to Burrow, and heard a few of his rather anxiously uttered words. "The orders were that he was always to be told when Mr. Strangeways was like this, under all circumstances. I can't quiet him, Mr. Burrow. He says he must see him at once." Burrow walked back softly to the dining-room. "It won't trouble him much to be disturbed at his wine," he muttered before going. "He doesn't know hock from port." When the message was delivered to him, Tembarom excused himself with simple lack of ceremony. "I'll be back directly," he said to Palliser. "Those are good cigars." And he left the room without going into the matter further. Palliser took one of the good cigars, and in taking it exchanged a glance with Burrow, which instantly conveyed the suggestion that perhaps he had better remain for a moment or so. Captain Palliser's knowledge of interesting detail was obtained by chance here and there, he sometimes explained, but it was always obtained with a light and casual air. "I'm not sure," he remarked as he took the light Burrow held for him and touched the end of his cigar. "I am not quite sure I know exactly who Mr. Strangeways is." "He is the gentleman, sir, that Mr. Temple Barholm brought over from New York," replied Burrow with a stolidity clearly expressive of distaste. "Indeed, from New York. Why doesn't one see him?" "He is not in a condition to see people, sir," said Burrow, and Palliser's slightly lifted eyebrows seemed to express a good deal. He added a sentence. "He's not all there, sir." "From New York and not all there. What seems to be the matter?" Palliser asked quietly. "Odd idea to bring a lunatic all the way from America. There must be asylums there." "Us servants have orders to keep out of the way," Burrow said with sterner stolidity. "He is so nervous that the sight of strangers does him harm. I may say that questions are not encouraged." "Then I must not ask any more," said Captain Palliser. "I did not know I was edging on to a mystery." "I wasn't aware that I was myself, sir," Burrow remarked, "until I asked something quite ordinary of Pearson, who is Mr. Temple Barholm's valet. And it was not what he said, but what he didn't, that showed me where I stood." "A mystery is an interesting thing to have in a house," said Captain Palliser without enthusiasm. He smoked his cigar as though he was enjoying its aroma, and even from his first remark he had managed not to seem to be really quite addressing himself to Burrow. He was certainly not talking to him in the ordinary way. His air was rather that of a gentleman overhearing casual remarks in which he was only vaguely interested. Before Burrow left the room, however, and he left it under the impression that he had said no more than civility demanded, Captain Palliser had reached the point of being able to deduce a number of things from what he, like Pearson, had not said. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. The man who in all England was most deeply submerged in deadly boredom was, the old Duke of Stone said with wearied finality, himself. He had been a sinful young man of finished taste in 1820. He had cultivated these tastes, which were for literature and art and divers other things, in the most richly alluring foreign capitals, until finding himself becoming an equally sinful and finished elderly man, he had decided to marry. After the birth of her 4 daughters, his wife had died and left them on his hands, developing at that time a tendency to rheumatic gout, and a daily increasing realization of the fact that the resources of a poor dukedom may be hopelessly depleted by an expensive youth passed brilliantly in Vienna, Paris, Berlin, and London when it was endurable, he found it expedient to give up what he considered the necessities of life and to face existence in the country in England. It is not imperative that one should enter into detail. There was much, and it covered years during which his 4 daughters grew up and he grew down, as he called it. If his temper had originally been a bad one, it would doubtless have become unbearable, and as he had been born an amiable person, he merely sank into the boredom which threatens extinction. His girls bored him, his neighbors bored him, Stonehover bored him, Lancashire bored him, England had always bored him except at abnormal moments. "I read a great deal. I walk when I can." This he wrote once to a friend in Rome. "When I am too stiff with rheumatic gout, I drive myself about in a pony chaise and feel like an ant in a bath chair. I have so far escaped the actual chair itself. It perpetually rains here, I may mention, so I don't get out often. You who gallop on white roads in the sunshine and hear Italian voices and vowels, figure to yourself your friend trundling through damp, lead-colored Lancashire lanes, and being addressed in the Lancashire dialect. But so am I driven by necessity that I listen to it gratefully. I want to hear village news from villagers. I have become a gossip. It is a wonderful thing to be a gossip. It assists one to get through one's declining years. Do not wait so long as I did before becoming one. Begin in your rosette middle age." An attack of gout more severe than usual had confined him to his room for some time after the arrival of the new owner of Tembarom. He had, in fact, been so far indisposed that a week or two had passed before he had heard of him. His favorite nurse had been chosen by him, because she was a comfortable village woman, who he had taught to lay aside her proper awe and talk to him about her own affairs and her neighbors when he was in the mood to listen. She spoke the broadest possible dialect. He liked dialect, having learned much in his youth from mellow-eyed Neapolitan and Tuscan girls, and he had never been near a hospital, but had been trained by the bedsides of their children and neighbors. "If I were a writing person, she would become literature, impinging upon Miss Mitford's tales of Our Village, Miss Austen's Varieties, and the young Bronte woman's Wuthering Heights. Mon Dieu, what a resource it would be a writing person," he wrote to the Roman friend. To his daughters, he said, "She brings back my tenderest youth. When she pokes the fire in the twilight and lumbers about the room, making me comfortable, I lie in my bed and watch the flames dancing on the ceiling, and feel as if I were 6 and had the measles. She tucks me in, my dears, she tucks me in, I assure you. Sometimes I feel it quite possible that she will bend over and kiss me." She had tucked him in luxuriously in his armchair by the fire on the first day of his convalescence, and as she gave him his tray, with his beef tea and toast, he saw that she contained anecdotal information of interest which tactful encouragement would cause to flow. "Now that I am well enough to be entertained, Brattle," he said, "tell me what has been happening." "A greatly lot, your grace," she answered, "but not so much as Stonehover as the Tembarom. He's come." Then the Duke vaguely recalled rumors he had heard some time before his indisposition. "The new Tembarom? He's an American, isn't he? The lost heir who had to be sought for, high and low." "Principally low, I understand." The beef tea was excellently savory, and the fire was warm, and relief from 2 weeks of pain left a sort of nirvana of peace. Rarely had the Duke passed a more delightfully entertaining morning. There was a richness in the Tembarom situation, as described in detail by Mrs. Brattle, which filled him with delight. His regret that he was not a writing person intensified itself. Americans had not appeared upon the horizon in Miss Mitford's time, nor in Miss Austen's, or in the Brontes, the type not having entirely detached itself from that of the Red Indian. It struck him, however, that Miss Austen might have done the best work with this affair, if she had survived beyond her period. Her finely demure and sly sense of humor would have seen and seized upon its opportunities. Stark moorland life had not encouraged humor in the Brontes, and the village patronage had not roused in Miss Mitford a sense of ironic contrasts. Yes, Jane Austen would have done it best. That the story should be related by Mrs. Brattle gave it extraordinary flavor. No man or woman of his own class could have given such a recounting, or revealed so many facets of this jewel of entertainment. He and those like him could have seen the thing only from their own amused, outraged, bewildered, or cynically disgusted point of view. Mrs. Brattle saw it as the villagers saw it, excited, curious, secretly hopeful of undue lavishness, from "a chap has never had brass before, and wants to chuck it away for bragg's sake," or somewhat alarmed at the possible neglecting of customs and privileges by a person ignorant of memorial benefactions. She saw it as the servants saw it, secretly disdainful, outwardly respectful, waiting to discover whether sacrifice of professional distinction would be balanced by liberties permitted and lavishness of remuneration and largesse. She saw it also from her own point of view, that of a respectable cottage dweller, whose great-great-grandfather had been born in a black and white timbered house in a green lane, and who knew what the gentry ways and what nature of being could never even remotely approach the assumption of them. She had seen Tembarom more than once, and summed him up by no means ill-naturedly. "He's not such a bad-looking chap. He's not short-legged or turned-up-nosed, and that's summut. He can stride along, and he looks healthy enough for all he's thin. A thin chap never looks as common as a fat un. If he were pudgy, it'd be a lot more agin him." "I think, perhaps," amiably remarked the Duke, sipping his beef tea, "that you had better not call him a chap, Brattle. The late Mr. Temple Barham was never referred to as a chap exactly, was he?" Mrs. Brattle gave vent to a sort of internal-sounding chuckle. She had not meant to be impertinent, and she knew her charge was aware she had not, and that he was neither being lofty nor severe with her. "I'd like to have heard somebody do it when he was nigh," she said. "Happen I better be minding my P's and Q's a bit more. But that's what this'n is, your Grace. He's a chap out and out, and there's some is saying he's not a bad sort of chap either. There's lots of funny stories about him in Temple Barham village. He goes in the cottages now and then, and though a fool could see he does not know his place, nor other people's, he's downright open-handed, and he makes folks laugh. He took a lot of New York papers with big pictures in 'em to little Thomas Hibblewayth, and what does he think we did one rainy day? He walks into the old Dibbins cottage and sits down betwixt them, as they sit on each side of the fire, and he tells them they've got to cheer him up a bit, because he's naught to do. And he shows them the picture papers, too, and tells them about New York, and he ends up with singing them a comic song. They was frightened out of their wits at first, but somehow he got over 'em and made 'em laugh their own heads nigh off." Her charge laid his spoon down, and his shrewd, lined face assumed a new expression of interest. "Did he? Did he, indeed?" he exclaimed. "Good Lord, what an exhilarating person! I must go and see him. Perhaps he'd make me laugh my own head nigh off. What a sensation!" There was really immense color in the anecdotes and the side views accompanying them. The routing out of their obscurity of the isolated, dependent spinster relative, for instance, delicious. The man was either desperate with loneliness, or he was one of the rough diamond benefactors favored by novelists, in which latter case he would not be so entertaining. Pure self-interest caused the Duke of Stone quite unreservedly to hope that he was anguished by the unaccustomedness of his surroundings, and was ready to pour himself forth to anyone who would listen. There would be originality in such a situation, and one could draw forth revelations worth forming an audience to. He himself had thought that the volte-face such circumstances demanded would surely leave a man staring at things foreign enough to bore him. This, indeed, had been one of his cherished theories. But the only man he had ever encountered who had become a sort of millionaire between one day and another had been an appalling Yorkshire man, who had had some extraordinary luck with diamond mines in South Africa, and he had been simply drunk with exhilaration and the delight of spending money with both hands, while he figuratively slapped on the back persons who 6 weeks before would have kicked him for doing it. This man did not appear to be excited. The Duke mentally rocked with gleeful appreciation of certain things Mrs. Brattle detailed. She gave, of course, Burrell's version of the brief interview outside the dining-room door, when Miss Alicia's status in the household had been made clear to him. But the Duke, being a man endowed with a subtle sense of shades, was wholly enlightened as to the inner meaning of Burrell's master. "Now that was good," he said to himself, almost chuckling. "By the Lord, the man might have been a gentleman." When to all this was added the story of the friend or poor relative or what not who was supposed to be not quite right in the head, and was taken care of like a prince in complete isolation, attended by a valet, visited and cheered by his benefactor, he felt that a boon had indeed been bestowed upon him. It was the 19th-century mysteries of Udolpho in embryo, though too greatly diluted by the fact that though the stranger was seen by no one, the new Temple Barham made no secret of him. If he had only made a secret of him, the whole thing would have been complete. There was, of course, in the situation a discouraging suggestion that Temple Barham might turn out to be merely the ordinary noble character bestowing boons. I will burn a little candle to the Virgin and offer up prayers that he may not. That sort of thing would have no cachet whatever, and would only depress me," thought his still sufficiently sinful Grace. "When, Brattle, do you think I shall be able to take a drive again?" he asked his nurse. Brattle was not prepared to say upon her own responsibility, but the doctor would tell him when he came in that afternoon. "I feel astonishingly well, considering the sharpness of the attack," her patient said. "Our little talk has quite stimulated me. When I go out," there was a gleam in the eye he raised to hers, "I'm going to call at Tembarom." "I know there would," she commented with maternal familiarity. "I dunna believe that could keep away." And through the rest of the morning, as he sat and gazed into the fire, she observed that he several times chuckled gently and rubbed his delicate, chill, swollen-knuckled hands together. A few weeks later there were some warm days, and his Grace chose to go out in his pony carriage. Much as he detested the suggestion of the aunt in the bath chair, he had decided that he found the low, informal vehicle more entertaining than a more imposing one, and the desperation of his desire to be entertained can be comprehended only by those who have known its parallel. If he was not in some way amused, he found himself whirling, with rheumatic gout and 70 years, among recollections of vivid pictures better hung in galleries with closed doors. It was always possible to stop the pony carriage to look at views, bits of landscape caught at by vision through trees or under their spreading branches, or at the end of little green hedged lanes, apparently adorned with cottages or farmhouses, with ricks and barnyards and pig pens designed for the benefit of Moreland and other painters of rusticity. He could also slacken the pony's pace and draw up by roadsides where solitary men sat by piles of stone, which they broke at leisure with hammers as though they were cracking nuts. He had spent many agreeable half-hour in talk with a road-mender, who could be led into conversation and was elated by an extra shilling. As in the years long past, he had sat under the chestnut trees in the Apennines, and shared the black bread and sour wine of a peasant. So in these days he frequently would have been glad to sit under a hedge and eat bread and cheese with a good fellow who did not know him, and whose summing up of the domestic habits and needs of the working-man, or the amiabilities or degeneracies of the gentry, would be expressed, figuratively speaking, in thoughts and words of one syllable. The pony, however, could not take him very far afield, and one could not lunch on the grass with a stonebreaker well within reach of one's own castle without an air of eccentricity which he no more chose to assume than he would have chosen to wear long hair and a flowing necktie. Also, rheumatic gout had not hovered about in the days of the Apennines. He did not, it might be remarked, desire to enter into conversation with his humble fellow-man from altruistic motives. He did because there was always a chance, more or less, that he would be amused. He might hear of little tragedies or comedies. He much preferred the comedies. And he often learned new words or phrases of dialect interestingly allied to pure Anglo-Saxon. When this last occurred, he entered them in a notebook he kept in his library. He sometimes pretended to himself that he was going to write a book on dialects, but he knew that he was a dilettante sort of creature and would really never do it. The pretense, however, was a sort of asset. In dire moments during rains or foggy weather, when he felt twangs and had read till his head ached, he had wished that he had not eaten all his cake at the first course of life's feast, that he had formed a habit or so which might have survived, and helped him to eke out even an easy-chair existence through the last courses. He did not find consolation in the use of the palliative adjective as applied to himself. A neatly cynical sense of humor prevented it. He knew he had always been an entirely selfish man, and that he was entirely selfish still, and was not revoltingly fretful and domineering only because he was constitutionally unirritable. He was, however, amiably obstinate, and was accustomed to getting his own way in most things. On this day of his outing he insisted on driving himself in the face of arguments to the contrary. He was so fixed in his intention that his daughters and Mrs. Brattle were obliged to admit themselves overpowered. "Nonsense, nonsense," he protested when they besought him to allow himself to be driven by a groom. "The pony is a fat thing and only suited to a bath chair. He does not need driving. He doesn't go when he is driven. He frequently lies down and puts his cheek on his hand and goes to sleep, and I am obliged to wait until he wakes up." "But, Papa, dear," Lady Edith said, "your poor hands are not very strong, and he might run away and kill you. Please do be reasonable." "My dear girl," he answered, If he runs, I shall run after him and kill him when I catch him. George, he called to the groom holding the plump pony's head, tell her ladyship what this little beast's name is. The indolent apprentice, your grace, the groom answered, touching his hat and suppressing a grin. I called him that a month ago, said the Duke. Hogarth would have depicted all sorts of evil ends for him. 3 weeks since, when I was in bed being fed by Brattle with a spoon, I could have outrun him myself. Let George follow me on a horse if you like, but he must keep out of my sight. 1/2 a mile behind will do. He got into the phaeton, concealing his twinges with determination, and drove down the avenue with a fine air, sitting erect and smiling. Indoor existence had become unendurable, and the spring was filling the woods. I love the spring, he murmured to himself. I am sentimental about it. I love sentimentality in myself when I am quite alone. If I had been a writing person, I should have made verses every year in April and sent them to magazines, and they would have been returned to me. The indolent apprentice was, it is true, fat, though comely, and he was also entirely deserving of his name. Like his Grace of Stone, however, he had seen other and livelier days, and now and then he was beset by recollections. He was still a rather high, though slow, stepper, the latter from fixed preference. He had once stepped fast, as well as with a spirited gait. During his master's indisposition, he had stood in his loose box and professed such harmlessness that he had not been annoyed by being taken out for exercise as regularly as he might have been. He had champed his oats and listened to the repartee of the stable boys, and he had, perhaps, felt the coming of the spring when the cuckoo insisted upon it with thrilling mellowness across the green sweeps of the parkland. Sometimes it made him sentimental, as it made his master. Sometimes it made him stamp his small hooves restlessly in his straw and want to go out. He did not intend, when he was taken out, to emulate the industrious apprentice by hastening his pace unduly and raising false hopes for the future. But he sniffed in the air the moist green of leafage and damp moss, massed with yellow primroses cuddling in as though for warmth, and he thought of other fresh scents in the feel of the road under a pony's feet. Therefore, when he found himself out in the world again, he shook his head now and then, and even tossed it with the recurring sensations of a pony who is a mere boy and still slight in the waist. You feel it too, do you? Said the Duke. I won't remind you of your years. The drive from Stonehover to the village of Temple Barholm was an easy one, of many charms of leaf-arched lanes and green-edged road. The Duke had always had a partiality for it, and he took it this morning. He would probably have taken it in any case, but Mrs. Brattle's anecdotes had been floating through his mind when he set forth, and perhaps inclined him in its direction. The groom was a young man of 23, and he felt the spring also. The horse he rode was a handsome animal, and he himself was not devoid of a healthy young man's good looks. He knew his belted livery was becoming to him, and when on horseback he prided himself on what he considered an almost military bearing. Sarah Hibson, Farmer Hibson's dimpled-chinned and saucy-eyed daughter, had been carrying on a good bit with a soldier who was a smart, well-set-up, impudent fellow, and it was the manifest duty of any other young fellow who had considered himself to be walking out with her to look after his charges. His Grace had been most particular about George's keeping far enough behind him, and as 1/2 a mile had been mentioned as near enough, certainly one was absolved from the necessity of keeping in sight. Why should not one turn into the lane which ended at Hibson's farmyard and drop into the dairy and have it out with Sarah? Dimpled chins and saucy eyes and bare dimpled arms and hands, patting butter while heads were tossed in coquettishly alluring defiance, made even having it out an attractive and memory-obscuring process. Sarah was a plump and sparkling imp of prettiness, and knew the power of every sly glance and every dimple and every golden freckle she possessed. George did not know it so well, and in 10 minutes had lost his head and entirely forgotten even the 1/2 mile behind. He was lover-like. He was masterful. He brought the spring with him. He carried on, as Sarah put it, until he had actually outdistanced the soldier, and had her in his arms, kissing her as she laughed and prettily struggled. Shame o' the face, George, she scolded and dimpled and blushed. Will there be done now? Will there be done? I'll call mother. and at that very moment Mother came without being called, running, red of face, heavy-footed and panting, with her cap all on one side. "The Duke's run away! The Duke's run away!" she shouted. "Joe seed him. Pony got fritted at summit. And what art thou doing here, George Bind? Get on the horse and gallop. If he's killed, thou art a ruined man." There was an odd turn of chance in it, the Duke thought afterward. Though friskier than usual, the indolent apprentice had behaved perfectly well until they neared the gates of Tembarom, which chanced to be open because a cart had just passed through, and it was not the cart's fault, for the indolent apprentice regarded it with friendly interest. It happened, however, that perhaps being absorbed in the cart, which might have been drawn by a friend or even a distant relative, the indolent apprentice was horribly startled by a large rabbit which leapt out of the hedge almost under his nose, and, worse still, was followed the next instant by another rabbit even larger and more sudden and unexpected in its movements. The indolent apprentice snorted, pawed, whirled, dashed through the open gateway. The Duke's hands were even less strong than his daughter had thought, and galloped, head in air and bit between teeth, up the avenue, the low carriage rocking from side to side. "Damn! Damn!" cried the Duke, rocking also. "Oh, damn! I shall be killed in a runaway perambulator." And ridiculous as it was, things surged through his brain, and once, though he laughed at himself bitterly afterward, he gasped, "Ah, Heloise!" as he almost whirled over a jagged tree stump, gallop and gallop and gallop, off the road and through trees, and back again onto the sward. A gallop and jerk and jolt and jerk, and he was nearing the house, and a long-legged young man ran down the steps, pushing aside footmen, and was ahead of the drunken little beast of a pony, and caught him just as the phaeton overturned and shot his grace safely, though not comfortably, in a heap upon the grass. It was, of course, no trifle of a shock, but its victim's sensations gave him strong reason to hope, as he rolled over, that no bones were broken. The following servants were on the spot almost at once, and took the pony's head. The young man helped the Duke to his feet, and dusted him with masterly dexterity. He did not know he was dusting a duke, and he would not have cared if he had. "Hello," he said. "You're not hurt, I can see that. Thank the Lord. I don't believe you've got a scratch." His grace felt a shade shaky, and he was slightly pale, but he smiled in a way which had been celebrated 40 years earlier, and the charm of which had survived even rheumatic gout. "Thank you. I'm not hurt in the least. I am the Duke of Stone. This isn't really a call. It isn't my custom to arrive in this way. May I address you as my perseverer, Mr. Tembarom?" End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Upon the terrace, when he was led up the steps, stood a most perfect little elderly lady in a state of agitation much greater than his own or his rescuer's. It was an agitation as perfect in its femininity as she herself was. It expressed its kind tremors in the fashion which belonged to the puce silk dress and fine bits of collar and undersleeve, the belated gracefulness of which caused her to present herself to him rather as a figure cut neatly from a book of the styles he admired in his young manhood. It was, of course, Miss Alicia, who, having, with Tembarom, seen the galloping pony from a window, had followed him when he darted from the room. She came forward, looking pale with charming solicitude. "I do hope you are not hurt," she exclaimed. "It really seemed that only divine providence could prevent a terrible accident." "I'm afraid that it was more grotesque than terrible," he answered a shade breathlessly. "Let me make you acquainted with the Duke of Stone, Miss Alicia," Tembarom said in the formula of Mrs. Bowes's boarders on state occasions of introduction. "Duke, let me make you acquainted, sir, with my relation, Miss Alicia Tembarom." The Duke's bow had a remote suggestion of almost including a kissed hand in its gallant courtesy. Not, however, that early Victorian ladies had been accustomed to the kissing of hands, but at the period when he had best known the type, he had daily bent over white fingers in continental capitals. "A glass of wine," Miss Alicia implored. "Pray, let me give you a glass of wine. I'm sure you need it very much." He was taken into the library and made to sit in a most comfortable easy-chair. Miss Alicia fluttered about him with sympathy, still delicately tinged with alarm. How long had it been since he had been fluttered over? Nearly 40 years. Ladies did not flutter now, and he remembered that it was no longer the fashion to call them ladies. Only the lower middle classes spoke of ladies, but he found himself mentally using the word again as he watched Miss Alicia. It had been ladies who had fluttered and been anxious about a man in this quite pretty way. He could scarcely remove his eyes from her as he sipped his wine. She felt his escape providential, and murmured such devout little phrases concerning it that he was almost consoled for the grotesque inward vision of himself as an aged peer of the realm tumbling out of a baby carriage and rolled over on the grass at the feet of a man on whom later he had meant to make, in proper state, a formal call. She put her hand to her side, smiling half apologetically. "My heart beats quite fast yet," she said, whereupon a quaintly novel thing took place, at the sight of which the Duke barely escaped opening his eyes very wide indeed. The American Tembarom put his arm about her in the most casual and informally accustomed way, and led her to a chair, and put her in it, so to speak. "Say," he announced with affectionate authority, "you sit down right away. It's you that needs a glass of wine, and I'm going to give it to you." The relations between the two were evidently on a basis not common in England, even among people who were attracted to one another. There was a spontaneous, everyday air of natural, protective petting about it, as though the fellow was fond of her in his crude fashion, and meant to take care of her. He was fond of her, and the Duke perceived it with elation, and also understood. He might be the ordinary bestower of boons, but the protective curve of his arm included other things. In the blank dullness of his unaccustomed splendors, he had somehow encountered this fine, delicately preserved little relic of other days, and had seized on her and made her his own. "I have not seen anything as delightful as Miss Tembarom for many a year," the Duke said, when Miss Alicia was called from the room and left them together. "Ain't she great?" was Tembarom's reply. "She's just great." "It's an exquisite survival of type," said the Duke. "She belongs to my time, not yours," he added, realizing that survival of type might not clearly convey itself. "Well, she belongs to mine now," answered Tembarom. "I wouldn't lose her for a farm. The voice, the phrases, the carriage might survive. They do in remote neighborhoods, I suppose. But the dress is quite delightfully incredible. It is a work of art," the Duke went on. She had seemed too good to be true. Her clothes, however, had certainly not been dug out of a wardrobe of 40 years ago. "When I went to talk to the head woman in the shop on Bond Street, I fixed it with them hard and fast that she was not to spoil her. They were to keep her like she was. She's like her little cap, you know, and her little mantles and triplets. She's like them," exclaimed Tembarom. Did he see that? What an odd feature in a man of his sort. And how thoroughly New Yorkish it was that he should march into a fashionable shop and see that he got what he wanted and the worth of his money. There had been no rashness in the hope that the unexplored treasure might be a rich one. The man's simplicity was an actual complexity. He had a boyish eye and a grin, but there was a business-like line about his mouth which was strong enough to have been hard if it had not been good-natured. "That was confoundedly clever of you," his Grace commented heartily. "Confoundedly. I should never have had the wit to think of it myself, or the courage to do if I had. Shop women make me shy." "Oh, well, I just put it up to them," Tembarom answered easily. "I believe," cautiously translated the Duke, "that you mean that you made them feel that they alone were responsible." "Yes, I do," assented Tembarom, the grin slightly in evidence. "Put it up to them's the short way of saying it." "Would you mind my writing that down?" said the Duke. "I have a fad for dialects and new phrases." He hastily scribbled the words on a tablet he took from his pocket. "Do you like living in England?" he asked in the course of time. "I should like it if I'd been born here," was the answer. I see. If it had not been for finding Miss Alicia, and that I made a promise I'd stay for a year anyhow, I'd have broken loose at the end of the first week and worked my passage back, if I hadn't had enough in my clothes to pay for it." He laughed, but it was not real laughter. There was a thing behind it. The situation was more edifying than one could have hoped. "I made a promise, and I'm going to stick it out," he said. He was going to stick it out because he had promised to endure for a year Tembarom and an income of £70,000. The Duke gazed at him as at a fond dream realized. I've nothing to do," Tembarom added. "Neither have I," replied the Duke of Stone. "But you're used to it, and I'm not. I'm used to working 16 hours a day, and dropping into bed as tired as a dog, but ready to sleep like one and get up rested." "I used to play 20 hours a day once," answered the Duke, "and I didn't get up rested. That's probably why I have gout and rheumatism combined. Tell me how you worked, and I'll tell you how I played." It was worth while taking this tone with him. It had been worth while taking it with the chestnut-gathering peasants at the Apennines, sometimes even with a stone-breaker by an English roadside, and this was one of a type more unique and distinctive than any other, a fellow who, with the blood of Saxon kings and Norman nobles in his veins, had known nothing but the street life of the crudest city in the world, who spoke a sort of argot, who knew no parallels of the things which surrounded him in the ancient home he had inherited, and in which he stood apart, a sort of semi-sophisticated savage. The Duke applied himself with grace and finished ability to drawing him out. The questions he asked were all seemingly those of a man of the world charmingly interested in the superior knowledge of a foreigner of varied experience. His method was one which engaged the interest of Tembarom himself. He did not know that he was not only questioned, but, so to speak, delicately cross-examined, and that before the end of the interview, the Duke of Stone knew more of him, his past existence and the present sentiments, than even Miss Alicia knew after their long and intimate evening talks. The Duke, however, had the advantage of being a man and of cherishing vivid recollections of the days of his youth, which, unlike as it had been to that of Tembarom, furnished a degree of solid foundation upon which to go to build conjecture. "A young man of his age," his Grace reflected astutely, "has always just fallen out of love, is falling into it, or desires vaguely to do so. 10 years later there would perhaps be blank spaces, lean years during which he was not in love at all. But at this particular period there must be a young woman somewhere. I wonder if she is employed in one of the department stores he spoke of, and how soon he hopes to present her to us. This conversation has revealed so far, to use his own rich smile, neither hide nor hair of her." On his own part, he was as ready to answer questions as to ask them. In fact, he led Tembarom on to asking. "I will tell you how I played," had been meant. He made a human document of the history he enlarged. He brilliantly diverged, he included, he made pictures, and found Tembarom's point of view or lack of it, gave spice and humor to relations he had thought himself tired of. To tell familiar anecdotes of courts and kings to a man who had never quite believed that such things were realities, who almost found them humorous when they were casually spoken of, was edification indeed. The novel charm lay in the fact that his class and his country did not include them as possibilities. Peasants in other countries, ploughmen, shopkeepers, laborers in England, all these at least they knew of, and counted them in as factors in the lives of the rich and great. But this dear young man— "What's a crown like? I'd like to see one. How much do you guess such a thing would cost, in dollars?" "Did not Miss Temple Barham take you to see the regalia in the Tower of London? I'm quite shocked," said the Duke. He was, in fact, a trifle disappointed. With the puce dress and undersleeves and little fringes, she ought certainly to have rushed with her pupil to that seat of historical instruction in their first morning in London, immediately after breakfasting on toast and bacon and marmalade and eggs. She meant me to go, but somehow was put off. She almost cried on our journey home when she suddenly remembered we'd forgotten it after all. "I'm sure she said it was a wasted opportunity," suggested his Grace. "Yes, that was what hit her so hard. She'd never been to London before, and you couldn't make her believe she could ever get there again. And she said it was ungrateful to Providence to waste an opportunity. She's always mighty anxious to be grateful to Providence, bless her." "She regards you as Providence," remarked the Duke, enraptured. With a touch here and there, the touch of a master, he had gathered the whole story of Miss Alicia, and had found it a whimsical exquisiteness and humor. "She's a lot too good to me," answered Tembarom. "I guess women as nice as her are always a lot too good to men. She's a kind of little old angel. What makes me mad is to think of the fellows that didn't get busy and marry her 35 years ago." "Were there many of them?" the Duke inquired. "Thousands of 'em, though most of 'em never saw her." "I suppose you never saw her, then. If you had, you might have done it. The Duke, sitting with an elbow on each arm of his chair, put the tips of his fine gouty fingers together and smiled with a far-reaching inclusion of possibilities. "So I might," he said. "So I might. My loss entirely. My abominable loss." They had reached this point of the argument when the carriage from Stonehover arrived. It was a stately barouche, the coachman and footman of which, equally with his big horses, seemed to have hastened to an extent which suggested almost panting breathlessness. It contained Lady Edith and Lady Celia, both pale and greatly agitated by the news which had brought them horrified from Stonehover without a moment's delay. They both ascended in haste, and swept in such alarmed anxiety up the terrace steps and through the hall to their father's side, that they had barely a polite gasp for Miss Alicia, and scarcely saw Tembarom at all. "Dear papa!" they cried when he revealed himself in his chair in the library, intact and smiling. "How wicked of you, dear! How you have frightened us!" "I begged you to be good, dearest," said Lady Edith, almost in tears. "Where is George? You must dismiss him at once. Really, really." "He was half a mile away, obeying my orders," said the Duke. "A groom cannot be dismissed for obeying orders. It is the pony who must be dismissed, to my great regret, or else we must overfeed him until he's even fatter than he is and cannot run away." Were his arms and legs and his ribs and collarbones and head quite right? Was he sure that he had not received any internal injury when he fell out of the pony carriage? They could scarcely be convinced, and as they hung over and stroked and patted him, Tembarom stood aside and watched them with interest. They were the girls he had to please, and, by getting next to, giving himself a chance to fall in love with them, so that she'd know whether they were his kind or not. They were nice-looking, and had a way of speaking that sounded rather swell, but they weren't ace-high to a little slim red-headed thing that looked at you like a baby and pulled your heart up into your throat. "Don't poke me any more, dear children. I'm quite sound," he heard the Duke say. "In Mr. Temple Barhome you behold the preserver of your parent. Filial piety is making you behave with shocking ingratitude." They turned to Tembarom at once with a pretty outburst of apologies and thanks. Lady Celia wasn't, it is true, a looker, with her narrow shoulders and rather long nose, but she had an air of breeding and a charming color of which Palliser had spoken, returning to Lady Edith's cheeks, illuminated her greatly. They both were very polite and made many agreeably grateful speeches, but in the eyes of both there lurked a shade of anxiety which they hoped to be able to conceal. Their father watched them with a wicked pleasure. He realized clearly their well-behaved desire to do and say exactly the right thing and bear themselves in exactly the right manner, and also their awful uncertainty before an entirely unknown quantity. Almost any other kind of young man suddenly uplifted by strange fortune they might have known some parallel for. But a newsboy of New York! All the New Yorkers they had met or heard of had been so rich and grand as to make them feel themselves, by contrast, mere country paupers, quite shivering with poverty and huddling for protection in their barely clean rags. So what was there to go on? But how dreadful not to be quite right, precisely right in one's approach. Quite familiar enough, and yet not a shade too familiar, which of course would appear condescending. And be it said, the delicacy of the situation was added to by the fact that they had heard something of Captain Palliser's extraordinary little story about his determination to know ladies. Really, if Wilcox, the butcher's boy, had inherited Temple Barhome, it would have been easier to know where one stood in the matter of being civil and agreeable to him. First Lady Edith, made perhaps bold by the suggestion of physical advantage bestowed by the color, talked to him to the very best of her ability, and when she felt herself fearfully flagging, Lady Celia took him up and did her very well-conducted best. Neither she nor her sister were brilliant talkers at any time, and limited by absence of any common familiar topic, effort was necessary. The neighborhood he did not know. London he was barely aware of. Social functions it would be an impertinence to bring in. Games he did not play. Sport he had scarcely heard of. You were confined to America, and if you knew next to nothing of American life, there you were. Tembarom saw it all. He was sharp enough for that, and his habit of being jocular and wholly unashamed saved him from the misery of awkwardness that the Wilcox would have been sure to have writhed under. His casual frankness, however, for a moment embarrassed Lady Edith to the bitterest extremity. When you're trying your utmost to make a queer person oblivious to the fact that his world is one unknown to you, it is difficult to know where do you stand when he says, "It's mighty hard to talk to a man who doesn't know a thing that belongs to the kind of world you spent your life in, ain't it? But don't you mind me a minute. I'm glad to be talked to anyhow by people like you. When I don't catch on, I'll just ask. No man was ever electrocuted for not knowing, and that's just where I am. I don't know, and I'm glad to be told. Now, there's one thing. Burrell said 'your ladyship' to you. I heard him. Ought I to say it, or oughtn't I?" "Oh, no," she answered, but somehow without distaste and a momentary stare. He had startled her into, "Burrell is—" "He's a servant," he added encouragingly. "Well, I've never been a butler, but I've been somebody's servant all my life, and mighty glad of the chance. This is the first time I've been out of a job." What nice teeth he had! What a queer, candid, unresentful creature! What a good sort of smile! And how odd that it was he who was putting her more at her ease by the mere way in which he was saying this almost alarming thing. By the time he had ended, it was not alarming at all, and she had caught her breath again. She was actually sorry when the door opened and Lady Joan Phayre came in, followed almost immediately by Lady Mallow and Captain Palliser, who appeared to have just returned from a walk and heard the news. Lady Mallow was most sympathetic. Why not, indeed? The Duke of Stone was a delightful, cynical creature, and Stonehover was, despite its ducal poverty, a desirable place to be invited to if you could manage it. Her ladyship's method of fluttering was not like Miss Alicia's, its character being wholly modern, but she fluttered nevertheless. The Duke, who knew all about her, received her amiabilities with appreciative smiles. But it was the splendidly handsome, hungry-eyed young woman with the line between her black brows who engaged his attention. On the alert, as he always was, for a situation, he detected one at once when he saw his American address her. She did not address him, and scarcely deigned to reply when he spoke to her. When he spoke to others, she conducted herself as though he were not in the room. So obviously did she choose to ignore his existence. Such a bearing towards one host had indeed the charm of being an interesting novelty. And what a beauty she was, with her lovely, ferocious eyes and the small black head poised on the exquisite long throat, which was on the verge of becoming a trifle too thin. Then, as in a flash, he recalled between one breath and another the quite fiendish episode of poor Jem Temple Barham, and she was the girl. Then he became almost excited in his interest. He saw it all. As he had himself argued must be the case, this poor fellow was in love. But it was not with a lady in the New York department stores. It was with a young woman who would evidently disdain to wipe her feet upon him. How thrilling! As Lady Mallow and Palliser and the others chatted, he watched him, observing his manner. He stood the handsome creature's steadily persistent rudeness very well. He made no effort to push into the talk when she coolly held him out of it. He waited without external uneasiness or spasmodic smiles. If he could do that, despite the inevitable fact that he must feel his position uncomfortable, he was possessed of fiber. That alone would make him worth cultivating. And if there were persons who were to be made uncomfortable, why not cut in and circumvent the beauty somewhat, and give her a trifle of unease? It was with the light and adroit touch of accustomedness to all orders of little situations that his Grace took the matter in hand, with a shade also of amiable malice. He drew Tembarom adroitly into the center of things. He knew how to lead him to make easy the odd, frank remarks which were sufficiently novel to suggest that he was actually entertaining. He beautifully edged Lady Joan out of her position. She could not behave ill to him. He was far too old, he said to himself, leaving out the fact that a Duke of Stone is too respectable personage to be quite waved aside. Tembarom began to enjoy himself a little more. Lady Celia and Lady Edith began to enjoy themselves a little more also. Lady Mallow was filled with admiring delight. Captain Palliser took in the situation, and asked himself questions about it. On her part, Miss Alicia was restored to the happiness any lack of appreciation of her dear boy touchingly disturbed. In circumstances such as these, he appeared to the advantage which in a brief period would surely reveal his wonderful qualities. She clung so to his wonderful qualities because in all the 3-volume novels of her youth, the hero, debarred from early advantages and raised by the turn of fortune's wheel to splendor, was transformed at once into a being of the highest accomplishments and the most polished breeding, and ended in the 3rd volume a creature before whom emperors paled. And how more than charmingly cordial his Grace's manner was when he left them. "Tomorrow," he said, "if my daughters do not discover that I have injured some more than vital organ, I shall call to proffer my thanks with the most immense formality. I shall get out of the carriage in the manner customary in respectable neighborhoods, not roll out at your feet. Afterward you will, I hope, come and dine with us. I am devoured by the desire to become more familiar with the earth." End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. It was Lady Mallow who perceived the moment when he became the fashion. The Duke of Stone called with the immense formality he had described, and his visit was neither brief nor dull. A little later, Tembarom, with his guests, dined at Stonehover, and the dinner was further removed from dullness than any one of numerous past dinners, always noted for being the most agreeable the neighborhood afforded. The Duke managed his guest as an impresario might have managed his tenor, though this was done with subtly concealed methods. He had indeed a novelty to offer which had been discussed with much uncertainty of point of view. He presented it to an only languidly entertained neighborhood as a travail of his own choice. Here was drama, here was atmosphere, here was charm verging in its character upon the occult. You would not see it if you were not a collector of such values. "Nobody will likely see him as he is unless he is pointed out to them," was what he had said to his daughters. "But being bored to death, we are all bored. Once adroitly assisted to suspect him of being alluring, most of them will spring upon him and clasp him to their wearied breasts. I haven't the least idea what will happen afterward. I shall in fact await the result with interest." Being told Palliser's story of the ladies, he listened, holding the tips of his fingers together, and wearing an expression of deep interest, slightly baffled in its nature. It was Lady Edith who related the anecdote to him. "Now," he said, "it would be very curious and complicating if that were true, but I don't believe it is. Palliser, of course, likes to tell a good story. I shall be able to discover in time whether it is true or not, but at present I don't believe it." Following the dinner party at Stonehover came many others. All the well-known carriages began to roll up the avenue to Tembarom. The Tembarom carriages also began to roll down the avenue and between the stone griffins on their way to festive gatherings of varied order. Burrell and the footman ventured to consider their early plans for giving warning. It wasn't so bad if the country was going to take him up. "Do you see what is happening?" Lady Mallow said to Joan. "The man is becoming actually popular." "He is popular as a turn at a music hall is," answered Joan. "He will be dropped as he was taken up. There's something about him they like, and he represents what everybody most wants. For God's sake, Joan, don't behave like a fool this time. The case is more desperate. There is nothing else. Nothing." "There never was," said Joan. "And I know the desperateness of the case. How long are you going to stay here?" "I am going to stay for some time. They are not conventional people. It can be managed very well. We are relatives." "You will stay," inquired Joan in a low voice, "until they ask you to remove yourself?" Lady Mallow smiled an agreeably subtle smile. "Not quite that," she answered. "Miss Alicia will never have the courage to suggest it. It takes courage and sophistication to do that sort of thing. Mr. Tembarom evidently wants us to remain. He will be willing to make as much of the relationship as we choose to let him." "Do you choose to let him make as much of it as will establish us here for weeks or months?" Joan asked, her low voice shaking a little. "That will depend entirely upon circumstances. It will, in fact, depend entirely upon you," said Lady Mallow, her lips setting themselves into a straight, thin line. For an appreciable moment Joan was silent. but after it she lost her head and whirled around. "I shall go away," she cried. "Where?" asked Lady Mallow. "Back to London." "How much money have you?" asked her mother. She knew she had none. She was always sufficiently shrewd to see that she had none. If the girl had £1 a week of her own, her mother had always realized that she would have been unmanageable. After the Jem Temple-Barholm affair, she would have been capable of going to live alone in slums. As it was, she knew enough to be aware that she was too handsome to walk out into Piccadilly without a penny in her pocket, so it had been just possible to keep her indoors. "How much money have you?" she replied quietly. This is the way in which their unbearable scenes began, the scenes which the servants passing the doors paused to listen to in the hope that her ladyship would forget that raised voices may be heard by the discreet outsider. "How much money have you?" she said again. Joan looked at her. This time it was for about 5 seconds. She turned her back on her and walked out of the room. Shortly afterward, Lady Mallow saw her walking down the avenue in the rain, which was beginning to fall. She had left the house because she dared not stay in it. Once out in the park, she folded her long purple cloak about her and pulled her soft purple felt hat down over her brows, walking swiftly under the big trees without knowing where she intended to go before she returned. She liked the rain. She liked the heavy clouds. She wore her dark purples because she felt a fantastic, secret comfort in calling them her mourning which she would wear forevermore. No one could know as well as herself how desperate from her own point of view the case was. She had long known that her mother would not hesitate for a moment before any chance of a second marriage, which would totally exclude her daughter from her existence. Why should she, after all? Joan thought. They had always been antagonists. The moment of chance had been looming on the horizon for months. Sir Moses Monaldini had hovered about fitfully and evidently doubtfully at first, more certainly and frequently of late, but always with a clearly objecting eye cast askance upon herself. With determination and desire to establish a social certainty, astute enough not to care especially for young beauty and exactions he did not purpose to submit to, and keen enough to see the advantage of a handsome woman with bitter reason to value what was offered to her in the form of a luxurious future, Sir Moses was moving toward action, though with proper caution. He would have no penniless daughters hanging about scowling and sneering, none of that for him, and the ripest apple upon the topmost bough in the highest wind would not drop more readily to his feet than her mother would. Joan knew with sharp and shamed burnings. As the rain fell, she walked in her purple cloak, unpaid for, and her purple hat, for which they had been donned with threatening insults, and knew that she did not own and could not earn a penny. She could not dig, and to beg she was ashamed, and all the more horribly because she had been a beggar of the meaner order all her life. It made her sick to think of the perpetual visits they had made where they were not wanted, of the times when they had been politely bundled out of places, of the methods which had been used to induce shopkeepers to let them run up bills. For years her mother and she had been walking advertisements of smart shops because both were handsome, wore clothes well, and carried them where they would be seen and talked about. Now this would be all over, since it had been Lady Mallow who had managed all the details. Thrown upon her own resources, Joan would have none of them, even though she must walk in rags. Her education had prepared her for only one thing, to marry well, if luck were on her side. It had never been on her side. If she had never met Jem, she would have married somebody, since that would have been better than the inevitable last slide into an aging life spent in cheap lodgings with her mother. But Jem had been the beginning and the end. She bit her lips as she walked, and suddenly tears swept down her cheeks and dripped on the purple cloth folded over her breast. "And he sits in Jem's place, and every day that common foolish stare will follow me," she said. He sat, it was true, in the place Jem Temple-Barholm would have occupied if he had been a living man, and he looked at her a good deal. Perhaps he sometimes unconsciously stared because she made him think of many things, but if she had been in a state of mind admitting of judicial fairness, she would have been obliged to own that it was not quite a foolish stare. Absorbed, abstracted perhaps, but it was not foolish. Sometimes, on the contrary, it was searching and keen. Of course he was doing his best to please her. Of all the ladies, it seemed evident that he was most attracted by her. He tried to talk to her despite her unending rebuffs. He followed her about and endeavored to interest her. He presented a hidebound unsensitiveness when she did her worst. Perhaps he did not even know that she was being icily rude. He was plainly making up to her, after the manner of his class. He was perhaps playing the part of the patient adorer, who melted by noble long-suffering in novels, distinguished by heroes of humble origin. She had reached the village when the rain changed its mind, and without warning began to pour down as if the black cloud passing overhead had suddenly opened. She was wondering if she would not turn in somewhere for shelter until the worst was over, when a door opened and Tembarom ran out with an umbrella. "Come into the Hippoways' cottage, Lady Joan," he said. "This will be over directly." He did not affectionately hustle her in by the arm as he would have hustled in Miss Alicia, but he closely guarded her with the umbrella until he guided her inside. "Thank you," she said. The first object she became aware of was a thin face with pointed chin and ferret eyes peering at her round the end of a sofa. Then a sharp voice. "Take off her cloak and shake the rain off it in the washes," it said. "Mother and Aunt Susan's out. Let him unbutton it for thee." "I can unbutton it myself, thank you," said Lady Joan. Tembarom took it when she had unbuttoned it. He took it from her shoulders before she had time to stop him. Then he walked into the tiny washes and shook it thoroughly. He came back and hung it on a chair before the fire. Thomas was leaning back in his pillows and gazing at her. "I know the name," he said. "He told me," with a jerk of the head toward Tembarom. "Did he?" replied Lady Joan without interest. A flaringly illustrated New York paper was spread out upon his sofa. He pushed it aside and pulled the shabby atlas toward him. It fell open at a map of North America as if through long habit. "Sit thee down," he ordered. Tembarom had stood watching them both. "I guess you'd better not do that," he suggested to Thomas. "Why not?" said the boy sharply. "She's the one she was going to marry. It's the same as if he'd married her. If she were his widder, she'd want to talk about him. Widders always wants to talk. Why shouldn't she? She's women. He'd a wanted to talk about her." "Who is he?" asked Joan with stiff lips. "The Temple Bar Holmes has been here if he isna." Joan turned to Tembarom. "Do you come here to talk to this boy about him?" she said. "How dare you?" Thomas's eyes snapped. His voice snapped also. "He knew next to nowt about him until I told him," he said. "Then he came to ax me things, and found out more. He knows as much as I do now. I sits here and talks him over." Lady Joan still addressed Tembarom. "What interest can you have in the man who ought to be in your place?" she asked. "What possible interest?" "Well," he said awkwardly, "because he ought to be, I suppose. Ain't there reason enough?" He had never had to deal with women who hated him and who were angry, and he did not know exactly what to say. He had known very few women, and he had always been good-natured with them and won their liking in some measure. Also there was in his attitude toward this particular woman a baffled feeling that he could not make her understand him. She would always think of him as an enemy and believe he meant things he did not mean. If he had been born and educated in her world, he could have used her own language, but he could only use his own. And there were so many things he must not say for a time at least. "Do you not realize," she said, "that you are presuming upon your position, that you and this boy are taking liberties?" Thomas broke in, wholly without compunction. "I've taken liberties all my life," he said, "and I'm going to take 'em till the day. They're the only things I can take lying here crippled, and I'm going to take 'em." "Stop that, Thomas," said Tembarom with friendly authority. "She doesn't catch on, and you don't catch on either. You're both of you way off. Stop it." "I thought happened she could tell me things I didn't know," protested Thomas, throwing himself back on his pillows. "If she conna, she conna, and if she wouldn't, she wouldn't. Get out with thee," he said to Joan. "I don't want thee about the place." "Say," said Tembarom, "shut up." "I am going," said Lady Joan, and turned to open the door. The rain was descending in torrents, but she passed swiftly out into its deluge, walking as rapidly as she could. She thought she cared nothing about the rain, but it dashed in her face and eyes, taking her breath away. and she had need of breath when her heart was beating with such fierceness. If she were his widder, the boy had said. Even chance could not let her alone at one of her worst moments. She walked faster and faster because she was afraid Tembarom would follow her, and in a few minutes she heard him splashing behind her, and then he was at her side, holding the umbrella over her head. "You're a good walker," he said, "but I'm a sprinter. I trained running after streetcars and catching the L in New York." She had so restrained her miserable hysteric impulse to break down and utterly humiliate herself under the unexpected blow of the episode in the cottage that she had no breath to spare when she left the room, and her hurried effort to escape had left her so much less that she did not speak. "I'll tell you something," he went on. "He's a little freak, but you can't blame him much. Don't be mad at him. He's never moved from that corner since he was born, I guess, and he's got nothing to do or think of but just hearing what's happening outside. He's sort of crazy curious, and when he gets a hold of a thing that suits him, he just holds on to it till the last bell rings." She said nothing whatever, and he paused a moment because he wanted to think over the best way to say the next thing. "Mr. James Temple Barholm," he ventured it with more delicacy of desire not to seem to take liberties than she would have credited him with, "saw his mother sitting with him in her arms at the cottage door for a week or so after he was born. He stopped at the gate and talked to her about him, and he left him a sovereign. He's got it now. It seems a fortune to him. He's made a sort of idol of him. That's why he talks like he does. I wouldn't let it make me mad if I were you." He did not know that she could not have answered him if she would, that she felt that, if he did not stop, she might fling herself down upon the wet heather and wail aloud. "You don't like me," he began after they walked a few steps farther. "You don't like me." This was actually better. It choked back the sobs rising in her throat. The stupid shock of it, his tasteless foolishness, helped her by its very folly to a sort of defense against the disastrous wave of emotion she might not have been able to control. She gathered herself together. "It must be an unusual experience," she answered. "Well, it is, sort of," he said, but in a manner curiously free from fatuous swagger. "I've had luck that way. I guess it's been because I'd got to make friends, so as I could earn a living. It seems sort of queer to know that someone's got a grouch against me that I can't get away with." She looked up the avenue to see how much farther they must walk together, since she was not a sprinter and could not get away from him. She thought she caught a glimpse through the trees of a dog-cart driven by a groom, and hoped she had not mistaken and that it was driving in their direction. "It must indeed," she said, "though I am not quite sure I understand what a grouch is." "When you've got a grouch against a fellow," he explained impersonally, "you want to get at him. You want to make him feel like a mutt, and a mutt's the worst kind of fool. You've got one against me." She looked before her between narrowed lids and faintly smiled, the most disagreeable smile she was capable of. And yet, for some too extraordinary reason, he went on. But she had seen men go on before this, and when all odds were against them. Sometimes their madness took them this way. "I knew there was a lot against me when I came here," he persisted. "I should have been a fool if I hadn't. I knew when you came that I was showed up against a pretty hard proposition, but I thought perhaps if I got busy and showed you— You've got to show a person." "Showed me what?" she asked contemptuously. "Showed you, well, me," he tried to explain. "You? And that I wanted to be friends," he added candidly. Was the man mad? Did he realize nothing? Was he too thick of skin to even see? "Friends? You and I?" The words ought to have scorched him, pachyderm though he was. "I thought you'd give me a chance, a sort of chance." She stopped short on the avenue. "You did." She had not been mistaken. The dog-cart had rounded the far-off curve and was coming toward them, and the man went on talking. "You felt every minute that I was in a place that didn't belong to me. You know that if a man that it did belong to was here, you'd be with him. You felt as if I'd robbed him of that, and I'd robbed you. It was your home, yours. You hated me too much to think of anything else. Suppose there was a way I could give it back to you, make it your home again." His voice dropped and was rather unsteady. The fool, the gross, brutal, vulgar, hopeless fool. He thought this was the way to approach her, to lead her to listen to his proposal of marriage. Not for a second did she guess that they were talking at cross purposes. She did not know that as he kept himself steady on her contemptuousness, he was thinking that Anne would have to own that he was up against it hard and plenty while the thing was going on. "I'm always up against it when I'm talking to you," he said. "You get me rattled. There's things I want to talk about and ask you. Suppose you give me a chance, and let us start out by being sort of friends." "I'm staying in your house," she answered in a deadly voice, "and I cannot go away because my mother will not let me. You can force yourself upon me if you choose, because I cannot help it. But understand once and for all that I will not give you your ridiculous chance, and I will not utter one word to you when I can avoid it." He was silent for a moment and seemed to be thinking rather deeply. She realized now that he saw the nearing dog-cart. "You won't? Then it's up to me," he said, and then with a change of note he added, "I'll stop the cart and tell the man to drive you to the house. I'm not going to force myself on you, as you call it. It'll be no use. Perhaps it'll come all right in the end." He made a sign to the groom, who hastened his horse's pace and drew up when he reached them. "Take this lady back to the house," he said. The groom, who was a new arrival, began to prepare to get down and give up his place. "You needn't do that," said Tembarom. "Won't you get up and take the reins, sir?" the man asked uncertainly. "No, I can't drive." "You'll have to do it. I'll walk." And to the groom's amazement, they left him standing under the trees looking after them. "It's up to me," he was saying. "The whole darn thing's up to me." End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. The neighborhood of Temple Barholm was not, upon the whole, a brilliant one. Indeed, it had been frankly designated by the casual guest as dull. The country was beautiful enough, and several rather large estates lay within reach of one another, but their owners were neither very rich nor especially notable personages. They were of the extremely good old blood, and were of established respectability. None of them, however, was given to entertaining house parties made up of the smart and dazzlingly sinful world of fashion said by moralists to be composed entirely of young and mature beauties, male and female, capable of supplying at any moment enlivening detail for the divorce court, glittering beings whose wardrobes were astonishing and whose conversations were composed wholly of brilliant paradox and sparkling repartee. Most of the residents took their sober season in London, the men of the family returning gaily to their pheasants, the women not regretfully to their gardens and tennis, because their successes in town had not been particularly delirious. The guests who came to them were generally as respectable and law-abiding as themselves, and introduced no iconoclastic diversions. For the greater portion of the year, in fact, diners were out of the neighborhood and met the neighborhood, and were reduced to discussing neighborhood topics, which was not, on the whole, a fevered joy. The Duke of Stone was, perhaps, the one man who might have furnished topics. Privately it was believed, and in part known, that he at least had had a brilliant, if not wholly unreprehensible past. He might have introduced enlivening elements from London, even from Paris, Vienna, Berlin, and Rome. But the sobering influence of years of rheumatic gout and not entirely sufficing income prevented activities, and his opinions of his social surroundings were vaguely guessed to be those of a not too lenient critic. "I do not know anything technical or scientific about ditchwater," he had expressed himself in the bosom of his family. "I never analyzed it, but analyzers, I gather, consider it dull. If anything could be duller than ditchwater, I would say it was Stonehover and its surrounding neighborhood." He had also remarked at another time, "If our society could be enriched by some of the characters who form the house of parties and seem, in fact, integral parts of all our country society, in modern problem or even unproblem novels, how happy one might be, how edified and amused. A wicked lady or so, of high or extremely low rank, of immense beauty and coruscating brilliancy, a lovely creature, male or female, whom she is bent upon undoing—" "Dear papa," protested Lady Celia. "Reproach me, dearest," Reproach me as severely as you please. It inspires me. It makes me feel like a wicked, dangerous man, and I have not felt like one for many years. Such persons as I describe form the charm of existence, I assure you. A ruthless adventuress with any kind of good looks would be the making of us. Several of them, of different types, a handsome villain, and a few victims, unknowing of their fate, would cause life to flow by like a peaceful stream." Lady Edith laughed an unseemly little laugh. Unseemly, since filial regret and paternal obliquity should have restrained it. "Papa, you're quite horrible," she said. "You ought not to make your few daughters laugh at improper things." "I would make my daughters laugh at anything so long as I must doom them to stone over. And Lady Pevensey and Mrs. Stoughton and the rector, if one may mention names," he answered. "To see you laugh revives me by reminding me that once I was considered a witty person. Quite so. Some centuries ago, however, about the time when things were being rebuilt after the flood." In such circumstances, it cannot be found amazing that a situation such as Temple Bar Home presented should provide rich food for conversation, supposition, argument, and humorous comment. T. Tembarom himself, after the Duke had established him, furnished an unlimited source of interest. His household became a perennial fount of quiet discussion. Lady Mallow and her daughter were the members of it who met with the most attention. They appeared to have become members of it rather than visitors. Her ladyship had plainly elected to extend her stay even beyond the period to which a fond relative might feel entitled to hospitality. She had been known to extend visits before with great cleverness, but this one assumed an established aspect. She was not going away, the neighborhood decided, until she had achieved that which she had come to accomplish. The present unconventional atmosphere of the place naturally supported her, and how probable it seemed, taking into consideration Captain Palliser's story, that Mr. Temple Barham wished her to stay. Lady Joan would be obliged to stay also, if her mother intended that she should. But the poor American, there were some expressions of sympathy, though the situation was greatly added to by the feature, the poor American was being treated by Lady Joan as only she could treat a man. It was worth inviting the whole party to dinner or tea or lunch merely to see the two together. The manner which she managed to ignore him and be scathing to him without apparently infringing a law of civility, and the number of laws she sometimes chose to sweep aside when it was her mood to do so, were extraordinary. If she had not been a beauty, with a sort of mystic charm for the male creature, surely he would have broken his chains. But he did not. What was he going to do in the end? What was she going to do? What was Lady Mallow going to do if there was no end at all? He was not as unhappy-looking a lover as one might have expected, they said. He kept up his spirits wonderfully. Perhaps she was not always as icily indifferent to him as she chose to appear in public. Temple Barham was a great estate, and Sir Moses Mondolini had been mentioned by rumor. Of course, there would be something rather strange and tragic in it if she came to Temple Barham as its mistress in such singular circumstances, but he certainly did not look depressed or discouraged, so they talked it over as they looked on. "How they gossip! How delightfully they gossip!" said the Duke. "But it is such a perfect subject. They have never been so enthralled before. Dear young man, how grateful we ought to be for him!" One of the most discussed features of the case was the Duke's own cultivation of the central figure. There was an actual oddity about it. He drove from Stonehover to Temple Barham repeatedly. He invited Tembarom to the castle and had long talks with him, long, comfortable talks in secluded, delightful rooms, or under great trees on a lawn. He wanted to hear anecdotes of his past, to draw him on to giving his points of view. When he spoke of him to his daughters, he called him T. Tembarom, but the slight derision of his earlier tone modified itself. "That delightful young man will shortly become my closest intimate," he said. "He not only keeps up my spirits, but he opens up vistas. Vistas after a man's 72nd birthday. At times I could clasp him to my breast." "I like him first-rate," Tembarom said to Miss Alicia. "I liked him the minute he got up laughing like an old sport when he fell out of the pony carriage." As he became more intimate with him, he liked him still better. Obscured though it was by airy elderly persiflage, he began to come upon a background of stability and points of view wholly to be relied on in his new acquaintance. It had evolved itself out of long and varied experience, with the aid of brilliant mentality. The old peer's reasons were always logical. He laughed at most things, but at a few he did not laugh at all. After several of the long conversations, Tembarom began to say to himself that this seemed like a man you need not be afraid to talk things over with, things you didn't want to speak of to everybody. "Seems to me," he said thoughtfully to Miss Alicia, "he's an old fellow you could tie to. I've got on to one thing when I've listened to him. He talks all he wants to and laughs a lot, but he never gives himself away. He wouldn't give another fellow away either if he said he wouldn't. He knows how not to." There was an afternoon on which, during a drive they took together, the Duke was enlightened as to several points which had given him cause for reflection. Among others, the story beloved of Captain Palliser and his audiences. "I guess you've known a good many women," T. Tembarom remarked on this occasion after a few minutes of thought. "Living all over the world as you've done, you'd be likely to come across a whole raft of them one time or another." "A whole raft of them one time or another," agreed the Duke. "Yes. You've liked them, haven't you?" "Immensely. Sometimes a trifle disastrously. Find me a more absolutely interesting object of the universe than a woman. Any woman. And I will devote the remainder of my declining years to the study of it," answered his Grace. He said it with a decision which made T. Tembarom turn to look at him, and after his look decide to proceed. "Have you ever known a bit of a slim thing?" He made an odd, embarrassing gesture with his arm. "The size that you could pick up with one hand and set on your knee as if she was a child." The Duke remained still, knowing that this was only the beginning, and pricking up his ears as he took a rapid kaleidoscopic view of all the ladies in the neighborhood, and as hastily waved them aside. "A bit of a thing that some way seems to mean it all to you, and moves the world?" The conclusion was one which brought the incongruous touch of maturity into his face. "Not one of the ladies?" The Duke was mentally summing the matter up. "Certainly not Lady Joan, after all. Not to think even a young person in the department store." He leaned back in his corner to better inspect his companion directly. "You have, I see," he replied quietly. "Once I myself did." He had cried out, "Ah, Eloise!" though he had laughed at himself when he seemed facing his ridiculous tragedy. "Yes," confessed T. Tembarom. "I met her at the boarding-house where I lived. Her father was a Lancashire man and an inventor. I guess you've heard of him. His name is Joseph Hutchinson." The whole country had heard of him, more countries, indeed, than one had heard. He was the man who was going to make his fortune in America because T. Tembarom had stood by him in his extremity. He would make a fortune in America and another in England and possibly several others on the continent. He had learned to read in a village school, and the girl was his daughter. "Yes," replied the Duke. "I don't know whether the one you knew had that quiet little way of seeing right straight into a thing and making you see it too," said Tembarom. "She had," answered the Duke, and an odd expression wavered in his eyes because he was looking backward across 40 years, which seemed 100. "That's what I meant by moving the world," T. Tembarom went on. "You know, she's right, and you've got to do what she says if you love her." "And you always do," said the Duke. "Always and forever. There are very few. They are the elect." T. Tembarom took it gravely. "I said to her once that there wasn't more than one of her in the world, because there couldn't be enough to make two of that kind. I wasn't joshing either. I meant it. It's her quiet little voice and her quiet, babyfied eyes that get you where you can't move. And it's something else you don't know anything about. It's her never doing anything for herself, but just doing it because it's the right thing for you." The Duke's chin had sunk a little on his breast, and looking back across the 100 years, he forgot for a moment where he was. The one he remembered had been another man's wife, a little angel brought up in a convent by white-souled nuns, passed over by her people to an elderly vaurien of great magnificence, and she had sent the strong, laughing, impassioned young English peer away before it was too late, and with the young eyes of her looking upward at him in that way which saw straight into a thing, and with that quiet little voice, so long ago, so long ago. "Oh, Eloise," he sighed unconsciously. "What did you say?" asked T. Tembarom. The Duke came back. "I was thinking of the time when I was 29, he answered. "It was not yesterday, nor even the day before. The one I knew died when she was 24. "Died?" said Tembarom. "Good Lord!" He dropped his head and even changed color. "A fellow can't get on to a thing like that. It seems as if it couldn't happen. Suppose—" He caught his breath hard and then pulled himself up. "Nothing could happen to her before she knew that I've proved what I said. Just proved it. And done every single thing she told me to do." "I'm sure you have," the Duke said. "It's because of that I begin to say this." Tembarom spoke hurriedly that he might thrust away the sudden dark thought. "You're a man, and I'm a man. Far away ahead of me as you are, you're a man too. I was crazy to get her to marry me and come here with me, and she wouldn't." The Duke's eyes lighted anew. "She had her reasons," he said. "She laid 'em out as if she'd been my mother, instead of a little red-headed angel that you wanted to snatch up and crush up to you so she couldn't breathe. She didn't waste a word. She just told me what I was up against. She'd lived in the village with her grandmother, and she knew. She said I'd got to come and find out for myself what no one else could teach me. She told me about the kind of girls I'd see, beauties that were different from anything I'd ever seen before, and it was up to me to see all of them, the best of them." "Ladies?" interjected the Duke gently. "Yes, with titles like those in the novels," she said, "and clothes like those in the ladies' pictorial. The kind of girls," she said, "that would make her look like a housemaid." "Housemaid be darned!" he exclaimed, suddenly growing hot. "I've seen a whole lot of them. I've done my darndest to get next, and there's not one—" He stopped short. "Why should any of them look at me anyhow?" he added suddenly. "That was not her point," remarked the Duke. "She wanted you to look at them, and you have looked." T. Tembarom's eagerness was inspiring to behold. "I have, haven't I?" he cried. "That was what I wanted to ask you. I've done as she said, and I haven't shirked a thing. I followed them around when I knew they hadn't any use on the earth for me. Some of them have handed me the lemon pretty straight. Why shouldn't they? But I don't believe she knew how tough it might be for a fellow sometimes." "No, she did not," the Duke said. "Also, she probably did not know that in ancient days of chivalry, ladies sent forth their knights to bear buffeting for their sakes in proof of fealty. Rise up, Sir Knight!" This last phrase, of course, T. Tembarom did not know the poetic significance of. To his hearer, Palliser's story became an amusing thing, read in the light of his most delicious frankness. It was Palliser himself who played the fool, and not T. Tembarom, who had simply known what he wanted, and had, with business-like directness, applied himself to finding a method of obtaining it. The young women he gave his time to must be ladies, because Miss Hutchinson had required it from him. The female flower of the noble houses had been passed in review before him to practice upon, so to speak. The handsomer they were, the more dangerously charming, the better Miss Hutchinson would be pleased. And he had been regarded as a presumptuous aspirant. It was a situation for a comedy, but the ladies would not enjoy it if they were told. It was also not the Duke of Stone who would tell them. They could not in the least understand the subtlety of the comedy in which they had unconsciously taken part. Anne Hutchinson's grandmother curtsied to them in her stiff old way when they passed. Anne Hutchinson had gone to the village school and been presented with prizes for needlework and good behavior. But what a girl she must be, the slim bit of a thing with a red head. What a clear-headed and firm little person. In courts he had learned to wear a composed countenance when he was prompted to smile, and he wore one now. He enjoyed the society of T. Tembarom increasingly every hour. He provided him with every joy. Their drive was a long one, and they talked a good deal. They talked of the Hutchinsons, of the invention, of the business deals Tembarom had entered into at the outset, and of their tremendously encouraging result. It was not mere rumor that Hutchinson would end by being a rich man. The girl would be an heiress. How complex her position would be, and being of the elect who unknowingly bear with them the power that moves the world, how would she affect Temple Barholm and its surrounding neighborhood? "I wish to God she was here now," exclaimed Tembarom suddenly. It had been an interesting talk, but now and then the Duke had wondered if, as it went on, his companion was as wholly at ease as usual with him. an occasional shade of absorption in his expression, as if he were thinking of two things at once, despite himself. A hint of restlessness revealed themselves occasionally. Was there something more he was speculating on, the possibility of saying, something more to tell or explain? If there was, let him take his time. His audience at all events was possessed of perceptions. This somewhat abrupt exclamation might open the way. "That is easily understood, my dear fellow," replied the Duke. "There's times when you want a little thing like that just to talk things over with, just to ask, because you're dead sure she'd never lose her head and give herself away without knowing she was doing it. She would just keep still and let the waves roll over her, and be standing there ready and quiet when the tide had passed. It's the keeping her mouth shut that's so hard for most people. They're not saying a darn thing, whatever happens, till just the right time." "Women cannot often do it," said the Duke. "Very few men can." "You're right," Tembarom answered, and there was a trifle of anxiety in his tone. "There's women, just the best kind, that you daren't tell a big thing to. Not that they'd mean to give it away. Perhaps they wouldn't know when they did it. But they'd feel so anxious they get rattled," put in the Duke, and knew who he was thinking of. He saw Miss Alicia's delicate, timid face as he spoke. Tembarom laughed. "That's just it," he answered. "They wouldn't go back on you for worlds, but, well, you have to be careful with them." "He's got something on his mind," mentally commented the Duke. "He wonders if he will tell it to me." "And there's times when you give half you've got to be able to talk a thing out and put it up to someone else for a while. I could do it with her. That's why I said I wish to God she was here." "You have learned to know how to keep still," the Duke said. "So have I. We learned it in different schools, but we have both learned." As he was saying the words, he thought he was going to hear something. When he had finished saying them, he knew that he would, without a doubt. Tembarom made a quick move in his seat. He lost a shade of color and cleared his throat as he bent forward, casting a glance at the backs of the coachman and footman on the high seat above them. "Can those fellows hear me?" he asked. "No," the Duke answered. "If you speak as you're speaking now." "You're the biggest man about here," the young man went on. "You stand for everything that English people care for. And you were born knowing all the things I don't. I've been carrying a big load for quite a while, and I guess I'm not big enough to handle it alone, perhaps. Anyhow, I want to be sure I'm not making fool mistakes. The worst of it is I've got to keep still if I'm right, and I've got to keep still if I'm wrong. I've got to keep still, anyhow." "I've learned to hold my tongue in places where, if I had not held it, I might have plunged nations into bloodshed," the Duke said. "Tell me all you choose." As a result of which, by the time their drive had ended and they had returned to Stonehover, he had told him, and the Duke sat in his corner of the carriage with an unusual light in his eyes and a flush of somewhat excited color on his cheek. "You're a queer fellow, Tembarom," he said when they parted in the drawing-room after taking tea. "You exhilarate me. You make me laugh. If I were an emotional person, you would at moments make me cry. There's an affecting uprightness about you. You're rather a fine fellow, too, 'pon my life." Putting a waxen, gout-knuckled old hand in his shoulder and giving him a friendly push, which was half a pat, he added, "You are, by God!" And after his guest had left him, the Duke stood for some minutes gazing into the fire with a complicated smile and the air of a man who finds himself quaintly enriched. "I have had ambitions in the course of my existence, several of them," he said, "but even in over-vaulting moments never have I aspired to such an altitude as this, to be, as it were, part of a melodrama. One feels that one scarcely deserves it." End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. "Mr. Temple-Bar Holmes seems in better spirits," Lady Mallow said to Captain Palliser as they walked on the terrace in the starlight dusk after dinner. Captain Palliser took his cigar from his mouth and looked at the glowing end of it. "Has it struck you that he has been in low spirits?" he inquired speculatively. "One does not usually connect him with depression." Certainly not with depression. He's an extraordinary creature. One would think he would perish from lack of the air he is used to breathing. New York air." "He is not perishing. He's too shrewd," returned Palliser. "He mayn't exactly like all this, but he's getting something out of it." "He is not getting much of what he evidently wants most. I am out of all patience," said Lady Mallow. Her acquaintance with Palliser had lasted through a number of years. They argued most matters from the same basis of reasoning. They were at times almost candid with each other. It may be acknowledged, however, that of the two, Lady Mallow was the more inclined to verge on self-revelation. This was, of course, because she was the less clever and had more temper. Her temper, she had now and then owned bitterly to herself, had played her tricks. Captain Palliser's temper never did this. It was Lady Mallow's temper which spoke now. But she did not in the least mind his knowing that Joan was exasperating her beyond endurance. He knew the whole situation well enough to be aware of it without speech on her part. He had watched similar situations several times before. "Her manner toward him is, to resort to New York colloquialisms, the limit," Palliser said quietly. "Is it your idea that his less good spirits have been due to Lady Joan's ingenuities? They are ingenious, you know." "They are devilish," exclaimed her mother. "She treads him in the mire and sails about professing to be conducting herself flawlessly. She is too clever for me," she added with bitterness. Palliser laughed softly. But every often you have been too clever for her," he suggested. "For my part, I don't quite see how you got her here." Lady Mallow became not almost, but entirely candid. "Upon the whole, I don't quite know myself. I believe she really came for some mysterious reason of her own." "That is rather my impression," said Palliser. "She has got something up her sleeve, and so has he." "He!" Lady Mallow quite ejaculated the word. "She always has. That's her abominable secretive way. But he? T. Tembarom, with something up his sleeve. One can't imagine it." "Almost everybody has. I found that out long years ago," said Palliser, looking at his cigar and again as if consulting it. "Since I arrived at the conclusion, I always take it for granted and look out for it. I've become rather clever in following such things up, and I have taken an unusual interest in T. Tembarom from the first." Lady Mallow turned her handsome face, much softened by an enwreathing gauze scarf, toward him anxiously. "Do you think his depression, or whatever it is, means Joan?" she asked. "If he is depressed by her, you need not be discouraged," smiled Palliser. "The time to lose hope would be when, despite her ingenuities, he became entirely cheerful. But," he added after a moment's pause, "I have an idea there is some other little thing." "Do you suppose that some young woman he has left behind in New York is demanding her rights?" said Lady Mallow with annoyance. "That is exactly the kind of thing Joan would like to hear, and so entirely natural. Some shop girl or other." "Quite natural, as you say. But he would scarcely be running up to London and consulting Scotland Yard about her," Palliser answered. "Scotland Yard!" ejaculated his companion. "How in the world did you find that out?" Captain Palliser did not explain how he had done it. Presumably his knowledge was due to the adroitness of the system of following such things up. "Scotland Yard has also come to him," he went on. "Did you chance to see a red-faced person who spent a morning with him last week?" "He looked like a butcher, and I thought he might be one of his friends," Lady Mallow said. "I recognize the man. He is an extremely clever detective, much respected for his resources in the matter of following clues which are so attenuated as to be scarcely clues at all." "Clues have no connection with Joan," said Lady Mallow, still more annoyed. "All London knows her miserable story." "Have you—" Captain Palliser's tone was thoughtful. "Has anyone ever seen Mr. Strangeways?" "No. Can you imagine anything more absurdly romantic? A creature without a memory shut up in a remote wing of a palace like this, as if he were the man with the iron mask. Romance is not quite compatible with T. Tembarom." "It is so incongruous that it has entertained me to think it over a good deal," remarked Palliser. He leaves everything to one's imagination. All one knows is that he isn't a relative, that he isn't mad, but only too nervous to see or be seen. Queer situation. I've found there is always a reason for things. The queerer they are, the more sure it is that there's a reason. What is the reason Strangeways is kept here? And where would a detective come in? Just on general principles, I'm rather going into the situation. There's a reason, and it would be amusing to find it out. Don't you think so?" He spoke casually, and Lady Mallow's answer was casual, though she knew from experience that he was not as casual as he chose to seem. He was clever enough always to have certain reasons of his own which formulated themselves into interests large and small. He knew things about people which were useful. Sometimes quite small things were useful. He was always well behaved, and no one had ever accused him of bringing pressure to bear. But it was often possible for him to sell things or buy things or bring about things in circumstances which would have presented difficulties to other people. Lady Mallow knew from long experience all about the exigencies of cases when needs must, and she was not critical. Temple Barholm as the estate of a distant relative and T. Tembarom as its owner were not assets to deal with indifferently. When a man made a respectable living out of people who could be persuaded to let you make investments for them, it was not an unbusinesslike idea to be in the position to advise an individual strongly. "It's quite natural that you should feel an interest," she answered. "But the romantic stranger is too romantic, though I will own Scotland Yard is a little odd." "Yes, that is exactly what I thought," said Palliser. He had, in fact, thought a good deal and followed the thing up in a quiet amateur way, though with annoyingly little result. Occasionally he had felt rather a fool for his pains, because he had been led to so few facts of importance, and had found himself so often confronted by T. Tembarom's entirely frank grin. His own mental attitude was not a complex one. Lady Mallow's summing up had been correct enough on the whole. Temple Barholm ought to be a substantial asset, regarded in its connection with its present owner. Little dealings in stocks, sometimes rather large ones when luck was with him, had brought desirable returns to Captain Palliser throughout a number of years. Just now he was taking an interest in a somewhat imposing scheme, or what might prove an imposing one if it were managed properly and presented to the right persons. If T. Tembarom had been sufficiently lured by the spirit of speculation to plunge into old Hutchinson's affair, as he evidently had done, he was plainly of the temperament attracted by the game of chance. There had been no reason but that of temperament which could have led him to invest. He had found himself suddenly a moneyed man and had liked the game, never having so much as heard of little Anne Hutchinson. Captain Palliser not unnaturally argued after this wise. There seemed no valid reason why, if a vague invention had allured, a less vague scheme, managed in a more businesslike manner, should not. This Mexican silver and copper mine was a dazzling thing to talk about. He could go into details. He had, in fact, allowed a good deal of detail to trail through his conversation at times. It had not been difficult to accomplish this in his talks with Lady Mallow in his host's presence. Lady Mallow was always ready to talk of mines, gold, silver, or copper. It happened at times that one could manage to secure a few shares without the actual payment of money. There were little hospitalities or social amiabilities now and then, which might be regarded as value received. So she had made it easy for Captain Palliser to talk, and T. Tembarom had heard much which would have been of interest to the kind of young man he appeared to be. Sometimes he had listened absorbedly, and on a few occasions he had asked a few questions which laid him curiously bare in his role of speculator. If he had no practical knowledge of the ways and means of great mining companies, he at least professed none. At all events, if there was any little matter he preferred to keep to himself, there was no harm in making oneself familiar with its aspect and significance. A man's arguments, so far as he himself is concerned, assume the character with which his own choice of adjectives and adverbs labels them. That is, if he labels them. The most astute do not. Captain Palliser did not. He dealt merely with the reasoning processes which were applicable to the subject in hand, whatsoever its nature. He was a practical man of the world, a gentleman, of course, It was necessary to adjust matters without romantic hair-splitting. It was all by the way. T. Tembarom had at the outset seemed to present, so to speak, no surface. Palliser had soon ceased to be at all sure that his social ambitions were to be relied on as a lever. Besides which, when the old Duke of Stone took delighted possession of him, dined with him, drove with him, sat and gossiped with him by the hour, there was not much one could offer him. Strangeways had at first meant only eccentricity. A little later he had occasionally faintly stirred curiosity, and perhaps the fact that Burrell enjoyed him as a grievance and a mystery had stimulated the stirring. The various chance had led him to find himself regarding the opening up of possible vistas. From a certain window in a certain wing of the house a much-praised view was to be seen. Nothing was more natural than that on the occasion of a curious sunset, Palliser should, in coming from his room, decide to take a look at it. As he passed through a corridor, Pearson came out of a room near him. "How is Mr. Strangeways today?" Palliser asked. "Not quite so well, I'm afraid, sir," was the answer. "Sorry to hear it," replied Palliser, and passed on. On his return he walked somewhat slowly down the corridor. As he turned into it he thought he heard the murmur of voices. One was that of T. Tembarom, and he was evidently using argument. It sounded as if he were persuading someone to agree with him, and the persuasion was earnest. He was not arguing with Pearson or a housemaid. Why was he arguing with his pensioner? His voice was as low as it was eager, and the other man's replies were not to be heard. Only just after Palliser had passed the door there broke out an appeal which was a sort of cry. "No, my God, no! Don't send me away! Don't send me away!" One could not, even if so inclined, stand and listen near a door while servants might chance to be wandering about. Palliser went on his way with a sense of having been slightly startled. "He wants to get rid of him, and the fellow is giving him trouble," he said to himself. "That voice is not American, not in the least." It set him thinking and observing, when Tembarom wore the look which was not a look of depression, but something more puzzling. He thought that he could guess at its reason. By the time he talked with Lady Mallow, he had gone much further than he chose to let her know. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. The popularity of Captain Palliser's story of the ladies had been great at the outset, but with the passage of time it had oddly waned. This had resulted from the story's ceasing to develop itself, as the simplest intelligence might have anticipated, by means of the only person capable of its proper development. The person in question was, of course, T. Tembarom. Expectations, amusing expectations, of him had been raised, and he had singularly failed in fulfilling of them. The neighborhood had, so to speak, stood upon tiptoe, the feminine portion of it at least, looking over shoulders to get the first glimpse of what would inevitably take place. As weeks flew by, the standing on tiptoe became a thing of the past. The whole thing flattened out most disappointingly. No attack whatever was made upon the ladies. That the Duke of Stone had immensely taken up Mr. Temple Barholm had of course resulted in his being accepted in such a manner as gave him many opportunities to encounter one and all. He appeared at dinners, teas, and garden parties. Miss Alicia, whom he had in some occult manner impressed upon people until they found themselves actually paying a sort of court to her, was always his companion. "One realizes one cannot possibly leave her out of anything," had been said. "He has somehow established her as if she were his mother or his aunt, or his interpreter. And such clothes, my dear, one doesn't behold. Worth and Packin and Dosset must go sleepless for weeks to invent them. They are without a flaw in shade or line or texture," which was true, because Mrs. Mellish of the Bond Street shop had become quite obsessed by her idea, and had committed extravagances Miss Alicia offered up contrite prayer to atone for, while Tembarom, simply chortling in his glee, signed checks to pay for their exquisite embodiment. That he was not reluctant to avail himself of social opportunities was made manifest by the fact that he never refused an invitation. He appeared upon any spot to which hospitality bade him, and unashamedly placed himself on record as a neophyte upon almost all occasions. His well-cut clothes began in time to wear more the air of garments belonging to him, but his hat made itself remarked by its trick of getting pushed back on his head or tilted on one side, and his New York voice and accent rang out sharp and finely nasal in the midst of low-pitched, throaty, or mellow English enunciations. He talked a good deal at times because he found himself talked to by people who either wanted to draw him out or genuinely wished to hear the things he would be likely to say. That the hero of Palliser's story should so comport himself as to provide either diversion or cause for haughty displeasure would have been only a natural outcome of his ambitions. In a brief period of time, however, every young woman who might have expected to find herself an object of such ambitions realized that his methods of approach and attack were not marked by the usual characteristics of aspirants of his class. He evidently desired to see and be seen. He presented himself, as it were, for inspection and consideration, but while he was attentive, he did not press attentions upon anyone. He did not make advances in the ordinary sense of the word. He never essayed flattering or even admiring remarks. He said queer things at which one often could not help but laugh, but he somehow wore no air of saying them with the intention of offering them as witticisms which might be regarded as allurements. He did not ogle, he did not simper or shuffle about nervously and turn red or pale, as eager and awkward youths have a habit of doing under the stress of unrequited admiration. In the presence of a certain slightingness of treatment, which he at the outset met with not infrequently, he conducted himself with a detached good nature which seemed to take but small account of attitudes less unoffending than his own. When the slightiness disappeared from sheer lack of anything to slight, he did not change his manner in any degree. "He is not the least forward," Beatrice Talchester said, the time arriving when she and her sisters occasionally talked him over with their special friends the Granthams, "and he is not forever under one's feet, as the pushing sort usually is. Do you remember those rich people from the place they called Troy, the ones who took Burnaby for a year? The awful eldest son who perpetually invented excuses for calling, bringing books and ridiculous things?" "This one never makes an excuse," Amabel Grantham put in. "But he never declines an invitation. There is no doubt that he wants to see people," said Lady Honora, with the pretty little nose and the dimples. She had ceased to turn up the pretty little nose, and she showed a dimple as she added, "Gwened is tremendously taken with him. She is teaching him to play croquet. They spend hours together." "He's beginning to play a pretty good game," said Gwened. "He's not stupid, at all events." "I believe you are the first choice if he is really choosing," Amabel Grantham decided. "I should like to ask you a question." "Ask it by all means," said Gwened. "Does he ever ask you to show him how to hold his mallet, and then do idiotic things, such as managing to touch your hand?" "Never," was Gwened's answer. "The young man from Troy used to do it, and then beg pardon and turn red." "I don't understand him, or I don't understand Captain Palliser's story," Amabel Grantham argued. "Lucy and I are quite out of the running, but I honestly believe that he takes as much notice of us as he does of any of you. If he has intentions, he doesn't act the part, which is pure New York of the first water. He said, however, that the things that mattered were not only titles, but looks. He asked how many of us were lookers. Don't be modest, Amabel. Neither you nor Lucy are out of the running," Beatrice amiably suggested. "Ladies first," commented Amabel pertly. There was no objection to being supported in one's suspicion that, after all, one was a looker. "There may be a sort of explanation." Honora put the idea forward somewhat thoughtfully. "Captain Palliser insists that he is much shrewder than he seems. Perhaps he is cautious, and is looking us all over before he commits himself." "He is a Temple Barholm, after all," said Gwened with boldness. "He's rather good-looking. He has the nicest white teeth and the most cheering grin I ever saw, and he's as rich as greases, as I heard a housemaid say one day. I'm getting quite resigned to his voice, or it is improving, I don't know which. If he only knew the mere ABC of ordinary people like ourselves, and he committed himself to me, I wouldn't lay my hand on my heart and say that one might not think him over." "I told you she was tremendously taken with him," said her sister. "It's come to this." "But," said Lady Gwynedd, "he is not going to commit himself to any of us, incredible as it may seem. The one person he stares at sometimes is Joan Fair, and he only looks at her as if he were curious, and wouldn't object to finding out why she treats him so outrageously. He isn't annoyed. He's only curious. He's been adored by salesladies in New York," said Honora, "and he can't understand it. He's been liked," Amabel Grantham summed him up. "He's a likable thing. He's even rarer a dear. I've begun to like him myself." "I hear you're learning to play croquet," the Duke of Stone remarked to him a day or so later. "How do you like it?" "Lady Gwynedd Telchester is teaching me," Tembarom answered. "I'd learn iron shirtwaists if she would give me lessons. She's one of the two that have dimples," he added, reflection in his tone. "I guess that'll count. Shouldn't you think it would?" "Miss Hutchinson?" queried the Duke. Tembarom nodded. "Yes, it's always her," he answered without a ray of humor. "I just want to stack 'em up." "You're doing it," the Duke replied with a slightly twisted mouth. There were, in fact, moments when he might have fallen into fits of laughter, while Tembarom was seriousness itself. "I must, however, call your attention to the fact that there is sometimes in your manner a hint of business-like pursuit of a fixed object which you must be aware of. The Lady Gwynedds might not enjoy the situation if they began to suspect. If they decided to flout you, to throw you down, I ought to say, where would little Miss Hutchinson be?" Tembarom looked startled and disturbed. "Say," he exclaimed, "do I ever look that way? I must do better than that. Anyhow, it ain't all put on. I'm doing my stunt, of course, but I like them. They're mighty nice to me when you consider what they're up against. And those two with the dimples, Lady Gwynedd and Lady Honora, are just peaches. Any fellow might—" He stopped and looked serious again. "That's why they'd count," he added. They were having one of their odd long talks under a particularly splendid copper beech, which provided the sheltered out-of-door corner his Grace liked best. When they took their seats together in this retreat, it was mysteriously understood that they were settling themselves down to enjoyment of their own, and must not be disturbed. "When I am comfortable and entertained," Moffat the house steward had quoted his master as saying, "you may mention it if the castle is in flames, but do not annoy me with excitement and flurry. Ring the bell in the courtyard and call up the servants to pass buckets, but until the lawn catches fire I must insist on being left alone." "What dear papa talks to him about, and what he talks about to dear papa," Lady Celia had more than once murmured in her gently remote, high-nosed way, "I cannot possibly imagine. Sometimes when I have passed them on my way to the croquet lawn, I have really seen them both look as absorbed as people in a play. Of course it is very good for papa. It has had quite a marked effect on his digestion. But isn't it odd? I wish," Lady Edith remarked almost wistfully, "that I could get on better with him myself conversationally. But I don't know what to talk about, and it makes me nervous." Their father, on the contrary, found in him unique resources, and this afternoon it occurred to him that he had never so far heard him express himself freely on the subject of Palliser. If led to do so, he would probably reveal that he had views of Captain Palliser of which he might not have been suspected, and the manner in which they would unfold themselves would more than probably be illuminating. The Duke was, in fact, serenely sure that he required neither warning nor advice, and he had no intention of offering either. He wanted to hear the views. "Did you know," he said as he stirred his tea, "I've been thinking about Palliser, and it has occurred to me more than once that I should like to hear just how he strikes you." "What I got on to first was how I struck him," answered Tembarom with a reasonable air. "That was dead easy." There was no hint of any vaunt of superior shrewdness. His was merely the level-toned manner of an observer of facts and detail. "He has given you an opportunity of seeing a good deal of him," the Duke added. "What do you gather from him, unless he has made up his mind that you shall not gather anything at all?" "A fellow like that couldn't fix it in that way, however much he wanted to," Tembarom answered again reasonably. "Just his trying to do it would give him away." "You mean you have gathered things?" "Oh, I've gathered enough, though I didn't go after it. It hung in the bushes, Anyhow, it seemed to me that way. I guess you're up against that kind everywhere. There's stacks of them in New York, different shapes and sizes. If you met a man of his particular shape and size in New York, how would you describe him? The Duke asked. I should never have met him when I was there. He wouldn't have come my way. He would have been on Wall Street doing his high-class bucket shop business. Or he'd have had a swell office, selling copper mines, any old kind of mine that's going to make up $10 million a minute. The sort of deal he's in now. If he'd been the kind I might have run up against, he added with deliberation, he wouldn't have been so well-dressed or as well-spoken. He'd have either been flashy or down at heel. You'd have called him a crook. The Duke seemed pleased with his tea as, after having sipped it, he put it down on the table at his side. A crook, he repeated. I wonder if that word is altogether American. It's not complimentary, but you asked me, said Tembarom. But I don't believe you asked me because you thought I wasn't on to him. Frankly speaking, no, answered the Duke. Does he talk to you about the mammoth mines and the rubber forests? Say, that's where he wins out with me, Tembarom replied admiringly. He gets in such fine work that I switch him onto it whenever I want cheering up. It makes me sort of forget things that worry me just to see a man act the part right up to the top notch the way he does it. The very way his clothes fit, the style he's got his hair brushed, and that swell, careless lounge of his are half of the make-up. You see, most of us couldn't mistake him for anything else but just what he looks like, a gentleman visiting round among his friends and a million miles from wanting to butt in with business. The thing that first got me interested was watching how he slid in the sort of guff he wanted you to get worked up about and think over. Why, if I'd been what I look like to him, he'd have my pile long ago, and he wouldn't be loafing around here any more. What do you think you look like to him? His host inquired. I look as if I'd eat out of his hand, Tembarom answered, quite unbiased by any touch of wounded vanity. Why shouldn't I? And I'm not trying to wake him up, either. I like to look that way to him and his sort. It gives me a chance to watch and get wise to things. He's a high school education in himself. I like to hear him talk. I asked him to come and stay at the house so that I could hear him talk. Did he introduce the mammoth mines on his first call? The Duke inquired. Oh, I don't mean that kind of talk. I didn't know how much good I was going to get out of him at first, but he was a kind I hadn't known, and it seemed like he was part of the whole thing. Like the girls with title that Anne said I must get next to. And an easy way of getting next to the man was to let him come and stay. He wanted to, all right. I guess that's the way he lives when he's down on his luck, getting invited to stay at places. Like Lady Mallow, he added, quite without prejudice. You sum them up, don't you? Smiled the Duke. Well, I don't see how I could help it, he said impartially. They're printed in 64-point blackface, seems to me. What is that? The Duke inquired with interest. He thought it might be a new and desirable bit of slang. I don't know that one. Biggest type there is, grinned Tembarom. It's the kind that's used for headlines. That's newspaper office talk. Ah, technical, I see. What, by the way, is the smallest lettering called? His Grace followed up. Brilliant, answered Tembarom. You, remarked the Duke, are not printed in 64-point blackface so far as they are concerned. You are not even brilliant. They don't find themselves able to sum you up. That fact is one of my recreations. I'll tell you why, Tembarom explained with his clearly unprejudiced air. There's nothing much about me to sum up, anyhow. I'm too sort of plain sailing and ordinary. I'm not making for anywhere they'd think I'd want to go. I'm not hiding anything they'd be sure I'd want to hide. By the Lord, you're not, exclaimed the Duke. When I first came here, every one of them had a fool idea I'd want to pretend I'd never set eyes on a newsboy or a bootblack, and that I couldn't find my way in New York when I got off Fifth Avenue. I used to see them thinking they'd got to look at it as if they believed it, if they wanted to keep next. When I just let out and showed I didn't care a darn and hadn't sense enough to know that it mattered, it nearly made them throw a fit. They had to turn round and fix their faces all over again and act like it was interesting. That's what Lady Mallow calls it. She says it's so interesting. It is, commented the Duke. Well, you know that, but she doesn't. Not on your life. I guess it makes her about sick to think of it and have to play that it's just what you'd want all your men friends to have done. Now, Palliser, He paused and grinned again. He was sitting in a most casual attitude, his hands clasped round one upraised knee, which he nursed, balancing himself. It was a position of informal ease which had an air of assisting enjoyable reflection. "Yes, Palliser? Don't let us neglect Palliser," his host encouraged him. "He's in a worse mix-up than the rest, because he's got more to lose. If he could work this mammoth mine song and dance with the right people, there'd be money enough in it to put him on Easy Street. That's where he's aiming for. The company's just where it has to have a boost. It's just got to. If it doesn't, there'll be a bust-up that may end in fitting out a high-toned promoter or so in a striped yellow and black jersey suit and set him to breaking rocks or playing with oakum. I'll tell you, poor old Palliser gets the willies sometimes after he's read his mail. He turns the color of icru baby Irish. That's the kind of lace I got a dressmaker to tell me about when I wrote up receptions and dances for the Sunday Earth. Icru baby Irish. That's Palliser's color after he's read his letters." "I dare say the fellow's in a devil of a mess, if the truth were known," the Duke said. "And here's T.T., handmade and hand-painted for the part of the kind of sucker he wants." T. Tembarom's manner was almost sympathetic in its appreciation. "I can tell you I'm having a real good time with Palliser. It looked like I'd just dropped from heaven when he first saw me. If he'd been the praying kind, I'd have been just the sort he'd have prayed for when he said his 'Now I lay me's' before he went to bed. There wasn't a chance in 100 that I wasn't a fool, that he had his head swelled so that he'd swallow any darn thing if you handed it to him smooth enough. First time he called, he asked me a lot of questions about New York business. That was pretty smart of him. He wanted to find out, sort of careless, how much I knew, or how little." The Duke was leaning back luxuriously in his chair and gazing at him as he might have gazed at the work of an old master, of which each line and shade was of absorbing interest. "I can see him," he said. "I can see him." "He found out I knew nothing," Tembarom continued. "And what was to hinder him trying to teach me something, by gee? Nothing on top of the green earth. I was there, waiting with my mouth open, it seemed like." "And he has tried, in his best manner?" said his Grace. "What he hasn't tried wouldn't be worthy trying," Tembarom answered cheerfully. "Sometimes it seems like a shame to waste it. I've got so I know how to start him when he doesn't know I'm doing it. I tell you, he's fine. Gentlemanly. That's his way, you know. High-toned friend that just happens to know of a good thing and thinks enough of you in a sort of reserved way to feel like it's a pity not to give you a chance to come in on the ground floor, if you got the sense to see the favor he's friendly enough to do you. It's such a favor that it'd just disgust a man if you could possibly turn it down. But of course, you're to take it or leave it. It's not to his interest to push it. Lord, no. Whatever you did, his way is that he'd not condescend to say a darned word. High-toned silence, that's all." The Duke of Stone was chuckling very softly. His chuckles rather broke his words when he spoke. By Jove," he said. You do see it, don't you? You do see it." Tembarom nursed his knee comfortably. "Why," he said, "it's what keeps me up. You know a lot more about me than anyone else does. But there's a whole raft of things I think about that I couldn't hang around any man's neck. If I tried to hang them around yours, you'd know that I would be having a hell of a time here, if I'd let myself think too much. If I didn't see it, as you call it, if I didn't see so many things, I might begin to get sorry for myself." There was a pause of a second. "Gee," he said. "Gee, this not hearing a thing about Anne." "Good Lord, my dear fellow," the Duke said hastily. I know. Tembarom turned and looked at him. "You've been there," he remarked. "You've been there, I bet." "Yes, I've been there," answered the Duke. "I've been there and come back. But while it's going on, you have just described it. A man can have a hell of a time." "He can," Tembarom admitted unreservedly. "He's got to keep going to stand it. Well, Strangeways gives me some work to do, and I've got Palliser. He's a little sunbeam." A manservant, approaching to suggest a possible need of hot tea, started at hearing his Grace break into a sudden and plainly involuntary crow of glee. He had not heard that one before either. Palliser as a little sunbeam brightening the pathway of T. Tembarom was, in the particular existing circumstances, all that could be desired of fine humour. It somewhat recalled the situation of the ladies of the noble houses of Pevensey, Tolchester, and Stone, unconsciously passing review for the satisfaction of little Miss Hutchinson. Tembarom laughed a little himself, but he went on with a sort of seriousness. "There's one thing sure enough. I've got on to it by listening and working out what he would do by what he doesn't know he says. If he could put the screws on me in any way, he wouldn't hold back. It'd be all quite polite and gentlemanly, but he'd do it all the same. And he's dead sure that everybody's got something they'd like to hide, or get. That's what he works things out from." "Does he think you have something to hide or get?" the Duke inquired rather quickly. "He's sure of it, but he doesn't know yet whether it's get or hide. He noses about. Pearson's seen him. He asks questions, and plays he ain't doing it, and ain't interested anyhow." "He doesn't like you. He doesn't like you," the Duke said rather thoughtfully. "He has a way of conveying that you are far more subtle than you choose to look. He is given to enlarging on the fact that an air of entire frankness is one of the chief assets of certain promoters of huge American schemes." Tembarom smiled the smile of recognition. "Yes," he said. "Looks like that's a long way round, doesn't it? But it's not far to T.T. when you want to hitch on to the connection. Anyhow, that's the way he means to look. If ever I was suspected of being in any mix-up, everybody would remember he'd said that." "It's very amusing," said the Duke. "It's very amusing." They had become even greater friends and intimates by this time than the already astonished neighborhood suspected them of being. That they spent much time together in an amazing degree of familiarity was the talk of the country, in fact, one of the most frequent resources of conversation. Everybody endeavored to find the reason for the situation, but none had been presented which seemed of sufficiently logical convincingness. The Duke was eccentric, of course. That was easy to hit upon. He was amiably perverse and good-humoredly cynical. He was, of course, immensely amused by the incongruity of the acquaintance. This being the case, why exactly he had never before chosen for himself a companion equally out of the picture, it was not easy to explain. There were ploughboys or clerks out of the provincial shops who would surely have been quite as incongruous when surrounded by ducal splendors. He might have got a young man from Liverpool or Blackburn, who would have known as little of polite society as Mr. Tembarom. There were few, of course, who could know less, but he had never shown the faintest desire to seek one out. Palliser, it was true, suggested it was Tembarom's cheek which stood him in good stead. The young man from behind the counter in a Liverpool or Blackburn shop would probably have been frightened to death and afraid to open his mouth in self-revelation, whereas Tembarom was so entirely a bounder that he did not know he was one, and was ready to make an ass of himself to any extent. The frankest statement of the situation, if anyone had so chosen to put it, would have been that he was regarded as a sort of court fool without cap or bells. No one was aware of the odd confidences which passed between the weirdly dissimilar pair. No one guessed that the old peer sat and listened to stories of a red-headed, slim-bodied girl in a dingy New York boarding-house, that he liked them sufficiently to encourage their telling, that he had made a mental picture of a certain look in a pair of maternally yearning and fearfully convincing round young eyes, that he knew the burnished fullness and glow of the red hair, until he could imagine the feeling of its texture and abundant warmth in his hand. And this subject was only one of many, and of others they talked with interest, doubt, argument, speculation, holding a living thrill. The tap of croquet mallets sounded hollow and clear from the sunken lawn below the mass of shrubs between them and the players as the Duke repeated, "It's hugely amusing," dropping his G, which was not one of his usual affections. "Confound it," he said next, wrinkling the thin, fine skin around his eyes in a speculative smile. "I wish I had a son of my own, just like you." All of Tembarom's white teeth revealed themselves. "I'd have liked to have been in it, but I shouldn't have been like me." "Yes, you would." The Duke put the tips of his fingers delicately together. "You are of the kind which in all circumstances is like itself." He looked about him, taking in the turrid, majestic age and mass of the castle. "You would have been born here. You would have learned to ride your pony down the avenue. You would have gone to Eton and to Oxford, and I don't think you would have learned much. But you would have been decidedly edifying and companionable. You would have had a sense of humor which would have made you popular in society and at court. A young fellow who makes those people laugh holds success in his hand. They want to be made to laugh as much as I do. Good God, how they are obliged to be bored and behave decently under it. You would have seen and known more things to be humorous about than you know now. I don't think you would have been a fool about women, but some of them would have been fools about you, because you've got a way. I had one myself. It's all the more dangerous because it's possibility, suggesting without being sentimental. A friendly young fellow always suggests possibilities without being aware of it. Would I have been Lord Temple Barholm or something of that sort? Tembarom asked. You would have been the Marquis of Belcarry, the Duke replied, looking him over thoughtfully. And your name would probably have been Hugh Lawrence Gilbert Henry Charles Adelbert, or words to that effect. A regular six-shooter, said Tembarom. The Duke was following it up with absorption in his eyes. You'd have gone into the Guards, perhaps, he said, and drill would have made you carry yourself better. You're a good height. You'd have been a well-set-up fellow. I should have been rather proud of you. I can see you riding to the palace with the rest of them, sabres and chains clanking and glinting and helmet with plumes streaming. By Jove, I don't wonder at the effect they'd have on nursery maids. On a sunny morning in spring they'd suggest knights in a fairy tale. I should have liked it all right if I hadn't been born in Brooklyn, grinned Tembarom. But that starts you out in a different way. Do you think, if I'd been born the Marquis of what's-his-name, I should have been on to Palliser's little song and dance, and had as much fun out of it? On my soul, I believe you would, the Duke answered. Brooklyn or Stonehover Castle. I'm hanged if you wouldn't have been you. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. After this came a pause. Each man sat thinking his own thoughts, which, while marked with difference in form, were doubtless subtly alike in the line they followed. During the silence, T. Tembarom looked out at the late afternoon shadows lengthening themselves in darkening velvet across the lawns. At last he said, I never told you that I've been reading some of the Steen 1,000 books in the library. I started about a month ago, and somehow they've got me going. The slightly lifted eyebrows of his host did not express surprise so much as questioning interest. This man at least had discovered that one need to find no cause for astonishment in any discovery that he had been doing a thing for some time, for some reason, or through some prompting of his own, and had said nothing whatever about it until he was what he called good and ready. When he was good and ready, he usually revealed himself to the Duke, but he was not equally expansive with others. No, you have not mentioned it, his Grace answered and laughed a little. You frequently fail to mention things. When first we knew each other, I used to wonder if you were naturally a secretive fellow, but you are not. You always have a reason for your silences. It took about 10 years to kick that into me. 10 good years, I should say. T. Tembarom looked as if he were looking backward at many episodes as he said it. Naturally, I guess, I must have been an innocent blab-mouthed kid. I meant no harm, but I just didn't know. Sometimes it looks as if not knowing is about the worst disease you can be troubled with. But if you don't get killed first, you find out in time that what you've got to hold on to hard and fast is the trick of saying nothing and sawing wood. The Duke took out his memorandum book and began to write hastily. T. Tembarom was quite accustomed to this. He even repeated his axiom for him. Say nothing and saw wood, he said. It's worth writing down. It means shut your mouth and keep on working. Thank you, said the Duke. It is worth writing down, thank you. I did not talk about the books because I wanted to get used to them before I began to talk, Tembarom explained. I wanted to get somewhere. I never read a book through in my life before. Never wanted to. Never had one and never had time. When night came, I was dog-tired and dog-ready to drop down and sleep. Here was a situation of interest. A young man of odd, direct shrewdness, who had never read a book through in his existence, had plunged suddenly into the extraordinarily varied literary resources of the Tembarom library. If he had been a fool or a genius, one might have guessed at the impression made on him. Being T. Tembarom, one speculated with secret elation. The primitiveness he might reveal, the profundities he must touch the surface of, the unexpected ends he might reach, suggested the opening of vistas. I have often thought that if the books attracted you, the library would help you to get through a good many of the 136 hours a day you've spoken of, and get through them pretty decently, commented the Duke. That's what happened, Tembarom answered. There's not so many now. I can cut 'em off in chunks. How did it begin? He listened with much pleasure while Tembarom told him how it had begun and how it had gone on. I'd been having a pretty bad time one day. Strange Ways had been worse. A darn sight worse. Just when I thought he was better. I've been trying to help him to think straight, and suddenly I made a break somehow. It must have touched exactly the wrong spring. It seemed as if I set him nearly crazy. I had to leave him to Pearson right away. Then it poured rain steady for about 8 hours, and I couldn't get out and take a walk. Then I went wandering into the picture gallery and found Lady Joan there, looking at Miles Hugo, and she ordered me out, or blame near it. You are standing a good deal, said the Duke. Yes, I am, but so is she. He set his hard young jaw and nursed his knee, staring once more at the velvet shadows. The girl in the book I picked up, he began. The first book? His host inquired. Tembarom nodded. The very first. I was smoking my pipe at night, after everyone else had gone to bed, and I got up and began to wander about and stare at the names of the things on the shelves. I was thinking over a whole raft of things, a whole raft of them, and I didn't know I was doing it until something made me stop and read a name again. It was a book called Goodbye, Sweetheart, Goodbye, and it hit me straight. I wondered what it was about, and I wondered where old Tembarom had finished up a thing like that. I never heard he was that kind. He was a cantankerous old brute, said the Duke of Stone with candor, but he chanced to be an omnivorous novel reader. Nothing was too sentimental for him in his later years. I took the thing out and read it, Tembarom went on uneasily, the emotion of his first novel reading stirring him as he talked. It kept me up half the night, and I hadn't finished it then. I wanted to know the end. Benison's upon the books of which one wants to know the end, the Duke murmured. Tembarom's interest had plainly not terminated with the end. Its freshness made it easily revived. There was a hint of emotional indignation in his relation of the plot. It was about a couple of fools who were dead stuck on each other. Dead. There's no mistake about that. It was all real. But what did they do but work up a fool quarrel about nothing and break away from each other? There was a lot of stuff about pride. Pride be damned. How's a man going to be proud and put on airs when he loves a woman? How's a woman going to be proud and stick out about things when she loves a man? At least that's the way it hit me. That's the way it hit me, once, remarked his Grace. There is only once, said Tembarom doggedly. Occasionally, said his host. Occasionally. Tembarom knew what he meant. The fellow went away, and neither of them would give in. It's queer how real it was when you read it. You were right there, looking on, and swallowing hard every few minutes, though you were as mad as hops. The girl began to die, slow, and lay there, day after day, longing for him to come back, and knowing he wouldn't. At the very end, there was scarcely a breath left in her. A young fellow who was crazy about her himself, and always had been, put out after the hard-headed fool to bring him to her anyhow. The girl had about given in then, and she lay and waited hour after hour. The youngster came back by himself. He couldn't bring the man he'd gone after. He found him getting married to a nice girl he didn't really care a darn for. He'd sort of set his teeth and done it, just because he was all in and down and out and a fool. The girl just dropped her head back on the pillow and lay there, dead. What do you think of that? Quite fiercely. I guess it was sentimental all right, but it got you by the throat. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye, his Grace quoted. First-class title. We are all sentimental. And that was the first, was it? Yes, but it wasn't the last. I began to read the others. I've been reading them ever since. I tell you, for a fellow that knows nothing, it's an easy way of finding out a lot of things. You find out what different kinds of people there are, In what different kinds of ways? If you've lived in one place and been up against nothing but earning your living, you think that's all there is of it, that it's the whole thing. But it isn't, by gee." His air became thoughtful. "I've begun to kind of get on to what all this means," glancing about him, "to you people, and how a fellow like T.T. must look to you. I've always sort of guessed, but reading a few dozen novels has helped me to see why it's that way. I've yelled right out laughing over it many a time. That fellow called Thackeray. I can't read his things right straight through, but he's an eye-opener." "You have tried nothing but novels?" his enthralled hearer inquired. "Not yet. I shall come to the others in time. I'm sort of hungry for these things about people. It's the ways they're different that gets me going. There was one that stirred me all up, but it wasn't like that first one. It was about a man." He spoke slowly, as if searching for words and parallels. "Well, I guess he was one of the early savages here. It read as if they were like the first Indians in America, only stronger and fiercer. When Palford was explaining things to me, he'd jerk in every now and then something about coming over with the conqueror, or being here before the conqueror. I didn't know what it meant. I found out in this book I'm telling about. It gave me the whole thing so that you saw it. Here was this little country, with no one in it but these first savage fellows it had always belonged to. They thought it was the world." There was a humorous sense of illumination in his half-laugh. "It was their New York, by jings," he put in. "Their little old New York that they'd never been outside of. And then, first one lot slams in, and then another, and tries to take it from them. Julius Caesar was the first, Mr. Budinsky, and they fought like hell. They were fighters from Fightersville, anyhow. They fought each other, took each other's castles and lands and wives and jewelry, just any old thing they wanted. The only jails were private ones meant for their particular friends. And a man was hung only when one of his neighbors got mad enough at him, and then he had to catch him first and run the risk of being strung up himself, or have his head chopped off and stuck up on a spike somewhere for ornament. But fight? Good Lord! They were at it day and night. Did it for fun, just like folks go to the show. They didn't know what fear was. Never heard of it. They go about shouting and bragging and swaggering, with their heads hanging half off. And the one in this book was the bulliest fighter of the lot. I guess I don't know how to pronounce his name. It began with H." "Was it Hereward the Wake, by chance?" exclaimed his auditor. "Hereward the Last of the English?" "That's the man," cried Tembarom. "An engaging ruffian and thief and murderer, and a touching one also," commented the Duke. "You liked him?" He really wanted to know. "I liked the way he went after what he wanted to get, and the way he fought for his bit of England. By gee, when he went rushing into a fight, shouting and boasting and swinging his sword, I got hot under the collar. It was his England. What was old Bill doing here anyhow, darn him? Those chaps made him swim in their blood before they let him put the thing over. Good business. I'm glad they gave him all that was coming to him, hot and strong." His sharp face had reddened, and his voice high and nasal. There was a look of roused blood in him. "Are you a fighter from Fightersville?" the Duke asked, far from unstirred himself. These things had become myths to most people, but here was Broadway in the midst of them, unconsciously suggesting that it might not have done ill in the matter of swinging Brain-Biter itself. The modern entity slipped back again through the lengthened links of bygone centuries, back until it became T. Tembarom once more, casual though shrewd, ready and jocular. His eyes resumed their dry New York humor of expression as they fixed themselves on his wholly modern questioner. "I'll fight," he said, "for what I've got to fight for, but not a darn thing else. Not a darn thing." "But you would fight," smiled the Duke grimly. "Did you happen to remember that blood like that has come down to you? It was some drop of it which made you hot in the collar over that engaging, savaging, roaring, and slashing about him for his bit of England." Tembarom seemed to think it out interestedly. "No, I did not," he answered. "But I guess that's so. Great jakes! Think of me perhaps being a sort of kin to fellows just like that. Some way you couldn't help liking him. He was always making big breaks and bellowing out, 'The wake! The wake!' in season and out of season. But the way he got there, just got there. He was oddly in sympathy with the early savages here, and as understandingly put himself into their places as he had put himself into Galton's. His New York comprehension of their berserker furies was apparently without limit. Strong partisan as he was of the last of the English, however, he admitted that William of Normandy had got in some good work, though it wasn't square. He was a big man, he ended. If he hadn't been the kind he was, I don't know how I should have stood it when the Hereward fellow knelt down before him and put his hands between his and swore to be his man. That's the way the book said it. I tell you, that must have been tough. Tough as hell. From Goodbye, Sweetheart to Hereward, the last of the English, was a far cry, but he had gathered a curious collection of ideas by the way, and with characteristic everyday reasoning, he had likened them to his own experiences. The women in the Hereward book made me think of Lady Joan, he remarked suddenly. Torfreda? The Duke asked. He nodded quite seriously. She had ways that reminded me of her, and I kept thinking they must both have had the same look in their eyes, sort of fierce and hungry. Torfreda had black hair and was a winner as to looks, but people were afraid of her and called her a witch. Hereward went mad over her, and she went mad over him. That part of it was way out of sight. It was so fine. She helped him with his fights and told him what to do, and tried to keep him from drinking and bragging. Whatever he did, she never stopped being crazy about him. She mended his men's clothes, and took care of their wounds, and lived in the forest with him when he was driven out. That sounds rather like Miss Hutchinson, his host suggested, though the parallel between the Haarlem flat and an English forest in the 11th century is not exact. I thought that too, Tembarom admitted, and would have done the same things, but she'd have done them in her way. If that fellow had taken his wife's advice, he wouldn't have ended with his head sticking on a spear. Another lady, if I remember rightly, said the Duke. He left her, the fool, Tembarom answered. And there's where I couldn't get away from seeing Lady Joan. Jem Temple Barhome didn't go off with another woman, but what Torfreda went through, this one has gone through, and she's going through it yet. She can't dress herself in sackcloth and cut off her hair and hide herself away with a bunch of nuns, as the other one did. She has to stay and stick it out, however bad it is. That's a darn sight worse. The day after I'd finished the book, I couldn't keep my eyes off her. I tried to stop it, but it was no use. I kept hearing that Torfreda one screaming out, "Lost! Lost! Lost!" It was all in her face. "But, my good fellow," protested the Duke, despite feeling a touch of the thrill again, "unfortunately she would not suspect you of looking at her because you are recalling Torfreda and Hereward the Wake. Men stare at her for another reason." "That's what I know about half as well again as I know anything else," answered Tembarom. He added with a deliberation holding its own meaning, "That's what I'm coming to." The Duke waited. What was it he was coming to? "Reading that novel put me wise to things in a new way. She's been wiping her feet on me hard for a good while, and I'd sort of made up my mind I'd got to let her until I was sure where I was. I won't say I didn't mind it, but I could stand it. But that night she caught me looking at her. The way she looked back at me made me see all of a sudden that it would be easier for her if I told her straight that she was mistaken." "That she is mistaken in thinking—" "What she does think. She wouldn't have thought it if the old lady hadn't been driving her mad by hammering it in. She'd have hated me all right. But I don't blame her when I think of how poor Jem was treated. But she wouldn't have thought that every time I tried to be decent and friendly to her, I was butting in and making a sick fool of myself. She's got to stay where her mother keeps her, and she's got to listen to her. Oh, hell, she's got to be told." The Duke set the tips of his fingers together. "How would you do it?" he inquired. "Just straight," replied T. Tembarom. "There's no other way." From the old worldling broke forth an involuntary low laugh, which was a sort of cackle. So this is what he was coming to. "I cannot think of any devious method," he said, "which would make it less than a delicate thing to do. A beautiful young woman, whose host you are, has flouted you furiously for weeks. Under the impression that you are offensively in love with her, you propose to tell her that her judgment has betrayed her, and that, as you say, there's nothing doing." "Not a darn thing, and never has been," said T. Tembarom. He looked quite grave and not at all embarrassed. He plainly did not see it as a situation to be regarded with humor. "If she will listen," the Duke began. "Oh, she'll listen," put in Tembarom. "I'll make her." His was a self-contradicting countenance, the Duke reflected, as he took him in with a somewhat long look. One did not usually see a face built up of boyishness and maturity, simpleness which was baffling, and a good nature which could be hard. At the moment, it was both of these last at one and the same time. "I know something of Lady Joan, and I know something of you," he said, "but I don't exactly foresee what will happen. I will not say that I should not like to be present." "There will be nobody present but just me and her," Tembarom answered. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. The visits of Lady Mallow and Captain Palliser had had their features. Neither of the pair had come to one of the most imposing places in Lancashire to have a life of hermit-like seclusion and dullness. They had arrived with the intention of availing themselves of all such opportunities for entertainment as could be guided in their direction by the deftness of experience. As a result, there had been hospitalities at Tembarom such as it had not beheld during the last generation at least. T. Tembarom had looked on, an interested spectator, as these festivities had been adroitly arranged and managed for him. He had not, however, in the least resented acting as a sort of figurehead in the position of sponsor and host. "They think I don't know I'm not doing it all myself," was his easy mental summing up. "They've got the idea that I'm pleased because I believe I'm it, but that's all to the merry. It's what I've set my mind on having going on here, and I couldn't have started it as well myself. I shouldn't have known how. They're teaching me. All I hope is that Anne's grandmother is keeping tab." "Do you and Rose know old Mrs. Hutchinson?" he had inquired of Pearson the night before the talk with the Duke. "Well, not to exactly say know her, sir, but everybody knows of her. She is a most remarkable old person, sir." Then, after watching his face for a moment or so, he added tentatively, "Would you perhaps wish us to make her acquaintance for any reason?" Tembarom thought the matter over speculatively. He had learned that his first liking for Pearson had been founded upon a rock. He was always to be trusted to understand, and also to apply quite unusual intelligence to such matters as he became aware of without having been told about them. "What I'd like would be for her to hear that there's plenty doing at Tembarom, that people are coming and going all the time, and that there's ladies to burn, and most of them lookers at that," was his answer. How Pearson had discovered the exotic subtleties of his master's situation and mental attitude toward it, only those of his class and gifted with his occult powers could explain in detail. The fact exists that Pearson did know an immense number of things his employer had not mentioned to him, and held them locked in his bosom in honored security like a little gentleman. He made his reply with a polite conviction which carried weight. It would not be necessary for either Rose or me to make old Mrs. Hutchinson's acquaintance with a view to informing her of anything which occurs on the estate or in the village, sir," he remarked. "Mrs. Hutchinson knows more things than anyone ever tells her. She sits in her cottage there, and she just knows things and sees through people in a way that'd be most unearthly if she wasn't a good old person, and so respectable that there's those that touches their hats to her as if she belonged to the gentry. She's got a blue eye, sir." "Has she?" exclaimed Tembarom. "Yes, sir, as blue as a baby's, sir, and as clear, though she's past 80, and they tell me there's a quiet, steady look in it that ill-doers downright quail before. It's as if she was a kind of judge that sentenced them without speaking. They can't stand it. Oh, sir, you can depend on old Mrs. Hutchinson as to who's been here, and even what they've thought about it. The village just flocks to her to tell her the news and get advice about things. She'd know." It was as a result of this that on his return from Stonehover he dismissed the carriage at the gates and walked through them to make a visit in the village. Old Mrs. Hutchinson, sitting knitting in her chair behind the abnormally flourishing fuchsias, geraniums, and Campanula carpaticus in her cottage window, looked between the banked-up flower-pots to see that Mr. Tembarom had opened her wicket gate and was walking up the clean bricked path to her front door. When he knocked, she called out in the broad Lancashire she had always spoken, "Come in," When he entered, he took off his hat and looked at her, friendly but hesitant, and with the expression of a young man who has not quite made up his mind as to what he was about to encounter. "I'm Temple Barhome, Mrs. Hutchinson," he announced. "I know that," she answered. "Not that looks like the Temple Barhomes, but I've been watching thee walk and drive past here ever since I come to the place." She watched him steadily with an astonishingly limpid pair of old eyes. They were old and young at the same time, old because they held the deeps of wisdom, young because they were so alive and full of question. "I don't know whether I ought to have come to see you or not," he said. "Well, that's come," she replied, going on with her knitting. "Sit thee down and have a bit of a chat." "Say," he broke out, "ain't you going to shake hands with me?" He held his hand out impetuously. He knew he was all right if she'd shake hands. "There's aught again that, surely," she answered, with a shrewd bit of a smile. She gave him her hand. "If I was not stiff in my legs, it's my place to get up and make thee a curtsy. But the rheumatics has no respect even for the lord of the manor." "If you got up and made me a curtsy," Tembarom said, "I should throw a fit." "Say, Mrs. Hutchinson, I bet you know that as well as I do." The shrewd bit of a smile lighted her eyes as well as twinkled about her mouth. "Sit thee down," she said again. So he sat down and looked at her as straight as she looked at him. "That'd give a good bit," she said presently, over her flashing needles, "to know how much little Anne's told me about thee. I'd give a lot to know how much it'd be square to ask you to tell me about her." He gave back to her, hesitating yet eager. "What does that mean by square?" she demanded. "I mean fair. Can I talk to you about her at all? I promised I'd stick it out here and do as she said. She told me she wasn't going to write to me or let her father write. I've promised, and I'm not going to fall down when I've said a thing. So to come to see her grandmother." He reddened, but held his head up. "I'm not going to ask her grandmother a thing she doesn't want me to be told, but I've been up against it pretty hard lately. I read some things in the New York papers about her father and his invention, and about her traveling round with him and helping him with his business. In Germany they were," she put in, forgetting herself. "They're having big doings over the invention. What Joe would do without the lass I cannot tell. She's doing every bit of the managing and contriving with the furriners, but he'll never know it. She's got a chap to travel with him as can talk all the languages under the sun." Her face flushed, and she stopped herself sharply. "I'm talking to her about thee," she said, "and I would not have believed all my son." He got up from his chair. "I guess I oughtn't to have come," he said restlessly, "but you haven't told me more than I got here and there in the papers. That was what started me. It was like watching her. I could hear her talking and see the way she was doing things till it drove me half crazy. All of a sudden, I just got wild and made up my mind I'd come here. I've wanted to do it many a time, but I've kept away." "That shows sense in doing that," remarked Mrs. Hutchinson. "She'd not have thought well of thee if thou had come running to her grandmother every day or so. What she likes about thee is she thinks thou's got the strong backbone of thy own." She looked up at him over her knitting, looked straight into his eyes, and there was that in her own which made him redden and feel his pulse quicken. It was actually something which even remotely suggested that she was not, in the deeps of her strong old mind, as wholly unswerving as her words might imply. It was something more subtle than words. She was not keeping him wholly in the dark when she said, "What she likes about thee." If Anne said things like that to her, he was pretty well off. "Happen to look at the lass's grandmother, when thou canna get the lass hersen, is a bit of comfort," she added. "But don't thou go walking by here to look in at the window so often. She would not think well of that either." "Say, there's one thing I'm going to get off my chest before I go," he announced. "Just one thing. She can go where she likes and do what she likes, but I'm going to marry her when she's done it. Unless something knocks me on the head and finishes me, I'm going to marry her." "Thou art, Arthur," laconically, but her eyes were still on his, and the something in their depths by no means diminished. "I'm keeping up my end here, and it's no slouch of a job, and I'm not forgetting what she promised for 1 minute, and I'm not forgetting what her promise means," he said obstinately. "Thou'd like me to tell her that?" she said. "If she doesn't know it, your telling her wouldn't cut any ice," was his reply. "I'm saying it because I want you to know it, and because it does me good to say it out loud. I'm going to marry her. "That's for her and thee to settle," she commented impersonally. "It is settled," he answered. "There's no way out of it. Will you shake hands with me again before I go?" "Aye," she consented. "I will." When she took his hand, she held it a minute. Her own was warm, and there was no limpness about it. The secret which had seemed to conceal itself behind her eyes had some difficulty in keeping itself wholly in the background. "She knows all thou does," she said coolly, as if she were not suddenly revealing immensities. "She knows who comes and who goes, and what they think of thee, and how thou gets on with 'em. Now get thee gone, lad, and dunna thou come back till her or me sends for thee." Within an hour of this time the afternoon post brought to Lady Mallow a letter which she read with an expression in which her daughter recognized relief. It was in fact a letter for which she had waited with anxiety, and the invitation it contained was a tribute to her social skill at its highest watermark. In her less heroic moments she had felt doubts of receiving it, which had caused shudders to run the entire length of her spine. "I'm going to Broom Houghton," she announced to Joan. "When?" Joan inquired. "At the end of the week. I am invited for a fortnight." "Am I going?" Joan asked. "No. You will go to London to meet some friends who are coming over from Paris." Joan knew that the comment was unnecessary. Both she and her mother were on intimate terms with these hypothetical friends who so frequently turned up from Paris or elsewhere when it was necessary that she should suddenly go back to London and live in squalid seclusion in the unopened house, with a chairwoman to provide her with underdone or burnt chops, and eggs at 18 a shilling, while the shutters of the front rooms were closed and dusty desolation reigned. She knew every detail of the melancholy squalor of it, the dragging hours, the nights of lying awake listening to the occasional passing of belated cabs, or the squeaks and nibbling of mice in the old walls. "If you had conducted yourself sensibly, you need not have gone," continued her mother. "I could have made an excuse and left you here. You would at least have been sure of good food and decent comforts." "After your visit, are we to return here?" was Lady Joan's sole reply. "Don't look at me like that," said Lady Mallow. "I thought the country would freshen your colour at least, but you are going off more every day. You look like the Witch of Endor sometimes." Joan smiled faintly. This was the brandishing of an old weapon, and she understood all its significance. It meant that the time for opportunities was slipping past her like the waters of a rapid river. "I do not know what will happen when I leave Broom Houghton," her mother added, a note of rasped uncertainty in her voice. "We may be obliged to come here for a short time, or we may go abroad." "If I refuse to come, would you let me starve to death in Piers Street?" Joan inquired. Lady Mallow looked her over, feeling a sort of frenzy at the sight of her. In truth, the future was a hideous thing to contemplate if no rescue at all was in sight. It would be worse for her than for Joan, because Joan did not care what happened or did not happen, and she cared desperately. She had indeed arrived at a maddening moment. "Yes!" she snapped fiercely, and when Joan faintly smiled again she understood why women of the lower orders beat one another until policemen interfere. She knew perfectly well that the girl had somehow found out that Sir Moses Mondolini was to be at Broom Houghton, and that when he left there he was going abroad. She knew also that she had not been able to conceal that his indifference had of late given her some ghastly hours, and that her play for his lagging invitation had been a frantically bold one, that the most ingenious efforts and devices had ended in success only after such delay made it all the more necessary that no straw must remain unseized on. "I can wear some of your things with a little alteration," she said. "Rose will do it for me. Hats and gloves and ornaments do not require altering. I shall need things you will not need in London. Where are your keys?" Lady Joan rose and got them for her. She even flushed slightly. They were often obliged to borrow each other's possessions, but for a moment she felt herself moved by a sort of hard pity. "We are like rats in a trap," she remarked. "I hope you will get out. If I do, you will be left inside. Get out yourself." "Get out yourself," said Lady Mallow in a fierce whisper. Her regrets of the necessity of her leaving Tembarom were expressed with fluent touchingness at the dinner table. The visit had been so delightful. Mr. Tembarom and Miss Alicia had been so kind. The loveliness of the whole dear place had so embraced them that they felt as if they were leaving a home instead of ending a delightful visit. It was extraordinary what an effect the house had on one. It was as if one had lived in it always, and always would. So few places gave one the same feeling. They should both look forward, greedy as it seemed, to being allowed some time to come again. She had decided from the first that it was not necessary to go to any extreme of caution or subtlety with her host and Miss Alicia. Her method of paving the way for future visits was perhaps more than a shade too elaborate. She felt, however, that it sufficed. For the most part, Lady Joan sat with lids drooped over her burning eyes. She tried to force herself not to listen. This was the kind of thing which made her sick with humiliation. Howsoever rudimentary these people were, they could not fail to comprehend what a foothold in the house was being bid for. They should at least see that she did not join in the bidding. Her own visit had been filled with feelings at war with one another. There had been hours too many in which she would have been glad, even with the dingy horrors of the closed town-house before her, to have flown from the 100 things which called out to her on every side. In the long past 3 months of happiness, Jem had described them all to her, the rooms, gardens, pleached walks, pictures, the very furniture itself. She could enter no room, walk in no spot that she did not seem to know, and passionately love in spite of herself. She loved them so much that there were times when she yearned to stay in the place at any cost, and others when she could not endure the misery it woke in her, the pure misery. Now it was over for the time being, and she was facing something new. There were endless varieties of wretchedness. She had been watching her mother for some months, and had understood her varying moods of temporary elation or prolonged anxiety. Each one had meant some phase of the episode of Sir Moses Mondolini. The people who lived at Broom Houghton were enormously rich Hebrews, who were related to him. They had taken the beautiful old country seat and were filling it with huge parties of their friends. The party which Lady Mallow was to join would no doubt offer opportunities of the most desirable kind. Among this special class of people she was a great success. Her amazingly achieved toilets, her ripe good looks, her air of belonging to the great world impressed themselves immensely. T. Tembarom thought he never had seen Lady Joan look as handsome as she looked tonight. The color in her cheek burned. Her eyes had a driven loneliness in them. She had a wonderfully beautiful mouth, and its curve drooped in a new way. He wished Anne could get her in a corner and sit down and talk sense to her. He remembered what he had said to the Duke. Perhaps this was the time. If she was going away and her mother meant to drag her back again when she was ready, it would make it easier for her to leave the place knowing she need not hate to come back. But the Duke wasn't making any mishit when he said it wouldn't be easy. She was not like Anne, who would feel some pity for the biggest fool on earth if she had to throw him down hard. Lady Joan would feel neither compunctions nor relentings. He knew the way she could look at a fellow. If he couldn't make her understand what he was aiming at, they would both be worse off than they would be if he left things as they were. But the hard line showed itself about his mouth. He wasn't going to leave things as they were. As they passed through the hall after dinner, Lady Mallow glanced at a side table on which lay some letters arrived by the late post. An imposing envelope was on the top of the rest. Joan saw her face light as she took it up. "I think this is from Broom Houghton," she said. "If you will excuse me, I will go into the library and read it. It may require answering at once." She turned hot and cold, poor woman, and went away, so that she might be free from the disaster of an audience if anything had gone wrong. It would be better to be alone even if things had gone right. The letter was from Sir Moses Mondolini. Grotesque and ignoble as it naturally strikes the uninitiated as seeming, the situation had its touch of hideous pathos. She had fought for her own hand for years. She could not dig, and to beg she was not ashamed. But a time had come when even the most adroit begging began to bore people. They saw through it, and then there resulted strained relations, slight stiffness of manner, even in the most useful and amiable persons. lack of desire to be hospitable or even condescendingly generous. Cold shoulders were turned. There were ominous threatenings of icy backs presenting themselves. The very tradesmen had found this out, and could not be persuaded that the advertisement furnished by the fact that two beautiful women of fashion ate, drank, and wore the articles which formed the items of their unpaid bills was sufficient return for the outlay of capital required. Even Mrs. Mellish, when graciously approached by the relative of Miss Temple Barham, whose perfect wardrobe you supplied, had listened to all the seductions with a civil eye fixed unmovedly, and had referred to the rules of the establishment. Nearer and nearer the edge of the abyss the years had pushed them, and now, if something did not happen, something, even the increasingly shabby small house in town would become a thing of the past. And what then? Can anyone wonder, she said to herself, that she could have beaten Joan furiously? It would not matter to anyone else if they dropped out of the world into squalid oblivion. Oh, she knew that. She knew that with bitter certainty. But oh, how it would matter to them. At least to herself. It was all very well for Maudie's to pour forth streams of sentimental novels preaching the horrors of girls marrying for money. But what were you to do? What in heaven's name were you to do? So, feeling terrified enough actually to offer up a prayer, she took the imposingly addressed letter into the library. The men had come into the drawing-room when she returned. As she entered, Joan did not glance up from the book she was reading, but at the first sound of her voice she knew what had occurred. "I was obliged to dash off a note to Broom Houghton so it would be ready for the early post," Lady Mallow said. She was at her best. Palliser saw that some years had slipped from her shoulders. The moment which relieves or even promises to relieve fears does astonishing things. Tembarom wondered whether she had had good news, and Miss Alicia thought that her evening dress was more becoming than any she had ever seen her wear before. Her brilliant air of social ease returned to her, and she began to talk fluently of what was being done in London, and to touch lightly upon the possibility of taking part in great functions. For some time she had rather evaded talk of the future. Palliser had known that the future had seemed to be closing in upon her, and leaving her staring at a high blank wall. Persons whose fortunate names had ceased to fall easily from her lips appeared again upon the horizon. Miss Alicia was impressed anew with the feeling that she had known every brilliant or important personage in the big world of social London, that she had taken part in every dazzling event. Tembarom somehow realized that she had been afraid of something or other, and was for some reason not afraid any more. Such a change, whatsoever the reason for it, ought to have had some effect on her daughter. Surely she would share her luck, if luck had come to her. But Lady Joan sat apart and kept her eyes upon her book. This is one of the things she often chose to do, in spite of her mother's indignant protest. "I came here because you brought me," she would answer. "I did not come to be entertaining or polite." She was reading this evening. She heard every word of Lady Mallow's agreeable and slightly excited conversation. She did not know exactly what had happened, but she knew that it was something which buoyed her up with a hopefulness which exhilarated her almost too much, as an extra glass of wine might have done. Once or twice she even lost her head a little and was a trifle swaggering. T. Tembarom would not recognize the slip, but Joan saw Palliser's faint smile without looking up from her book. He observed shades in taste and bearing. Before her own future, Joan saw the blank wall of stone building itself higher and higher. If Sir Moses had capitulated, she would be counted out. With what degree of boldness could a mother cast her penniless daughter on the world? What unendurable provision make for her? Dare they offer her £1 a week and send her to live in the slums until she chose to marry some Hebrew friend of her stepfather's? That, she knew, would be the final alternative. A cruel little smile touched her lips as she reviewed the number of things she would not do to earn her living. She could not take in sewing or washing, and there was nothing she could teach, starvation or marriage. The wall built itself higher and yet higher. What a hideous thing it is for a penniless girl to be brought up merely to be a beauty, and in consequence supposedly a great lady, and yet If she was born to a certain rank, and had height and figure, a lovely mouth, a delicate nose, unusual eyes and lashes, to train her to be a dressmaker or a housemaid would be a stupid investment of capital. If nothing tragic interfered, and the right man wanted such a girl, she had been trained to please him. But tragic things had happened, and before her grew the wall, while she pretended to read her book. Tembarom was coming toward her. She had heard Palliser suggest a game of billiards. "Will you come and play billiards with us?" Tembarom asked. "Palliser says you play splendidly." "She plays brilliantly," put in Lady Mallow. "Come, Joan." "No, thank you," she answered. "Let me stay here and read." Lady Mallow protested. She tried an air of playful maternal reproach because she was in good spirits. Joan saw Palliser smiling quietly, and there was that in his smile which suggested to her that he was thinking her an obstinate fool. "You had better show Temple Barholm what you can do," he remarked. "This will be your last chance, as you leave so soon. You ought never to let a chance slip by. I never do." Tembarom stood still and looked down at her from his good height. He did not know what Palliser's speech meant, but an instinct made him feel that it somehow held an ugly, quiet taunt. "What I would like to do," was the unspoken crudity which passed through his mind, "would be to swat him on the mouth. He's getting at her just when she ought to be let alone. Would you like it better to stay here and read?" he inquired. "Much better, if you please," was her reply. "Then that goes," he answered, and left her. He swept the others out of the room with a good-natured promptness which put an end to argument. When he said of anything, "Then that goes," it usually did so. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. When she was alone, Joan sat and gazed not at her wall, but at the pictures that came back to her out of a part of her life which seemed to have been lived centuries ago. They were the pictures that came back continually without being called, the clearness which always startled her afresh. Sometimes she thought they sprang up to add to her torment, but sometimes it seemed as if they came to save her from herself, her mad, wicked self. After all, there were moments when to know that she had been the girl whose 18-year-old heart had leapt so when she turned and met Jem's eyes, as he stood gazing at her under the beech tree, was something to cling to. She had been that girl, and Jem had been Jem, and she had been the girl who had joined him in that young, ardent vow, that they would say the same prayers at the same hour each night together. Ah, how young it had been! How young! Her throat strained itself because sobs rose in it, and her eyes were hot with the swell of tears. She could hear voices and laughter and the click of balls from the billiard-room. Her mother and Palliser laughed the most, but she knew the sound of her mother's voice would cease soon, because she would come back to her. She knew she would not leave her long, and she knew the kind of scene they would pass through together when she returned. The old things would be said, the old arguments used, but a new one would be added. It was a pleasant thing to wait here, knowing that it was coming, and that for all her fierce pride and fierce spirit she had no defense. It was at once horrible and ridiculous that she must sit and listen, and stare at the growing wall. It was as she caught her breath against the choking swell of tears that she heard Lady Mallow returning. She came in with an actual sweep across the room. Her society air had fled, and she was unadornedly furious when she stopped before Joan's chair. For a few seconds she actually glared. Then she broke forth in a suppressed undertone. "Come into the billiard-room, I command it." Joan lifted her eyes from her book. Her voice was as low as her mother's, but steadier. "No," she answered. "Is this conduct to continue? Is it?" Lady Mallow panted. "Yes," said Joan, and laid her book on the table near her. There was nothing else to say. Words made things worse. Lady Mallow had lost her head, but she still spoke in a suppressed voice. "You shall behave yourself," she cried under her breath, and actually made a passionate half-start toward her.
You violent-natured Virgo! The very look on your face is enough to drive one mad."
"I know I am violent-natured," said Joan, "but don't you think it wise to remember that you cannot make the kind of scene here that you can in your own house? We are a bad-tempered pair, and we behave rather like fishwives when we are in a rage. But when we are guests in other people's houses—" Lady Mallow's temper was as elemental as any Billingsgate could provide.
"You think you can take advantage of that?"
she said. "Don't trust yourself too far. Do you imagine that just when all might go well for me, I will allow you to spoil everything?" "How can I spoil everything?"
"By behaving as you have been behaving since we came here. Refusing to make a home for yourself. By hanging around my neck, so that it will appear that anyone who takes me must take you also."
"There are servants outside," Joan warned her.
"You shall not stop me!"
cried Lady Mallow. "You cannot stop yourself," said Joan. "That is the worst of it. It is bad enough when we stand and hiss at each other in a stage whisper. But when you lose control over yourself and raise your voice—"
"I came here to tell you that this is your last chance. I shall never give you another. Do you know how old you are?"
"I shall soon be 27, Joan answered. "I wish I were 100. Then it would be all over. But it will not be over for years and years and years," her mother flung back at her. "Have you forgotten that the very rags you wear are not paid for?" "No, I have not forgotten." The scene was working itself up on the old lines as Joan had known it would. Her mother never failed to say the same things every time such a scene took place. "You will get no more such rags, paid or unpaid for. What do you expect to do? You don't know how to work, and if you did, no decent woman would employ you. You are too good-looking and too bad-tempered." Joan knew she was perfectly right. Knowing it, she remained silent, and her silence added to her mother's helpless rage. She moved a step nearer to her and flung the javelin which she always knew would strike deep. "You have made yourself a laughing-stock for all London for years. You are mad about a man who disgraced and ruined himself." She saw the javelin quiver as it stuck, but Joan's voice as it answered her had a quality of low and deadly steadiness. "You have said that 1,000 times, and you will say it another 1,000, though you know the story was a lie and was proved to be one." Lady Mallow knew her way thoroughly. "Who remembers the details? What the world remembers is that Jem Temple Barholm was stamped as a cheat and a trickster. No one has time to remember the other thing. He is dead. Dead. When a man's dead, it's too late." She was desperate enough to drive her javelin home deeper than she had ever chanced to drive it before. The truth, the awful truth she uttered, shook Joan from head to foot. She sprang up and stood before her in heart-wrung fury.
"Oh, you are a hideously cruel woman," she cried. "They say even tigers care for the young, but you can say that to me. When a man's dead, it's too late."
"It is too late. It is too late," Lady Mallow persisted. Why had she not struck this note before? It was breaking her will. "I would say anything to bring you to your senses." Joan began to move restlessly to and fro.
"Oh, what a fool I am!"
she exclaimed.
"As if you could understand, as if you could care."
Struggle as she might to be defiant, she was breaking. Lady Mallow repeated herself. She followed her as a hunter might have followed a young leopardess with a wound in its flank. "I came here because it is your last chance. Palliser knew what he was saying when he made a joke of it just now. He knew it wasn't a joke. You might have been the Duchess of Merthshire. You might have been Lady St. Maur, with a husband with millions. And here you are. You know what's before you when I am out of the trap." Joan laughed. It was a wild little laugh, and she felt there was no sense in it.
"I might apply for a place in Miss Alicia's home for decayed gentlewomen," she said.
Lady Mallow nodded her head fiercely.
"Apply, then. There will be no place for you in the home I am going to live in," she retorted.
Joan ceased moving about. She was about to hear the one argument that was new. "You may as well tell me," she said wearily.
I have a letter from Sir Moses Montellini. He is to be at Broomhaughton. He is going there purposely to meet me. What he writes can mean only one thing. He means to ask me to marry him. I am your mother. I am nearly 20 years older than you, but you see that I am out of the trap first." "I knew you would be," answered Joan. "He detests you," Lady Mallow went on. "He will not hear of your living with us, or even near us. He says you are old enough to take care of yourself. Take my advice. I am doing you a good turn in giving it. This New York newsboy is mad over you. If he hadn't been, we should have been bundled out of the house before this. He never has spoken to a lady before in his life, and he feels as if you were a goddess. Go into the billiard-room this instant, and do all a woman can. Go!" And she actually stamped her foot on the carpet. Joan's thunder-colored eyes seemed to grow larger as she stared at her. Her breast lifted itself, and her face slowly turned pale. Perhaps, she thought it wildly, people sometimes did die of feelings like this. "He would crawl at your feet," her mother went on, pursuing what she felt sure was her advantage. She was so sure of it that she added words only a fool or a woman half hysteric with rage would have added. "You might live in the very house you would have lived in with Jem Temple Barhome, on the income he could have given you." She saw the crassness of her blunder the next moment. If she had an advantage, she had lost it. Wickedly, without a touch of mirth, Joan laughed in her face. "Jem's house, and Jem's money, and the New York newsboy in his shoes," she flung at her. "T. Tembarom to live with until one laid down on one's deathbed. T. Tembarom." Suddenly, something was giving away in her, Lady Mallow thought again. Joan slipped into a chair and dropped her head and hidden face on the table. "Oh, mother, mother, mother," she ended. "Jem, Jem." Was she sobbing or trying to choke something back? There was no time to be lost. Her mother had never known a scene to end in this way before. "Crying!" There was absolute spite in her voice. "That shows you know what you are in for, at all events. But I've said my last word. What does it matter to me, after all? You're in the trap. I'm not. Get out as best you can. I've done with you." She turned her back and went out of the room, as she had come into it, with a sweep Joan would have smiled at as rather vulgar if she had seen it. As a child in the nursery, she had often seen that her ladyship was vulgar. But she did not see the sweep because her face was hidden. Something in her had broken this time, as her mother had felt. That bitter, sordid truth, driven home as it had been, had done it. Who had time to remember denials or lies proved to be lies? Nobody in the world. Who had time to give the defense of a dead man? There was not time enough to give to living ones. It was true. True. When a man is dead, it is too late. The wall had built itself until it reached her sky. But it was not the wall she bent her head and sobbed over. It was that suddenly she had seen again Jem's face, as he had stood with slow-growing pallor, and looked round at the ring of eyes which stared at him. Jem's face as he strode by her without a glance and went out of the room. She forgot everything else on earth. She forgot where she was. She was 18 again, and she sobbed in her arms as 18 sobs when its heart is torn from it. "Oh, Jem, Jem," she cried, "if you were only in the same world with me, if you were just in the same world." She had forgotten all else, indeed. She forgot too long. She did not know how long. It seemed that no more than a few minutes had passed before she was without warning struck with the shock of feeling that someone was in the room with her, standing near her, looking at her. She had been mad not to remember that exactly this thing would be sure to happen by some abominable chance. Her movement as she rose was almost violent. She could not hold herself still, and her face was horribly wet with shameless, unconcealable tears. Shameless she felt them, indecent, a sort of nudity of the soul. If it had been a servant who had intruded, or if it had been Palliser, it would have been intolerable enough. But it was T. Tembarom who confronted her with his common face, moved mysteriously by some feeling she resented even more than she resented his presence.
He was too grossly ignorant to know that a man of breeding, having entered by chance, would have turned and gone away, professing not to have seen. He seemed to think, the dolt, that he must make some apology. "Say, Lady Joan," he began, "I beg your pardon. I didn't want to butt in." "Then go away," she demanded. "Instantly! Instantly!" She knew he must see that she spoke almost through her teeth in the effort to control her sobbing breath, but he made no move toward leaving her. He even drew nearer, looking at her in a sort of meditative, obstinate way. "No," he replied deliberately. "I guess I won't." "You won't?" Lady Joan repeated after him. "Then I will." He made a stride forward and laid his hand on her arm. "No, not on your life. You won't either if I can help it, and you're going to let me help it." Almost anyone but herself, anyone at least who did not resent his very existence, would have felt the drop in his voice which suddenly struck the note of boyish, friendly appeal in the last sentence. "You're going to let me?" he repeated. She stood looking down at the daring, unconscious hand on her arm. "I suppose," she said with cutting slowness, "that you do not even know that you are insolent. Take your hand away," in arrogant command. He removed it with an unabashed half-smile. "I beg your pardon," he said. "I didn't even know I'd put it there. It was a break, but I wanted to keep you." That he not only wanted to keep her, but intended to do so was apparent. His air was neither rough nor brutal, but he had ingeniously placed himself in the outlet between the big table and the way to the door. He put his hands in his pockets in his vulgar, unconscious way, and watched her. "Say, Lady Joan," he broke forth, in the frank outburst of a man who wants to get something over, "I should be a fool if I didn't see that you're up against it. Hard. What's the matter?" His voice dropped again. There was something in the drop this time which, perhaps because of her recent emotion, sounded to her almost as if he were asking the question, with the protecting sympathy of the tone one would use in speaking to a child. How dare he? But it came home to her that Jem had once said, "What's the matter?" to her in the same way. "Do you think it likely that I should confide in you?" she said, and inwardly quaked at the memory as she said it. "No," he answered, considering the matter gravely. "It is not likely, the way things look to you now, but if you knew me better, perhaps it would be likely." "I once explained to you that I do not intend to know you better," she gave answer. He nodded acquiescently. "Yes, I got on to that, and it's because it's up to me that I came out here to tell you something I want you to know before you go away. I'm going to confide in you. Cannot even you see that I am not in the mood to accept confidences?" she exclaimed. "Yes, I can. But you're going to accept this one?" steadily. "No," as she made a swift movement. "I'm not going to clear the way until I've done." "I insist," she cried. "If you were—" He put out his hand, but not to touch her. "I know what you're going to say. If I were a gentleman. Well, I'm not laying claim to that, but I'm a sort of a man, anyhow, though you mayn't think it, and you're going to listen." She began to stare at him. It was not the ridiculous, boyish drop in his voice which arrested her attention. It was a fantastic, incongruous, wholly different thing. He had suddenly dropped his slouch and stood upright. Did he realize that he had slung his words at her as if they were an order given with the ring of authority? "I've not bucked against anything you've said or done since you've been here," he went on, speaking fast and grimly. "I didn't mean to. I had my reasons. There are things that I have given a good deal to say to you and ask you about, but you wouldn't let me. You wouldn't give me a chance to square things for you, if they could be squared. You threw me down every time I tried." He was too wildly incomprehensible with his changes from humanness to folly. Remembering what he had attempted to say on the day he had followed her in the avenue, she was inflamed again. "What in the name of New York slang does that mean?" she demanded. "Never mind New York," he answered, cool as well as grim. "A fellow that's learned slang in the streets has learned something else as well. He's learned to keep his eyes open. He's onto a way of seeing things. And what I've seen is that you're so doggone miserable that you're almost down and out." This time she spoke to him in the voice with the quality of deadness in it which she had used to her mother. "Do you think that because you are in your own house that you can be as intrusively insulting as you choose?" she said. "No, I don't," he answered. "What I think is quite different. I think that if a man has a house of his own, and there's any one in big trouble under the roof of it, a woman most of all, He's a cheapskate if he doesn't get busy and try to help. Just plain straight help." He saw in her eyes all her concentrated disdain of him, but he went on, still obstinate and cool and grim. "I guess help is too big a word just yet. That may come later, and it mayn't. What I'm going to try at now is making it easier for you. Just easier." Her contemptuous gesture registered no impression on him as he paused a moment and looked fixedly at her. "You just hate me, don't you?" It was a mere statement which couldn't have been more impersonal to himself if he had been made of wood. "That's all right. I seem like a low-down intruder to you. Well, that's all right, too. But what ain't all right is what your mother has set you on to thinking about me. You'd have never have thought it yourself. You'd have known better." "What," fiercely, "is that?" "That I'm mud enough to have a mash on you." The common slangy crassness of it was a kind of a shock. She caught her breath and merely stared at him. But he was not staring at her. He was simply looking straight into her face, and it amazingly flashed upon her that the extraordinary words were so entirely unembarrassed and direct that they were actually not offensive. He was merely telling her something in his own way, not caring the least about his own effect, but absolutely determined that she should hear and understand it. Her caught breath ended in something which was like a half-laugh. His queer, sharp, incomprehensible face, his queer, unmoved voice, were too extraordinarily unlike anything she had ever seen or heard before. "I don't want to be brash, and what I want to say may seem kind of that way to you, but it ain't. Anyhow, I guess I'll relieve your mind. Lady Joan, you're a looker. You're a beaut from Buttesville. If I were your kind and things were different, I'd be crazy about you. Crazy. But I'm not your kind, and things are different." He drew a step nearer still to her in his intentness. "They're this different. Why, Lady Joan, I'm dead stuck on another girl." She caught her breath again, leaning forward. "Another?" "She says she's not a lady. She threw me down just because of all this darn money came to me." He hastened on, and suddenly he was imperturbable no longer, but flushed and boyish, and more New York than ever. "She's a bit of a quiet thing, and she drops her H's, but gee, you're a looker. You're a queen, and she's not. But little Anne Hutchinson, why, Lady Joan, as far as this boy's concerned," and he oddly touched himself on the breast, "she makes you look like 30 cents. Joan quickly sat down on the chair she had just left. She rested an elbow on the table and shaded her face with her hand. She was not laughing. She scarcely knew what she was doing or feeling. "You are in love with Anne Hutchinson," she said in a low voice. "Am I?" he answered hotly. "Well, I should smile." He disdained to say more. Then she began to know what she felt. There came back to her in flashes scenes from the past weeks in which she had done her worst by him, in which she had swept him aside, loathed him, set her feet on him, used the devices of an ingenious demon to discomfit and show him at his poorest and least ready, and he had not been giving a thought to the thing for which she had striven to punish him, and he plainly did not even hate her. His mind was clear, as water is clear. He had come back to her this evening to do her a good turn, knowing what she was capable of in the way of arrogance and villainous temper. He had determined to do her, in spite of herself, a good turn. "I don't understand you," she faltered. "I know you don't, but it's only because I'm so dead easy to understand. There's nothing to find out. I'm just friendly, that's all." "You would have been friends with me?" she exclaimed. "You would have told me, and I wouldn't let you." "Oh," with an impulsive flinging out of her hand to him, "you good fellow." "Good be darned," he answered, taking the hand at once. "You are good to tell me. I have behaved like a devil to you, but oh, if you only knew." His face became mature again, but he took a most informal seat on the edge of the table near her. "I do know part of it. That's why I've been trying to be friends with you all the time." He said his next words deliberately. "If I was the woman Tembarom had loved, wouldn't it have driven me mad to see another man in his place, and remember what was done to him? I never even saw him, but, good God!" She saw his hand clench itself. "When I think of it, I want to kill somebody. I want to kill half a dozen. Why didn't they know it couldn't be true of a fellow like that?" She sat up stiffly and watched him. "Do you feel like that about him?" "Do I?" red hotly. "There were men there that knew him. There were women there that knew him. Why wasn't there just one to stand by him? A man that's been square all his life doesn't turn into a card sharp in a night. Damn fools! I beg your pardon, hastily, and then as hastily again. No, I mean it. Damn fools! Oh, she gasped just once. Her passionate eyes were suddenly blinded with tears. She caught at his clenched hand and dragged it to her, letting her face drop on it and crying like a child. The way he took her utter breaking down was just like him and like no one else. He put the other hand on her shoulder and spoke to her exactly as he had spoken to Miss Alicia on that first afternoon. "Don't you mind me, Lady Joan," he said. "Don't you mind me a bit. I'll turn my back. I'll go into the billiard room and keep them playing until you get way upstairs. Now we understand each other, it'll be better for both of us." "No, don't go. Don't," she begged. "It was so wonderful to find someone who sees the cruelty of it." She spoke fast and passionately. "No one would listen to any defense of him. My mother simply raved when I said what you are saying. Do you want," he put it to her with a curious comprehending of her emotion, "to talk about him? Would it do you good?" "Yes, yes, I have never talked to anyone. There has been no one to listen." "Talk all you want," he answered with immense gentleness. "I'm here." "I can't understand it even now. But he would not see me," she broke out. "I was half mad. I wrote, and he would not answer. I went to his chambers when I heard he was going to leave England. I went to beg him to take me with him, married or unmarried. I would have gone on my knees to him. He was gone. Why? Why?" "You didn't think he'd gone because he didn't love you?" He put it to her quite literally and unsentimentally. "You knew better than that." "How could I be sure of anything? When he left the room that awful night, he would not look at me. He would not look at me." "Since I've been here, I've been reading a lot of novels, and I found out a lot of things about fellows that are not the common, practical kind. No, he wasn't. He'd lived pretty much like a fellow in a novel, I guess. What struck me about that sort is that they think they have to make noble sacrifices, and they'll just walk all over a woman because they won't do anything to hurt her. There's not a bit of sense in it, but that was what he was doing. He believed he was doing the square thing by you, and you may bet your life it hurt him like hell. I beg your pardon, but that's the word, just plain hell." "I was only a girl. He was like iron. He went away alone. He was killed, and when he was dead, the truth was told." "That's what I've remembered," quite slowly, "every time I've looked at you. By gee, I'd have stood anything from a woman that had suffered as much as that." It made her cry, his genuineness, and she did not care in the least that the tears streamed down her cheeks. How he had stood things! How he had borne, in that odd, unimpressive way, insolence and arrogance, for which she ought to have been beaten and blackballed by decent society. She could scarcely bear it.
"Oh, to think it should have been you," she wept. "Just you who understood."
"Well," he answered speculatively, "I mightn't have understood as well if it hadn't been for Anne. By jings, I used to lie awake at night sometimes thinking, suppose it had been Anne and me. I'd sort of work it out as it might have happened in New York, at the office of the Sunday Earth. Supposing some fellow that had a grouch against me had managed it so that Galton thought I'd been getting away with money that didn't belong to me, fixing up my expense account or worse, and Galton wouldn't listen to what I said, and fired me, and I couldn't get a job anywhere else because I was down and out for good, and nobody would listen, and I was killed without clearing myself, and little Anne was left to stand it. Little Anne! Old Hutchinson wouldn't listen, I know that, and it would be all shut up, burning in her big little heart. Burning! And T. dead, and not a word to say for himself. Jehoshaphat!" taking out his handkerchief and touching his forehead. "It used to make this cold sweat start out on me. It's doing it now. Anne and me might have been Jem and you. That's why I understood." He put out his hand and caught hers and frankly squeezed it hard, and the unconventional clutch was a wonderful thing to her. "It's all right now, ain't it?" he said. "We've got it straightened out. You'll not be afraid to come back here if your mother wants you to." He stopped for a moment and then went on with something of hesitation. "We don't want to talk about your mother. We can't. But I understand her, too. Folks are different from each other in their ways. She's different from you. I'll straighten out with her if you like.
Nothing will need straightening out after I tell her that you are going to marry little Anne Hutchinson," said Joan with a half-smile, "and that you were engaged to her before you saw me." "Well, that does sort of finish things up, doesn't it?" said T. Tembarom. He looked at her so speculatively for a moment after this that she wondered whether he had something more to say. He had. "There's something I want to ask you," he ventured. "Ask anything." "Do you know anyone, just anyone, who has a photo, just any old photo, of Jem Temple Barham?" She was rather puzzled. "Yes. I know a woman who has worn one for nearly 8 years. Do you want to see it?" "I'd give a good deal to," was his answer. She took a flat locket from her dress and handed it to him. "Women don't wear lockets in these days." He could barely hear her voice because it was so low. "But I've never taken it off. I want him near my heart. It's Jem." He held it in the palm of his hand and stood under the light, studying it as if he wanted to be sure he wouldn't forget it. "It's sort of like that picture of Miles Hugo, ain't it?" he suggested. "Yes, people always said so. That was why you found me in the picture gallery the first time we met." "I knew that was a reason, and I knew I'd make a break when I butted in," he answered. Then, still looking at the photograph, "You'd know this face again almost anywhere you saw it, I guess." "There are no faces like it anywhere," said Joan. "I guess that's so," he replied. "And it's one that wouldn't change much either. Thank you, Lady Joan." He handed back the picture, and she put out her hand again. "I think I'll go to my room now," she said. "You've done a strange thing to me. You've taken nearly all the hatred and bitterness out of my heart. I shall want to come back here, whether my mother comes or not. I shall want to." "The sooner the quicker," he said. "And so long as I'm here, I'll be ready and waiting." "Don't go away," she said softly. "I shall need you." "Isn't that great?" he cried, flushing delightedly. "Isn't it just great that we've got things straightened so that you can say that? Gee, this is a queer old world. There's such a lot to do in it, and so few hours in the day. Seems like there ain't time to stop long enough to hate anybody and keep a grouch on. A fellow's got to keep hustling not to miss the things worthwhile." The liking in her eyes was actually wistful. "That's your way of thinking, isn't it?" she said. "Teach it to me if you can. I wish you could. Good night." She hesitated a second. "God bless you," she added quite suddenly, almost fanatic as the words sounded to her, that she, Joan Fair, should be calling down devout benisons on the head of T. Tembarom. T. Tembarom! Her mother was in her room when she reached it. She had come up early to look over her possessions, and Joan's, before she began her packing. The bed, the chairs, and the tables were spread with evening, morning, and walking dresses, and the millinery collected from their combined wardrobes. She was examining anxiously a lace, appliqued, and embroidered white coat, and turned a slightly flushed face toward the opening door. "I am going over your things as well as my own," she said. "I shall take what I can use. You will require nothing in London. You'll require nothing anywhere in the future. What is the matter?" she said sharply as she saw her daughter's face. Joan came forward, feeling it a strange thing that she was not in the mood to fight, to lash out and be glad to do it. "Captain Palliser told me as I came up that Mr. Temple Barham had been talking to you," her mother went on. "He heard you having some sort of scene as he passed the door. As you have made your decision, of course I know I needn't hope that anything has happened." "What has happened has nothing to do with my decision. He wasn't waiting for that," Joan answered her. "We were both entirely mistaken, Mother." "What are you talking about?" cried Lady Mallow, but she temporarily laid the white coat on a chair. "What do you mean by mistaken?" "He doesn't want me. He never did," Joan answered again. A shadow of a smile hovered over her face, and there was no derision in it, only a warming recollection of his earnestness when he had said the words she quoted. "He's what they call in New York, dead stuck on another girl." Lady Mallow sat down on the chair that held the white coat, and she did not push the coat aside. "He told you that in his vulgar slang," she gasped it out. You ought to have struck him dead with your answer." "Except poor Jem Temple Barham," was the amazing reply she received.
He is the only friend I have ever had in my life. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. It was business of serious importance which was to bring Captain Palliser's visit to a close. He explained it perfectly to Miss Alicia a day or so after Lady Mallow and her daughter left them. He had lately been most amiable in his manner toward Miss Alicia, and had given her much valuable information about companies and stocks. He rather unexpectedly found it imperative that he should go to London and Berlin to see people, dealers in great financial schemes who were deeply interested in solid business speculations, such as his own, which were fundamentally different from all others in the impeccable firmness of their foundations. "I suppose he will be very rich some day," Miss Alicia remarked the first morning she and T. Tembarom took their breakfast alone together after his departure. "It would frighten me to think of having as much money as he seems likely to have quite soon." "It would scare me to death," said Tembarom. She knew he was making a sort of joke, but she thought the point of it was her tremor at the thought of great fortune. "He seemed to think that it would be an excellent thing for you to invest in. I'm not sure whether it was the India Rubber Tree Company, or the mahogany forests, or the copper mines that have so much gold and silver mixed in them that they will pay for the expense of the digging," she went on. "I guess it was a whole lot," put in Tembarom. "Perhaps it was. They were all going to make everybody so rich that it is quite bewildering. He is very clever in business matters, and so kind. He even said that if I really wished it, he might be able to invest my income for me, and actually treble it in a year. But of course I told him that my income was your generous gift to me, and that it was far more than sufficient for my needs." Tembarom put down his coffee cup so suddenly to look at her that she was fearful that she had appeared to do Captain Palliser some vague injustice. "I'm sure he meant to be most obliging, dear," she explained. "I was really quite touched. He said it most sympathetically and delicately that when women are unmarried and unaccustomed to investment, sometimes a business man could be of use to them. He forgot," affectionately, "that I had you." Tembarom regarded her with tender curiosity. She often opened up vistas for him as he himself opened them for the Duke of Stone. "If you hadn't had me, would you have let him treble your income in a year?" he asked. Her expression was that of a soft woodland rabbit or a trusting spinster dove. "Well, of course, if one were quite alone in the world and had only a small income, it would be nice to have it wonderfully added to in such a short time," she answered. "But it was his friendly solicitude that touched me. I have not been accustomed to such interested delicacy on the part of gentlemen," her hesitance before the last word being the result of training, which had made her feel that it was a little bold for ladies to refer quite openly to gentlemen. "You sometimes read in the newspapers," said Tembarom, buttering his toast, "about ladies who are all alone in the world with little income, but they're not often left alone with it long. It's like you said, you've got me, but if the time ever comes when you haven't got me, just you make a dead sure thing of it that you don't let any solicitous business gentleman treble your income in a year. If it's an income that comes to more than 5 cents, don't you hand it over to be made into 15. 5 cents is a heap better, just plain 5. "Temple," gasped Miss Alicia, you surely cannot mean that you do not think Captain Palliser is sincere?" Tembarom laughed outright, his most hilarious and comforting laugh. He had no intention of enlightening her in such a manner as would lead her at once to behold pictures of him as the possible victim of appalling catastrophes. He liked her too well as she was. "Sincere?" he said. "He's sincere down to the ground in what he's reaching after, but he's not going to treble your income nor mine. If he ever makes that offer again, you just tell him I'm interested, and that I'll talk it over with him." "I could not help saying to him that I didn't think you could want any more money when you had so much," she added. "But he said one never knew what might happen. He was greatly interested when I told him you had once said the very same thing yourself." Their breakfast was at an end, and he got up, laughing again, as he came to her end of the table and put his arm around her shoulders in the unconventional young caress she adored him for. "It's nice to be by ourselves again for a while," he said. "Let's go for a walk together. Put on the little bonnet and dress that are the color of a mouse. Those little duds just get me. You look so pretty in them." The 16-year-old blush ran up to the roots of her gray side ringlets. Just imagine his remembering the color of her dress and bonnet and thinking that anything could make her look pretty. She was overwhelmed with innocent and grateful confusion. There really was no one else in the least like him. "You do look well, ma'am," Rose said when she helped her to dress. "You've got such a nice color, and that tiny bit of old rose Miss Mellish put in the bonnet does bring it out." "I wonder if it is wrong of me to be so pleased," Miss Alicia thought. "I must make it a subject of prayer, and ask to be aided to conquer a haughty and vainglorious spirit." She was pathetically serious, having been trained to a view of the great First Cause as figuratively embodied in the image of a gigantic, irascible, omnipotent old gentleman, especially wrought to fury by feminine follies connected with becoming headgear. "It has sometimes even seemed to me that our Heavenly Father has a special obligation to ladies," she had once timorously confessed to Tembarom. "I suppose it is because we are so much weaker than men, and so much more given to vanity and petty vices." He had caught her in his arms and actually hugged her that time. Their intimacy had reached the point where affectionate outbursts did not alarm her. "Say," he had laughed, "it's not the men who are going to have the biggest pull with the authorities when folks try to get into the place where things are evened up. What I'm going to work my passage with is a list of the few ladies I've known. You and Anne will be at the head of it. I shall just slide in at the box office window and say, 'Just look over this, will you? These were friends of mine, and they were mighty good to me. I guess if they didn't turn me down, you needn't. I know they're in here. Reserve seats. I'm not expecting to be put with them, but if I'm allowed to hang around where they are, that'll be heaven enough for me.'" "I know you don't mean to be irreverent, dear Temple," she gasped. "I'm quite sure you don't. It is only your American way of expressing your kind thoughts. And of course," quite hastily, "the Almighty must understand Americans, as He made so many." And half frightened though she was, she patted his arm with the warmth of comfort in her soul and moisture in her eyes. Somehow or other, he was always so comforting. He held her arm as they took their walk. She had become used to that also, and no longer thought it odd. It was only one of the ways he had of making her feel that she was being taken care of. They had not been able to have many walks together since the arrival of the visitors, and this occasion was at once a cause of relief and inward rejoicing. The entire truth was that she had not been altogether happy about him of late. Sometimes when he was not talking and saying amusing New York things which made people laugh, he seemed almost to forget where he was, and to be thinking of something which baffled and tried him. The way in which he pulled himself together when he realized that anyone was looking at him was, to her mind, the most disturbing feature of his fits of abstraction. It suggested that if he really had a trouble, it was a private one on which he would not like her to intrude. Naturally, her adoring eyes watched him oftener than he knew, and she tried to find plausible and not too painful reasons for his mood. He always made light of his unaccustomedness to his new life, but perhaps it made him feel more unrestful than he would admit. As they walked through the park and the village, her heart was greatly warmed by the way in which each person they met greeted him. They greeted no one else in the same way, and yet it was difficult to explain what the difference was. They liked him, really liked him, though how he had overcome their natural distrust of his newsboy and bootblack record no one but himself knew. In fact, she had reason to believe that even he himself did not know, had indeed never asked himself. They had gradually begun to like him, though none of them had ever accused him of being a gentleman according to their own acceptance of the word. Every man touched his cap or forehead with a friendly grin which spread itself the instant he caught sight of him. Grin and salute were synchronous. It was as if there were some extremely human joke between them. Miss Alicia had delightedly remembered a remark the Duke of Stone had made to her on his return from one of their long drives. "He's the most popular man in the county," he had chuckled. "If war broke out and he were in the army, he could raise a regiment at his own gates which would follow him wheresoever he chose to lead it, if it were into hottest Hades." Tembarom was rather silent during the first part of their walk, and when he spoke, it was of Captain Palliser. "He's a fellow that's got lots of curiosity. I guess he's asked you more questions than he's asked me, he began at last, and he looked at her interestedly, though she was not aware of it. I thought, she hesitated slightly because she did not wish to be critical, I sometimes thought he asked me too many. What was he trying to get on to mostly? He asked so many things about you and your life in New York, but more, I think, about you and Mr. Strangeways. He was really quite persistent once or twice about poor Mr. Strangeways. What did he ask? He asked if I had seen him, and if you had preferred that I should not. He calls him your mystery, and he thinks your keeping him here is so extraordinary. I guess it is, the way he'd look at it, Tembarom dropped in. He was so anxious to find out what he looked like. He asked how old he was and how tall, and whether he was quite mad or only a little, and where you picked him up, and when, and what reason you gave for not putting him in some respectable asylum. I could only say that I really knew nothing about him, and that I hadn't seen him because he had a dread of strangers, and I was a little timid. She hesitated again. I wonder, she said, still hesitating even after her pause, I wonder if I ought to mention a rather rude thing I saw him do twice? Yes, you ought, Tembarom answered promptly. I've a reason for wanting to know. It was such a singular thing to do in the circumstances, she went on obediently. He knew, as we all know, that Mr. Strangeways must not be disturbed. One afternoon I saw him walk slowly backward and forward before the west room window. He had something in his hand and kept looking up. That was what first attracted my attention, his queer way of looking up. Quite suddenly he threw something which rattled on the panes of glass. It sounded like gravel or small pebbles. I couldn't help believing he thought Mr. Strangeways would be startled into coming to the window. Tembarom cleared his throat. He did that twice, he said. Pearson caught him at it, though Palliser didn't know he did. He'd have done it 3 times or more than that, perhaps. But I casually mentioned in the smoking room one night that some curious fool of a gardener boy had thrown some stones and frightened Strangeways, and that Pearson and I were watching for him, and if I caught him I was going to knock his block off. Bing! He didn't do it again. Darn fool! What does he think he's after? I am afraid he's rather, I hope it's not wrong to say so, but he is rather given to gossip, and I dare say that the temptation to find something quite new to talk about was a great one. So few new things happen in the neighborhood, and, as the Duke says, people are so bored, and he is bored himself. He'll be more bored if he tries it again when he comes back, remarked Tembarom. Miss Alicia's surprised expression made him laugh. Do you think he will come back? She exclaimed, after such a long visit. Oh, yes, he'll come back. He'll come back as often as he can until he's got a chunk of my income to trouble, or until I've done with him. Until you've done with him, dear? Inquiringly. Oh, well, casually. I've sort of an idea that he may tell me something I'd like to know. I'm not sure, I'm only guessing. But even if he knows it, he won't tell me until he gets good and ready and thinks I don't want to hear it. What he thinks he's going to get at by prowling around is something he can get me in the crack of the door with. Temple, imploringly, are you afraid he wishes to do you an injury? No, I'm not afraid. I'm just waiting to see him take a chance on it. And he gave her arm an affectionate squeeze against his side. He was always immensely moved by her little alarms for him. They reminded him, in a remote way, of little Anne coming down Mrs. Bowes's staircase bearing with her the tartan comforter. How could anyone want to do him an injury? She began to protest pathetically, but he would not let her go on. He would not talk any more of Captain Palliser or allow her to talk of him. Indeed, her secret fear was that he really knew something he did not wish her to be troubled by, and perhaps thought he had said too much. He began to make jokes, and led her to other subjects. He asked her to go to the Hibblethwaite's cottage and pay a visit to Tummas. He had learned to understand his accepted privileges in making of cottage visits by this time, and when he clicked any wicket gate the door was open before he had time to pass up the wicket path. They called at several cottages, and he noted at the windows of others where faces appeared as he passed by. They had a happy morning together, and he took her back to Temple Bar home beaming, and forgetting Captain Palliser's existence, for a time at least. In the afternoon they drove out together, and after dining they read the last copy of the Sunday Earth, which had arrived that day. He found quite an interesting paragraph about Mr. Hutchinson and the invention. Little Miss Hutchinson was referred to most flatteringly by the writer, who almost inferred that she was responsible not only for the inventor, but for the invention itself. Miss Alicia felt quite proud of knowing so prominent a character, and wondered what it could be like to read about oneself in a newspaper. About 9 o'clock he laid his sheet of the earth down and spoke to her. "I'm going to ask you to do me a favor," he said. "I couldn't ask it if we weren't alone like this. I know you won't mind." Of course she wouldn't mind. She was made happier by the mere idea of doing something for him. "I'm going to ask you to go to your room rather early," he explained. "I want to try a sort of stunt on Strangeways. I'm going to bring him downstairs if he'll come. I'm not sure if I can get him to do it, but he's been a heap better lately, and perhaps I can." "Is he so much better as that?" she said. "Will it be safe?" He looked as serious as she had ever seen him look, even a trifle more serious. "I don't know how much better he is," was the answer. "Sometimes you think he was almost all right, and then the doctor says that if he could get over being afraid of leaving his room, it would be a big thing for him. He wants him to go to his place in London so that he can watch him." "Do you think you could persuade him to go?" "I've tried my level best, but so far nothing doing." He got up and stood before the mantel, his back against it, his hands in his pockets. "I found out one thing," he said. "He's used to houses like this. Every now and again he lets something out quite natural. He knew that the furniture in his room was Jacobean. That's what he called it. And he knew it was fine stuff. He wouldn't have known that if he'd been a piker. I'm going to try if he won't let out something else when he sees things here, if he'll come." "You have such a wonderfully reasoning mind, dear," said Miss Alicia as she rose. "You would have made a great detective, I'm sure." "If Anne had been with him," he said rather gloomily, "she'd have caught on to a lot more than I have. I don't feel very chusty about the way I've managed it." Miss Alicia went upstairs shortly afterward, and half an hour later Tembarom told the footman in the hall that they might go to bed. The experiment he was going to make demanded that the place should be cleared of any disturbing presence. He had been thinking it over for some time past. He had sat in a private room of the great nerve specialist in London, and had talked it over with him. He had talked of it with the Duke on the lawn at Stonehover. There had been a flush of color in the older man's cheekbones, and his eyes had been alight as he took his part in the discussion. He had added the touch of his own personality to it, as always happened. "We're having some fine moments, my good fellow," he had said, rubbing his hands. "This is extremely like the fourth act. I'd like to be sure what comes next." "I like to be sure myself," Tembarom answered. "It's as if a flash of lightning came sometimes, and then things clouded up. And sometimes when I'm trying something out he'll get so excited that I daren't go on until I've talked to the doctor." It was the excitement he was dubious about tonight. It was not possible to be quite certain as to the entire safety of the plan, but there might be a chance, even a big chance, of wakening some cell from its deadened sleep. Sir Ormsby Galloway had talked to him a good deal about brain cells, and he had listened faithfully and learned more than he could put into scientific English. Gradually, during the past months, he had been coming upon strangely exciting hints of curious possibilities. They had been mere hints at first, and had seemed almost absurd in their unbelievableness. But each one had linked itself with another, and led him on to further wondering and exploration. When Miss Alicia and Palliser had seen that he looked absorbed and baffled, it had been because he had frequently found himself, to use his own figures of speech, mixed up to beat the band. He had not known which way to turn, and he had gone on turning because he could not escape from his own excited interest, and the inevitable emotion roused by being caught in the whirl of a melodrama. That was what he had dropped into, a whacking big play. It had begun for him when Palford butted in that night and told him he was a lost heir, with a fortune and an estate in England, and the curtain had been jerking up and down ever since. But there had been thrills in it, queer as it was, something doing all the time, by gee. He sat and smoked his pipe, and wished Anne were with him because he knew he was not as cool as he meant to be. He felt a certain tingling of excitement in his body, and this was not the time to be excited. He waited for some minutes before he went upstairs. It was true that Strangeways had been much better lately. He he had seemed to find it easier to follow conversation. During the past few days, Tembarom had talked to him in a matter-of-fact way about the house and its various belongings. He had at last seemed awakened to an interest in the picture gallery. Evidently he knew something of picture galleries and portraits, and found himself relieved by his own clearness of thought when he talked of them. "I feel better," he said 2 or 3 times. "Things seem clearer, nearer." "Good business," exclaimed Tembarom. "I told you it'd be that way. Let's hold on to pictures. It won't be any time before you'll be remembering where you've seen some." He had been secretly rather strung up, but he had been very gradual in approaching his final suggestion that some night, when everything was quiet, they might go and look at the gallery together. "What you need is to get out of the way of wanting to stay in one place," he argued. "The doctor says you've got to have a change, and even going from one room to another is a fine thing." Strangeways had looked at him anxiously for a few moments, even suspiciously, but his face had cleared after the look. He drew himself up and passed his hand over his forehead. "I believe perhaps he is right," he murmured. "Sure he's right," said Tembarom. "He's the sort of chap you ought to know. He's been made into a baronet for knowing. Sir Ormsby Galloway, by jings. That's no slouch of a name. Oh, he knows, you bet your life." This morning when he had seen him, he had spoken of the plan again. The visitors had gone away. The servants could be sent out of sight and hearing. They could go into the library and smoke, and he could look at the books. And then they could take a look at the picture gallery if he wasn't too tired. It would be a change, anyhow. Tonight, as he went up the huge staircase, Tembarom's calmness of being had not increased. He was aware of a quickened pulse and of a slight dampness on his forehead. The dead silence of the house added to the unusualness of things. He could not remember ever having been so anxious before, except on the occasion when he had taken his first day's stuff to Galton, and had stood watching him as he read it. His forehead had grown damp then, but he showed no outward signs of excitement when he entered the room and found Strangeways standing perfectly attired in evening dress. Pearson, setting things in order on the other side of the room, was taking note of him furtively over his shoulder. Quite in the casual manner of the ordinary man, he had expressed his intention of dressing for the evening, and Pearson had thanked his stars for the fact that the necessary garments were at hand. From the first he had not infrequently asked for articles such as only the resources of a complete masculine wardrobe could supply, and on one occasion he had suddenly wished to dress for dinner, and the lame excuses it had been necessary to make had disturbed him horribly instead of pacifying him. To explain that his condition precluded the necessity of the usual appurtenances would have been out of the question. He had been angry. What did Pearson mean? What was the matter? He had said it over and over again, and then had sunk into a hopelessly bewildered mood, and had sat huddled in his dressing-gown staring at the fire. Pearson had been so harrowed by the situation that it had been his own idea to suggest to his master that all possible requirements should be provided. There were occasions when it appeared that the cloud over him lifted for a passing moment, and a gleam of light recalled to him some familiar usage of his past. When he had finished dressing, Pearson had been almost startled by the amount of effect produced by the straight, correctly cut lines of black and white. The mere change of clothes had suddenly changed the man himself, had done something to him, Pearson put it. After his first glance at the mirror, he had straightened himself, as if recognizing the fault of his own carriage. When he crossed the room, it was with the action of a man who had been trained to move well. The good looks, which had been almost hidden behind a veil of uncertainty of expression and strained fearfulness, had become obvious. He was tall, and his lean limbs were splendidly hung together. His head was perfectly set, and the bearing of his square shoulders was a soldierly thing. It was an extraordinarily handsome man Tembarom and Pearson found themselves gazing at. Each glanced involuntarily at the other. "Now that's first rate. I'm glad you feel like coming," Tembarom plunged in. He didn't intend to give him too much time to think. "Thank you. It will be a change, as you said," Strangeways answered. "One needs change." His deep eyes looked somewhat deeper than usual, but his manner was that of any well-bred man doing an accustomed thing. If he had been an ordinary guest in the house, and his host had dropped into his room, he would have comported himself in exactly the same way. They went together down the corridor as if they had passed down it together a dozen times before. On the stairway, Strangeways looked at the tapestries with the interest of a familiarized intelligence. "It is a beautiful old place," he said as they crossed the hall. "That armor was worn by a crusader." He hesitated a moment when they entered the library, but it was only for a moment. He went to the hearth and took the chair his host offered him, and, lighting a cigar, sat smoking it. If T. Tembarom had chanced to be a man of an analytical or metaphysical order of intellect, he would have found, during the past month, many things to lead him far in mental argument concerning the weird wonder of the human mind, of its power where its possessor, the body, is concerned, its sometimes closeness to the surface of sentient being, its sometimes remoteness. He would have known, awed, marveling at the blackness of the pit into which it can descend, the unknown shades that may enfold it and imprison its gropings. The old Duke of Stone had sat and pondered many an hour over stories his favorite companion had related to him. What curious and subtle processes had the queer fellow not been watching in the closely guarded quiet of the room where the stranger had spent his days, the strange thing cowering in its darkness, the ray of light piercing the cloud one day and seeming lost again the next. The struggles the imprisoned thing made to come forth, to cry out that it was but immured, not wholly conquered, and that some hour would arrive when it would fight its way through at last. Tembarom had not entered into psychological research. He had been entirely uncomplex in his attitude, sitting down before his problem as a besieger might have sat down before a castle. The Duke had sometimes wondered whether it was not a good enough thing that he had been so simple about it, merely continuing to believe the best with an unswerving obstinacy and lending a hand when he could. A never-flagging sympathy had kept him singularly alive to every chance, and now and then he had illuminations which would have done credit to a cleverer man, and which the Duke had rubbed his hands over in half-amused, half-touched elation. How he had kept his head level and held to his purpose. T. Tembarom talked but little as he sat in his big chair and smoked. Best let him alone and give him time to get used to the newness, he thought. Nothing must happen that could give him a jolt. Let things sort of sink into him, and perhaps they'd set him to thinking and lead him somewhere. Strangeways himself evidently did not want talk. He never wanted it unless he was excited. He was not excited now, and had settled down as if he was comfortable. Having finished one cigar, he took another, and began to smoke it much more slowly than he had smoked his first. The slowness began to arrest Tembarom's attention. This was the smoking of a man who was either growing sleepy or sinking into deep thought, becoming oblivious to what he was doing. Sometimes he held the cigar absently between his strong, fine fingers, seeming to forget it. Tembarom watched him do this until he saw it go out, and its white ash drop on the rug at his feet. He did not notice it, but sat sinking deeper and deeper into his own being, growing more remote. What was going on under his absorbed stillness? Tembarom would not have moved or spoken for a block of Fifth Avenue, he said internally. The dark eyes seemed to become darker until there was only a pin's point of light to be seen in their pupils. It was as if he were looking at something at a distance, at a strangely long distance. Twice he turned his head and appeared to look slowly round the room, but not as normal people look, as if it also was at the strange long distance from him, and he were somewhat outside its walls. It was an uncanny thing to be a spectator to. How still the room is, Tembarom found himself thinking. It was dead still, and it was a queer deal sitting, not daring to move, just watching. Something was bound to happen, sure. What was it going to be? Strangeways' cigar dropped from his fingers and appeared to rouse him. He looked puzzled for a moment, and then stooped quite naturally to pick it up. "I forgot it altogether. It's gone out," he remarked. "Have another," suggested Tembarom, moving the box nearer to him. "No, thank you." He rose and crossed the room to the wall of bookshelves, and Tembarom's eye was caught again by the fineness of movement and line the evening clothes made manifest. What a swell he looked when he moved about like that. What a swell, by jigs! He looked along the line of shelves and presently took a book down and opened it. He turned over its leaves until something arrested his attention, and then he fell to reading. He read several minutes while Tembarom watched him. The silence was broken by his laughing a little.
Listen to this, he said, and began to read something in a language totally unknown to his hearer. A man who writes that sort of thing about a woman is an old bounder, whether he's a poet or not. There's a small, biting spitefulness about it that's caddish. Who did it? Tembarom inquired softly. It might be a good idea to lead him on. Horace. In spite of his genius, he sometimes makes you feel he was rather a blackguard. Horace. For the moment, Tembarom forgot himself. I always heard he was a sort of YMCA old guy. Old Horace Greeley. The Tribune was no yellow journal when he had it. He was sorry he had spoken the next moment. Strangeways looked puzzled. The Tribune? He hesitated. The Roman Tribune? No, New York. He started it, old Horace did. Well, perhaps we're not talking about the same man. Strangeways hesitated again. No, I think we are not, he answered politely. I've made a break, thought Tembarom. I ought to have kept my mouth shut. I must try to switch him back. Strangeways was looking down at the back of the book he held in his hand. This one was the Latin poet, Quintus Horatius Flaccus, 65 B.C. You know him, he said. Oh, that one, exclaimed Tembarom, as if with an air of immense relief. What a fool I was to forget. I'm glad it's him. Will you go on reading and let me hear some more? He's a winner from Wintersville, that Horace is. Perhaps it was a sort of miracle accomplished by his great desire to help the right thing to happen, to stave off any shadow of the wrong thing. Whatsoever the reason, Strangeways waited only a moment before turning to his book again. It seemed to be a link in some chain slowly forming itself to drag him back from his wanderings, and Tembarom, lightly sweating as a frightened horse will, sat smoking another pipe and listening intently to satires and lampoons, read aloud in the Latin of 65 B.C. By gee, he said faithfully at intervals, when he saw in the reader's face that the moment was ripe. He knew it all, old Horace, didn't he? He had steered his charge back. Things were coming along the line to him. He learned Latin at one of these big English schools. Boys always learned Latin, the Duke had told him. They just had to. Most of them hated it like thunder, and they used to be caned when they didn't recite it right. Perhaps if he went on, he'd begin to remember the school. A queer part of it was that he didn't seem to notice that he was not reading his own language. He did not, in fact, seem to remember anything in particular, but went on quite naturally for some minutes. He had replaced Horace on the shelf and was on the point of taking down another volume when he paused, as if recalling something else. "Weren't we going to see the picture gallery?" he inquired. "Isn't it getting late? I should like to see the portraits." "No hurry," answered Tembarom. "I was just waiting till you were ready. But we'll go right away if you like." They went without further ceremony. As they walked through the hall and down the corridors side by side, an imaginative person might have felt that perhaps the eyes of an ancient darkling portrait or so looked down at the pair curiously. The long, loosely built New Yorker rather slouching along by the soldierly, almost romantic figure, which in a measure suggested that others not unlike it might have trod the same oaken floor, wearing ruff and doublet, or laced jabot and sword. There was a far cry between the two, but they walked closely in friendly union. When they entered the picture gallery, Strangeways paused a moment again, and stood peering down its length. "It's very dimly lighted. How can we see?" he said. "I told Pearson to leave it dim," Tembarom answered. "I wanted it just that way at first." He tried and succeeded tolerably well to say it casually, as he led the way ahead of them. He and the Duke had not talked the scheme over for nothing. As His Grace had said, they had worked the thing up. As they moved down the gallery, the men and women in their frames looked like ghosts staring out to see what was about to happen. "We'll turn up the lights after a while," Tembarom explained, still casually. "There's a picture here I think a good deal of. I've stood and looked at it pretty often. It reminded me of someone the first day I set eyes on it, but it was quite a time before I made up my mind who it was. It used to drive me half dotty trying to think it out." "Which one was it?" asked Strangeways. "We're coming to it. I want to see if it reminds you of anyone."
and I want you to see it sudden. It's got to be sudden, he had said to the Duke. If it's going to pan out, I believe it's got to be sudden. That's why I had the rest of 'em left dim. I told Pearson to leave a lamp I could turn up quick, he said to Strangeways. The lamp was on a table nearby and was shaded by a screen. He took it from the shadow and lifted it suddenly, so that its full gleam fell upon the portrait of the handsome youth with the lace collar and the dark, drooping eyes. It was done in a second, with a dramatically unexpected swiftness. His heart jumped up and down. "Who's that?" he demanded with abruptness so sharp-pitched that the gallery echoed with sound. "Who's that?" He heard a hard, quick gasp, a sound which was momentarily a little horrible, as if a man's soul was being jerked out of his body's depths. "Who is he?" cried again. "Tell me!" After the gasp, Strangeways stood still and stared. His eyes were glued to the canvas, drops of sweat came out on his forehead, and he was shuddering. He began to back away with a look of gruesome struggle. He backed and stared and stared. The gap came twice again, and then his voice seemed to tear itself loose from some power that was holding it back. "That," he cried, it is Miles Hugo." The last words were almost a shout, and he shook as if he would have fallen, but T. Tembarom put his hand on his shoulder and held him, breathing fast himself. Gee, if it wasn't like a thing in a play. "Page at the court of Charles II, he rattled off. "Died of smallpox when he was 19. Miles Hugo. Miles Hugo. You hold on to that for all you're worth. And hold on to me. I'll keep you steady. Say it again." "Miles Hugo." The poor majestic-looking fellow almost sobbed it. "Where am I? What is the name of this place?" "It's Temple Barholm in the county of Lancashire, England. Hold on to that, too, like thunder." Strangeways held the young man's arm with hands that clutched. He dragged him. His nightmare held him yet. Tembarom saw it, but flashes of light were blinding him. "Who," he pleaded in a shaking and hollow whisper, "are you?" Here was a stumper, by jings, and not a minute to think it out. But the answer came all right. "My name's Tembarom. T. Tembarom," and he grinned his splendid grin from sheer sense of relief. "I'm a New Yorker, Brooklyn. I was just forked in here anyhow. Don't you waste time thinking over me. You sit down here and do your darndest with Miles Hugo." End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. Tembarom did not look as though he had slept particularly well, Miss Alicia thought, when they met the next morning. But when she asked him whether he had been disappointed in his last night's experiment, he answered that he had not. The experiment had come out all right, but Strangeways had been a good deal worked up, and had not been able to sleep until daylight. Sir Ormsby Galloway was to arrive in the afternoon, and he'd probably give him something quieting. Had the coming downstairs seemed to help him to recall anything? Miss Alicia naturally inquired. Tembarom thought it had. He drove to Stonehover and spent the morning with the Duke. He even lunched with him. He returned in time to receive Sir Ormsby Galloway, however, and until that great personage left, they were together in Mr. Strangeways' rooms. "I guess I shall get him up to London, to the place where Sir Ormsby wants him," he said rather nervously after dinner. "I'm not going to miss any chances. If he'll go, I can get him away quietly some time when I can fix it so that there's no one about to worry him." She felt that he had no inclination to go much into detail. He had never had the habit of entering into the details connected with his strange charge. She believed it was because he felt the subject too abnormal not to seem a little awesome to her sympathetic timidity. She did not ask questions because she was afraid she could not ask them intelligently. In fact, the knowledge that this unknown man was living through his struggle with his lost past in the remote rooms of the West Wing, almost as though he were a secret prisoner, did seem a little awesome when one awoke in the middle of the night and thought of it. During the passage of the next few weeks, Tembarom went up to London several times. Once he seemed called there suddenly, as it was only during dinner that he told her he was going to take a late train, and should leave the house after she had gone to bed. She felt as though something important must have happened, and hoped it was nothing disturbing. When he had said that Captain Palliser would return to visit them, her private impression, despite his laugh, had been that it must surely be some time before this would occur. But a little more than 3 weeks later he appeared, preceded only half an hour by a telegram asking whether he might not spend a night with them on his way farther north. He could not at all understand why the telegram, which he said he had sent the day before, had been delayed. A certain haggardness in his countenance caused Miss Alicia to ask whether he had been ill, and he admitted that he had at least not been well as a result of long and too hurried journeys, and the strenuousness of extended and profoundly serious interviews with his capitalists and magnates. No man can engineer gigantic schemes to success without feeling the reaction when his load drops from his shoulders, he remarked. "You've carried it quite through?" inquired Tembarom. "We have set foot on one of the largest, most substantially capitalized companies in the European business world," Palliser replied, with a composure which is almost indifference. "Good," said Tembarom cheerfully. He watched his guest a good deal during the day. He was a bad color for a man who had just steered clear of all shoals and reached the highest point of success. He had a haggard eye as well as a haggard face. It was a terrified eye when his desperate determination to hide its terrors dropped from it for an instant, as a veil might drop. A certain restlessness was manifest in him, and he talked more than usual. He was going to make a visit in Northumberland to an elderly lady of great possessions. It was to be vaguely gathered that she was somewhat interested in the great company, the Cedric. She was a remarkable old person who found a certain agreeable excitement in dabbling in stocks. She was rich enough to be in a position to regard it as a sort of game, and he had been able on several occasions to afford her entertainment. He would remain a few days and spend his time chiefly in telling her the details of the great scheme and the manner in which they were to be deployed. "If she can play with things that way, she'll be sure to want stock in it," Tembarom remarked. "If she does, she must make up her mind quickly," Palliser smiled, "or she will not be able to get it. It is not easy to lay one's hands on even now." Tembarom thought of certain speculators of entirely insignificant standing of whom he had chanced to see and hear anecdotes in New York. Most of them were youths of obscure origin who sold newspapers or black boots or swapped articles the value of which lay in the desire they could excite in the other person to possess them. A popular method known as bluff was their most trusted weapon, and even at 12 and 15 years of age Tembarom had always regarded it as singularly obvious. He always detested bluff, whatsoever its disguise, and was rather mystified by its ingenious faith in itself. "He's got badly stung," was his internal comment as he sucked at his pipe and smiled urbanely at Palliser across the room as they sat together. "He's come here with some sort of deal on that he knows he couldn't work with anyone but just a fool as he thinks I am. I guess," he added in composed reflectiveness, "I don't really know how a big a fool I do look." Whatsoever the deal was, he would be likely to let it be known in time. "He'll get it off his chest if he's going away tomorrow," decided Tembarom. "If there's anything he's found out, he'll use it. If it doesn't pan out as he thinks it will, he'll just float away to his old lady." He gave Palliser every chance, talking to him and encouraging him to talk, even asking him to let him look over the prospects of the new company and explain details to him, as he was going to explain them to the old lady in Northumberland. He opened up avenues, but for a time Palliser made no attempt to stroll down them. His walk would be a stroll, Tembarom knew, being familiar with his methods. His aspect would be that of a man but little concerned. He would be capable of a slightly rude coldness if he felt that concern on his part was in any degree counted as a factor. Tembarom was aware, among other things, that innocent persons would feel that it was incumbent upon them to be very careful in their treatment of him. He seemed to be thinking things over before he decided upon the psychological moment at which he would begin, if he began. When a man had a good deal to lose or to win, Tembarom realized that he would be likely to hold back until he felt something like solid ground under him. After Miss Alicia had left them for the night, perhaps he felt, as a result of thinking the matter over, that he had reached a foothold of a firmness at least somewhat to be depended upon. "What a change you have made in that poor woman's life," he said, walking to the side table and helping himself to a brandy and soda. "What a change!" "It struck me that a change was needed just about the time I dropped in," answered his host. "All the same," suggested Palliser tolerantly, "you were immensely generous. She wasn't entitled to expect it, you know." "She didn't expect anything, not a darn thing," said Tembarom. "That was what hit me." Palliser smiled a cold, amiable smile. His slim, neatly fitted person looked a little shrunken and less straight than was its habit, and its slackness suggested itself as being part of the harry and fatigue which made his face and eyes haggard under his pale, smooth hair. "Do you purpose to provide for the future of all your indigent relatives, even to the 3rd and 4th generation, my dear chap?" he inquired. "I won't refuse until I'm asked, anyhow," was the answer. "Asked?" Palliser repeated. "I'm one of them, you know, and Lady Mallow is another. There are lots of us when we come out of our holes. If it's only a matter of asking, we might all descend on you." Tembarom, smiling, wondered whether they hadn't descended already, and whether the descent had so far been all that they had anticipated. Palliser strolled down his opened avenue with an incidental air which was entirely credible to his training of himself. T. Tembarom acknowledged that much. "You are too generous," said Palliser. "You are the sort of fellow who will always need all he has and more. The way you go among the villagers, you think you merely slouch about and keep it quiet, but you don't. You've set an example no other landowner can expect to live up to, or intends to. It's too lavish. It's pernicious, dear chap. I have heard all about the cottage you are doing over for Pearson and his bride. You had better invest in the Cedric." Tembarom wanted him to go on. If there was anything in it, he made his face look as he knew Palliser hoped it would look when the psychological moment came. Its expression was not a deterrent, in fact. It had a character not unlikely to lead an eager man, or one who was not as wholly experienced as he believed he was, to rush down a steep hill into the sea, after a manner of the swine in the parable. Heaven knew Palliser did not mean to rush, and he was not aware when the rush began, but he had reason to be so much more eager than he professed to be, that momentarily he swerved, despite himself, and ceased to be casual. "It's an enormous opportunity," he said. "Timberlands in Mexico, you know. If you had spent your life in England, you would realize that timber has become a desperate necessity, and that the difficulties which exist in the way of supplying the demand are almost insuperable. These forests are virtually boundless, and the company which controls them—" "That's a good spiel," broke in Tembarom. It sounded like the crudely artless interruption of a person whose perceptions left much to be desired. T. Tembarom knew what it sounded like. If Palliser lost his temper, he would get over the ground faster, and he wanted him to get over the ground. "I'm afraid I don't understand," he replied rather stiffly. "There was a fellow I knew in New York who used to sell typewriters, and he had a thing to say he used to reel off when anyone looked like a customer. He used to call it his spiel." Palliser's quick glance at him asked questions, and his stiffness did not relax itself. "Is this New York chaff?" he inquired coldly. "No," Tembarom said. "You're not doing it for 10 per. He was." "No, not exactly," said Palliser. "Neither would you be doing it for 10 per if you went into it." His voice changed. He became slightly haughty. "Perhaps it was a mistake on my part to think that you might connect yourself with it. You have not, of course, been in the position to comprehend such matters. If I was what I look like, that'd stir me up and make me feel bad," thought T. Tembarom with a cheerful comprehension of this at least. "I'd have to rush in and try to prove to him that I was as accustomed to big business as he is, and that it didn't rattle me. The way to do it that would come most natural would be to show I was ready to buy as big a block of stock as any other fellow." But the expression of his face did not change. He only gave a half-awkward sort of laugh. "I guess I can learn," he said. Palliser felt the foothold become firmer. The bounder was interested, but, after a bounder's fashion, was either nervous or imagined that a show of hesitation looked shrewd. The slight hit made at his inexperience of investment had irritated him and made him feel less cocksure of himself. A slightly offended manner might be the best weapon to rely upon. "I thought you might care to have the thing made clear to you," he continued indifferently. "I meant to explain. You may take the chance or leave it as you like, of course. That is nothing to me at this stage of the game, but after all, we are, as I said, relatives of a sort, and it is a gigantic opportunity. Suppose we change the subject. Is that the Sunday Earth I see by you on the table?" He leaned forward to take the paper, as though the subject really were dropped, but after a seemingly nervous suck or two at his pipe, Tembarom came to his assistance. It wouldn't do to let him quiet down too much. "I'm no Van Morgenbilt," he said hesitatingly, "but I can see that it's a big opportunity for someone else. Let's have a look over the prospectus again." Palliser paused in his unconcerned opening of the copy of the Sunday Earth. His manner somewhat disgustedly implied indecision as to whether it was worth while to allow oneself to be dropped and taken up by turns. "Do you really mean that?" he asked with a certain chill of voice. "Yes, I don't mind trying to catch on to what's doing in any big scheme." Palliser did not lay aside his suggestion of cold semi-reluctance more readily than any man who knew his business would have laid it aside. His manner at the outset was quite perfect. His sole ineptitude lay in his feeling of too great confidence in the exact quality of his companion's type, as he summed it up. He did not calculate on the variations from all types sometimes provided by circumstances. He produced his papers without too obvious eagerness. He spread them upon the table, and coolly examined them himself before beginning his explanation. There was more to explain to a foreigner and one unused to investment than there would be to a man who was an Englishman and familiar with the methods of large companies, he said. He went into technicalities, so to speak, and used rapidly and lightly some imposing words and phrases, to which T. Tembarom listened attentively, but without any special air of illumination. He dealt with statistics and the resulting probabilities. He made apparent the existing condition of England's inability to supply an enormous and unceasing demand for timber. He had required diverse excellent methods of stating his case to the party of the second part. He made me feel as if a fellow had better hold on to a box of matches like grim death, and that the time wasn't out of sight when you'd have to give $57.50 for a toothpick, Tembarom afterwards said to the Duke. What Tembarom was thinking as he listened to him was that he was not getting over the ground with much rapidity, and that it was time something was doing. He had not watched him for weeks without learning diverse of his idiosyncrasies. "If he thought I wanted to know what he thinks, I'd heap rather not know. He'd never tell me," he speculated. "If he gets a bit hot in the collar, he may let it out. The thing is to stir him up. He's lost his nerve a bit, and he'll get mad pretty easy." He went on smoking and listening and asking an unenlightened question now and then, in a manner which was as far from being a deterrent as the largely unilluminated expression of his face was. "Of course, money is wanted," Palliser said at length. "Money is always wanted, and as much when a scheme is a success as when it isn't. Good names with a certain character are wanted. The fact of your inheritance is known everywhere, and the fact that you are an American is a sort of guarantee of shrewdness." "Is it?" said T. Tembarom. "Well," he added slowly, "I guess Americans are pretty good business men." Palliser thought that this was evolving upon perfectly natural lines, as he had anticipated it would. The fellow was flattered and pleased. You could always reach an American by implying that he was one of those who specially illustrate enviable natural characteristics. He went on in smooth, casual laudation. "No American takes hold of a scheme of this sort until he knows jolly well what he's going to get out of it. You were shrewd enough," he added significantly, "about Hutchinson's affair. You got in on the ground floor there. That was New York forethought, by Jove." Tembarom shuffled a little in his chair and grinned a faint, pleased grin. "I'm a man of the world, my boy, the business world," Palliser commented, hoping that he concealed his extreme satisfaction. "I know New York, though I haven't lived there. I'm only hoping to. Your air of ingenious ignorance is the cleverest thing about you," which agreeable implication of the fact that he had been privately observant and impressed ought to have fetched the bounder if anything would. T. Tembarom's grin was no longer faint, but spread itself. Palliser's first impression was that he had fetched him. But when he answered, though the very crudeness of his words seemed merely the result of his betrayal into utter tactlessness by soothed vanity, there was something, a shade of something not entirely satisfactory in his face and nasal twang. "Well, I guess," he said, "New York did teach a fellow not to buy a gold brick off of every con man that came along." Palliser was guilty of a mere ghost of a start. Was there something in it, or was he only the gross, blundering fool he had trusted to his being? He stared at him a moment, and saw that there was something under the words and behind his professedly flattered grin, something which must be treated with a high hand. "What do you mean?" he exclaimed haughtily. "I don't like your tone. Do you take me for what you call a con man?" "Good Lord, no," answered Tembarom, and he looked straight at Palliser and spoke slowly. "You are a gentleman, and you're paying me a visit. You could no more try on a game to do me in my own house than I could tell you if I've got on to you if I saw you doing it. You're a gentleman." Palliser glared back into his infuriatingly candid eyes. He was a far cry from being a dullard himself. He was sharp enough to catch on to the revelation that the situation was not what he had thought it. The type was more complex than he had dreamed. The chap had been playing a part, and absolutely been jollying him along after the New York fashion. He became pale with humiliated rage, though he knew his only defense was to control himself and profess not to see through the trick, until he could use his big lever, he added to himself. "Oh, I see," he continued acridly. "I suppose you don't realize that your figures of speech are unfortunate." "That comes of New York streets, too," Tembarom answered with deliberation. "But you can't live as I've lived and be dead easy. Not dead easy." Palliser had left his chair and stood in contemptuous silence. "You know how a fellow hates to be thought dead easy." Tembarom actually went to the insolent length of saying the words with a touch of cheerful confidingness. "When he's not, and I'm not. Have another drink." There was a pause. Palliser began to see, or thought he began to see, where he stood. He had come to Temple Barholm because he had been driven into a corner and had a dangerous fight before him. In anticipation of it, he had been following a clue for some time, though at the outset it had been one of incredible slightness. Only his absolute faith in his theory that every man had something to gain or lose, which he concealed discreetly, had led him to it. He held a card too valuable to be used at the beginning of a game. Its power might have lasted a long time, and provided an influence without limit. He forbore any mental reference to blackmail. The word was absurd. One used what fell into one's hands. If Tembarom had followed his lead with any degree of docility, he would have thought it wiser to save his ammunition until further pressure was necessary. But behind his ridiculous rawness, his foolish jocularity, and his professedly candid good humor, had been hidden the Yankee trickster who was fool enough to think he could play his game through. Well, he could not. During the next few moments' pause, he saw the situation as by a photographic flashlight. He leaned over the table and supplied himself with a fresh brandy and soda from the tray of siphons and decanters. He gave himself time to take the glass up in his hand. "No," he answered, "you are not dead easy. That's why I'm going to broach another subject to you." Tembarom was refilling his pipe. "Go ahead," he said. "Who, by the way, is Mr. Strangeways?" He was deliberate and entirely unemotional. So was T. Tembarom when, with match applied to his tobacco, he replied between puffs as he lighted it, "You can search me. You can search him, too, for all that matter. He doesn't know who he is himself." "Bad luck for him," remarked Palliser, and allowed a slight pause again. After it he added, "Did it ever strike you it might be good luck for somebody else?" "Somebody else?" Tembarom puffed more slowly, because his pipe was lighted. Palliser took some brandy in his soda. "There are men, you know," he suggested, "who can be spared by their relatives. I have some myself, by Jove," he added with a laugh. "You keep him rather dark, don't you?" "He doesn't like to see people." "Does he object to people seeing him? I saw him once myself." "When you threw the gravel at his window?" Palliser stared contemptuously. "What are you talking about? I did not throw stones at his window," he lied. I'm not a schoolboy." "That's so," Tembarom admitted. "I saw him nevertheless, and I can tell you he gave me rather a start." "Why?" Palliser half laughed again. He did not mean to go too quickly. He would let the thing go on Tembarom's nerves gradually. "Well, I'm hanged if I didn't take him for a man who is dead." "Enough to give any fellow a jolt," Tembarom admitted again. "It gave me a jolt. Good word, that. But it would give you a bigger one, my dear fellow, if he was the man he looked like." "Why?" Tembarom asked laconically. "He looked like Jem Temple Barham." He saw Tembarom start. There could be no denying it. "You thought that? Honest?" he said sharply, as if for a moment he had lost his head. "You thought that?" "Don't be nervous. Perhaps I couldn't have sworn to it. I did not see him very close." T. Tembarom puffed rapidly at his pipe, and only ejaculated, "Oh, of course he's dead. If he wasn't," with a shrug of his shoulders, "Lady Joan Fair would be Lady Joan Temple Barham, and the pair would be bringing up an interesting family here." He looked about the room, and then, as if suddenly recalling a fact, added, "By George, you'd be selling newspapers, or making them. Which was it? In New York?" It was by no means unpleasing to see that he had made his hit there. T. Tembarom swung about and walked across the room with a suddenly perturbed expression. "Say," he put it to him, coming back, "are you in earnest, or are you just saying it to give me a jolt?" Palliser studied him. The American sharpness was not always so keen as it sometimes seemed. His face would have betrayed his uneasiness to the dullest onlooker. "Have you any objections to my seeing him in his own room?" Palliser inquired. "It does him harm to see people," Tembarom said with nervous briskness. "It worries him." Palliser smiled, a quiet but far from agreeable smile. He enjoyed what he put into it. "Quite so. Best to keep him quiet," he returned. "Do you know what my advice would be? Put him in a comfortable sanatorium. A lot of stupid investigations would end in nothing, of course, but they'd be a frightful bore." He thought it extraordinarily stupid in T. Tembarom to come nearer to him with an anxious eagerness entirely unconcealed, if he really knew what he was doing. "Are you sure that if you saw him close you'd know so that you could swear to him?" he demanded. "You're extremely nervous, aren't you?" Palliser watched him with smiling coolness. "Of course, Jem Temple Barham is dead, but I've no doubt that if I saw this man of yours, I could swear he had remained dead, if I were asked." "If you knew him well, you could make me sure. You could swear one way or another. I want to be sure," said Tembarom. "So should I in your place. Couldn't be too secure. Well, since you ask me, I could swear. I knew him well enough. He was one of my most intimate enemies. What do you say to letting me see him?" "I would if I could," Tembarom replied, as if thinking it over. "I would if I could." Palliser treated him to the far from pleasing smile again. "But it's quite impossible at present," he suggested. "Excitement is not good for him and all that sort of thing. You want time to think it over." Tembarom's slowly uttered answer, spoken as if he were still considering the matter, was far from being the one he had expected. "I want time. But that's not the reason you can't see him right now. You can't see him because he's not here. He's gone." Then it was Palliser who started, taken totally unaware in a manner which disgusted him altogether. He had to pull himself up. "He's gone," he repeated. "You are quicker than I thought. You've got him safely away, haven't you? Well, I told you a comfortable sanatorium would be a good idea." "Yes, you did." T. Tembarom hesitated, seeming to be thinking it over again. "That's so." He laid his pipe aside because it had gone out. He suddenly sat down at the table, putting his elbows on it and his face in his hands, with a harried effect of wanting to think it over in a sort of withdrawal from his immediate surroundings. This was as it should be. His Yankee readiness had deserted him altogether. "By Jove, you are nervous," Palliser commented. "It's not surprising, though. I can sympathize with you." With a markedly casual air, he himself sat down and drew his documents toward him. "Let us talk of something else," he said. He preferred to be casual and incidental, if he were allowed. It was always better to suggest things and let them sink in until people saw the advantage of considering them in you. To manage a business matter without open argument or too frank a display of weapons was at once more comfortable and in better taste. "You're making a great mistake in not going into this," he suggested amiably. "You could go in now as you went into Hutchinson's affair, on the ground floor. That's a good enough phrase, too. £20,000 would make you £1,000,000. You Americans understand nothing less than millions." But T. Tembarom did not take him up. He muttered in a worried way from behind his shading hands, "We'll talk about that later." "Why not talk about it now, before anything can interfere?" Palliser persisted politely, almost gently. Tembarom sprang up, restless and excited. He had plainly been planning fast in his temporary seclusion. "I'm thinking of what you said about Lady Joan," he burst forth. "Say she's gone through all this Jem Temple Barhome thing once. It about half killed her. If anyone raised false hopes for her, she'd go through it all again. Once is enough for any woman." His effect of professing heat and strong feeling made a spark of amusement show itself in Palliser's eye. It struck him as being particularly American in its affectation of sentiment and chivalry. "I see," he said. "It's Lady Joan you're disturbed about. You want to spare her another shock, I see. You're a considerate fellow, as well as a man of business. I don't want her to begin to hope if—" "Very good taste on your part." Palliser's polite approval was admirable, but he tapped slightly on the paper after expressing it. "I don't want to seem to press you about this, but don't you feel inclined to consider it? I can assure you that an investment of this sort would be a good thing to depend on if the unexpected happened. If you gave me your check now, it would be Cedric stock tomorrow, and quite safe. Suppose you—" I don't believe you were right." "About what you thought?" The sharp-featured face was changing from pale to red. "You'd have to be able to swear to it anyhow, and I don't believe you can." He looked at Palliser in eager and anxious uncertainty. "If you could," he dragged out, "I shouldn't have a checkbook. Where would you be then?" "I should be in comfortable circumstances, dear chap, and so would you if you gave me the money tonight, while you possess a checkbook. It would be only a sort of temporary loan in any case, whatever turned up. The investment would quadruple itself, but there is no time to be lost. Understand that." T. Tembarom broke out into a sort of boyish resentment. "I don't believe he did look like him, anyhow," he cried. "I believe it's all a bluff." His crude-sounding young swagger had a touch of final desperation in it as he turned on Palliser. "I'm dead sure it's a bluff. What a fool I was not to think of that. You want to bluff me into going into this Cedric thing. You could no more swear that he was like him than I could." The outright, presumptuous, bold stripping bare of his phrases infuriated Palliser too suddenly and too much. He stepped up to them and looked into his eyes. "Bluff! You young bounder!" he flung out at him. "You're losing your head. You're not in New York streets here. You're talking to a gentleman." "No," he said furiously. "I couldn't swear that he was like him. But what I can swear in any court of justice is that the man I saw at the window was Jem Temple Barhome, and no other man on earth." When he had said it, he saw the astonishing dolt change his expression utterly again, as if in a flash. He stood up, putting his hand in his pockets. His face changed, his voice changed. "Fine," he said. "First rate. That's what I wanted to get on to." End of chapter 33.